Now, may I request Miss M. Satyaprabha, ma'am, Assistant Professor of English Department, to introduce the chief guest of the day.
Dr. Ruchi Raj Thakur, an educator and a writer, teaches at Himachal Pradesh National Law University, Simla. She has been working as an assistant professor of English at Himachal Pradesh National Law University since October 2016. She has a teaching experience of 13 years, diaspora writings, and social issues pertaining to the unprivileged, disregarded, and oppressed sections of society have been her area of research. She also works in the area of margins, partition, displacement, trauma, gender stereotype, and magical realism in literature. She has published many research papers in national, online, and offline journals, and chapter which has been published in various edited books. She has also presented papers in several national and international seminar conference organized in India. She has also translated a book originally written in the Hindi, which is titled Adivasi Abuse, whose Woes of Adivasi, a long expression of acknowledged tribal existence. She has also worked as a counselor at Indira Gandhi National Open University and MEG program offered from September 2010 to June 2012. As a researcher, she has contributed numerous research articles in many national and international journals. She has been invited as a resource person in various conferences and faculty development programs and workshops, etc. So, ma'am, may I take this session opportunity to welcome you, ma'am?
Thank you so much for such courteous words, for such a lovely introduction. I'm much delighted. And I also want to thank the HOD of the department, who did not leave anybody and acknowledged everybody's presence. And it was done with such ease. So thank you so much. That has given me a boost. And I hope I'll try to put before you the contention of my today's deliberation. So thank you so much. I would like to begin my today's, discussion. But for that, I need to share the presentation. Give me a minute. Just give me a minute. So, I mean, talking about, I would like to talk comprehensively about Dalit feminism, and but there are so many writers, there's so much of work, but I would like to focus on this concept through the lens of Baby Kamble and Urmila Pawar, and I've titled my today's discussion, my today's presentation, as Dalit Feminism, a glance at the woes of Dalit women through the lens of Baby Kamble and Urmila Pawar. My dear learners, we all are, most of us grew up in a culture in which gender inequality is institutionalized. Every single day of our lives, women believe themselves to be inferior because they are conditioned that way. Our social conditioning makes us believe that subordination and subservience is part of our existence. And we accept that subordination, we accept oppression and exploitation as our destiny. So I would like to begin our today's discussion with a few questions to deeply deliberate upon. I could, I mean, before I do that, I mean, I just came across a beautiful, description of the woes, of the tribulations of Dalit women in the song written by Rabindranath Tagore, uh, his Bengali dance drama, Chandalika. And it reads something like this: Chu chu na chi, O je Chandalini, jihi, nosto hobo, je doi, she kotha jano naki, which means don't touch her, don't touch her. Oh, she's the daughter of a Dalit woman. Your yogurt will get spoiled, don't you know? So when I read this, I mean, I found that it has a complete description of the tribulations, of the challenges of Dalit women, how Dalit women are enduring exploitation, how are they facing, how are they encountering humiliation at every step of, every stage of life. So I wanted to start my presentation with this, and I'm sure these few lines must have stirred the thought of sensitivity in you too. And I'm sure we all are, we all must be thinking of what they must be enduring, what they must be combating, or what they must be, experiencing every day. So, as I said, we'll just talk for a minute. Before talking about Dalit feminism, it is very important to know about them. Who is Dalit feminism? Feminist? Who who are they? Uh, are they feminists? And if they are feminists, why are we calling them Dalit feminists? Are we categorizing them? Are we bringing them under a particular category? Yes, we are bringing them under a particular category because Dalit feminism is different from feminism. Feminism, which I'll explain later. Dalit feminists are those who spearhead the intersectional feminist movement, one who underscores Dalit women's experience, highlighting their woes in the name of or in the light of gender and caste, where they are talking not only about their harrowing experiences as women, but as women who belong to a particular category where they are called children of God. They are called Harijans. They are called untouchables. They are called Dalits, which is a Sanskrit word which means downtrodden, which means browbeaten. So these feminists are, particularly they are specifically talking about what Dalit women are experiencing. What are they? They're talking about their exploitation. They're talking about how their rights are infringed, or they are devoid of their rights as even as human beings. So these Dalit feminists are mainly talking about this. Coming to the second question, what does feminism, womanhood and gender look like from the vantage point of Dalit women? Answer is simple. You might feel that I'm repeating the same, but yes, they have a very clear perspective. If we look at feminism, if we look at womanhood and gender, they from the point of view of Dalit women, they are you will realize that we are talking about a particular social classification or a social strata which has recognized hierarchy within hierarchy. So hierarchy is existing within one. So they are talking because they are living under the cusp of gender and caste. Caste is is making them suffer every day. A day in and day out, they are experiencing because they are experiencing something horrific, something horrible, something which is inhuman, insensitive, because they are not only women, but they are women who belong to a particular caste. Moving to the third question, we often, we are confused that, there could be a misbelief, there could be a misconception where, many a times, like when I talk to my students about feminism, they always believe that it's only women who talk about feminism. Only they talk about the rights of women. Are we not incorrect in saying so? Because there are many men. If we talk about Raja Ram Mohan Roy, if we talk about writers like Mulk Raj Anand, if we talk about Ambedkar, if we talk about Barack Obama, they all talked about women. If we talk about Mahatma Gandhi, yes, he also talked about women. So but they are men. So are they not feminists? So here my answer. I mean, my answer. I know because of the constraint of time, because I have limited duration to speak. So I might not invite responses for that. You need to accept all my apologies. So yes, I believe men can be feminists. They the Because feminists are one who believe that women and men and women are equal, and they deserve equal rights. And feminist spans across all or any gender, sexual preferences, or ethnic identities, because they do not recognize such things. uh, so my answer, so here I think I've managed to clear a small doubt, which is rooting itself, which is finding which is somewhere entrenched in our minds. We believe that only women, because they suffer, so they talk about the equal rights of men and women. So they are fighting against, against the discriminatory practices of our society. But that's not true. There are many writers. If we talk about Yashpal, if we talk about Rabindranath Tagore, uh, I mean, everybody has written about, many writers have written, male writers have written about the cause of women. So, moving to the next question, last question: are all women writers feminist? My answer here, I would like to go back to the point from where I started my today's lecture. No, all women are women. All women or women writers are not feminists. My simple answer to this would be, we are nurtured by our customary practices. We are raised by, as part of the social, as dwellers of the society. We are nurtured by the thoughts which prevail in our society. So many a times, you'll find that there are women who belong to different categories. You'll come across women who are ready to accept what they are facing, because they consider that to be, that part of existence, to be quintessential to their living, because they are told that they need to respect their husbands, they need to respect their male counterparts, where I'm not saying that they should be disrespectful when they are in a relationship. I'm not saying that, but unnecessary obligations must be, they must be dealt sensibly and wisely, where relationships are not, they do not break. And there are women who are ready to, who are so obdurate in their ways that they, for no reason, they would say no to everything. And there are women who would accept what is good, and would like to leave what is not acceptable, right? So many women writers, or many women, do not feel like going against or swimming across the tide, because they believe that this would bring a social stigma on them, and they would be considered as bad women. And because they want to please the society, the so-called sarpanch of the society, so they would, they would, without questioning, they would succumb to all the pressure, considering it to be part of their, considering subordination to be part of their existence. So moving further, let's first understand what feminism is meant to be. uh, I'm pretty sure we all are very clear with what feminism advocates, what feminists promote. They talk about, they advocate women's rights on the basis of the equality of sexes. And here they are not saying, they are not talking about strength or power. They are not talking about physical strength, because they believe, feminists are very clear that they are only, they want men and women to be human beings, to be equal, equal partners. And so they are very clear on this thing, that if you're talking about the physical strength, that men are more powerful, then that means the very meaning of feminism is being defeated, because they are not here to talk about their physical, the similarity in terms of physical strength or power. They are only talking about rights. They are only talking about how they should be treated. If one is placed here, the other should also be placed equally. So this is what they are fighting for. The theory of, they are also talking about, they're talking about equality in terms of politics, in terms of economics, in terms of social, in terms of social norms. And they are very clear that all these are quintessential in the living of human beings, because these protect them. And these things are much, these, they need, they are part of this arena. So one cannot be cornered and the other cannot be placed in the center. Another, the belief, feminists believe that men and women should have equal rights and opportunities, which is, which is, of course, we are witnessing change, but we are, I think, lot has been done, but something has already been done, but something more needs to be done. They also advocate that social, political, and all other rights of women must be given to them, because they are given to men as well. Now, Dalit women have been left in lurch by both. And now, why are we talking about? Why are we categorizing? Why have we separated Dalit feminism from feminism? It's because Dalit women have been left in lurch by both modern feminists and male-dominated Dalit women. The women movement is its enthrallment of sisterhood, because it failed to, feminism, the modern feminism, feminism failed to acknowledge, even, think about the problems of Dalit women. Dalit women are out of that fray. They are talking, of course, the feminists are talking about the rights of women. They are trying to place her at an equal pedestal. They are not talking about placing women at a higher pedestal, higher than men. They are not. They are not inviting any sort of competition. They are not insisting that she should win in that competition. It's not this is not their contention. So, but where is the gap? The gap is, they are generalizing the whole situation. They believe women, they consider women issues to be, they consider them to be uniform, which is not, because of which Dalit women believe that they have been ignored. So caste factor is one which needs much attention. Now, while the Dalit movement has remained patriarchal and sees the Dalit women's oppression merely as caste oppression. So, and Dalit women believe that, they are suffering because caste is something which is, putting them, which is suffocating, which is strangulating their existence. They fail to breathe free, because they belong to, they are women, plus they belong to that caste. Now, what is Dalit feminism? Dalit feminism, as I've already talked about, It has an emancipator potential against caste and gender because it is a cusp of caste and gender. It considers the experiences of marginalized women with a large, heterogeneous social structure. It is a perspective that asks vehemently about the caste and gender roles in the whole Dalit population, which in turn consolidated the whole feminist movement. So all they are trying to say is that the factor of caste must also be incorporated in that big list of issues which are making women's life a little difficult. So they are only they are aiming at the inclusion of that factor which is which is which is which is in a way losing their existence. So that is losing them to death because every day they are being exploited. Now, what are the major challenges? As I've already discussed, that feminism campaigns on issues such as reproduction. They talk about the reproduction rights. They talk about violence within a domesticity, or they talk about violence in a domestic partnership. They talk about discrimination. They talk about sexual violence. Feminism, seeks to cross boundaries based on social, political, cultural, and religious, arenas or domains. They specifically, which are relevant to a specific segment of society. So Dalit feminists believe that they are talking about women, but not them. So because of this, various gaps have emerged. And what are the major challenges which according to Dalit feminists, which Dalit feminists are encountering? They believe that feminism as an academic discourse recognizes our social political lives, that our political lives are fundamentally based on inequality between men and women. So they believe that they are only talking about gender. They are only talking about gender inequality. They are talking about disparity because of in the name of gender. Yeah, so according to them, they are not very they are not very pleased with their one agenda where they are talking only about men, the disparity, the big gap that exists between men and women. So they are questioning their they're questioning them, that why only social gender roles? Why are they talking about gender roles? They're talking about gender inequality. Why can't it be something that speaks about their rules too? So, feminist thinkers hold various standpoints concerning the origin and cause of gender inequality and put forward significant measures that may correct this hierarchical, social order based on gender. So, they want that it should be a combination of gender and caste, and not only gender. Broadly, there are two primary challenges for the development of that sort of Indian feminist thought that we champion. First, feminists claim to represent all women issues in India. They believe that we are talking about all women. So this is deeply problematic, according to the Dalit feminists. Second, women issues are considered homogenized. So that means they consider it to be uniform, which is not serving the purpose of Dalit feminists. Moving further, talking a little more about the gaps. Indian feminists have initially abandoned women's relation to caste. In the beginning of the 21st century, feminists have increasingly begun to recognize this oversight. Of course, a lot, I mean, feminists have already started their work. They have started talking about the sufferings of, the doleful condition of Dalit women. But but that needs to catch up pace. So because they believe that the acceleration needs to, I mean, they need to press the button of acceleration so as to catch the pace, which in which Indian feminists are lagging. Moving further, but mainstream Indian feminists have bypassed this rectifying body of knowledge despite its importance and relevance. It is believed that they have started highlighting the problems, the tribulations of Dalit, women, but they need to do it, they need to do it sincerely, so that the society becomes conscious towards them. Indian feminist discourse has suppressed the caste question to such an extent that feminism itself has been seen as a modality of subjugating women from Dalit communities. So it is believed that Dalit women believe that because feminists are talking about the rights of a particular segment of society, they believe it to be for upper caste. So they believe that even a simple feminism, this movement is aiming to suppress them. They find it regressive because they're not talking about them, they're only talking about the other segment and not them. So they Dalit feminism, we are talking about all these things so that the void can be filled. This bridge, this gap can be bridged. Moving further, now theorizing, Dalit, let's talk about Dalit difference. Why these, what are these, gaps? I'll take another 1 minute to talk about these gaps so as to understand what Dalit feminists are talking about. They believe due to the lack of adequate focus on the caste gender nexus, violence against Dalit women tends to be marked as either as caste atrocity or sexual atrocity. So there's a gap between feminism and Dalit feminism because they believe that they're not talking about their caste, they are not talking about the combination, they are not working for a combination, they're only working for one factor, they're only talking about, they're pressing upon gender equality and not talking about the disparity which is coming into emergence because of because of this rotten, because of this wicked, because of this insensitive caste system. The second point is mainstream feminism do not capture unique uniqueness of the marginalization of the intersection point of different types of discrimination. They're saying they're only talking about gender disparity, but they're not taking into account the other factors which are adding to the woes of women. So they consider feminism to be lopsided. They of course they're claiming it to be for all, but that's not something which has managed to convince Dalit feminists. Now, moving to the third point, women faces a kind of discrimination at the intersections of her multiple identities, which she may not face if she would belong singularly to any of the particular social, cultural, economic, political, or regional categories. She believes that if feminists are talking about upper caste women, then how do they claim that they are talking about everybody? That means they're only talking about the problems of a particular segment of the society. So when they talk about them, that means they're not talking about Dalits. So this is perturbing them. Now, Feminism within the Indian context therefore needs to interrogate and redefine mainstream Indian feminism from a Dalit point of view. They need to look at things from a broader perspective where they incorporate the point of view of Dalits too, Dalit women in particular. And Dalit feminism investigates the relation between gender and caste. The inclusion of Dalit feminists through, thought substantively furthers the feminist ideals of freedom, equality, and solidarity, where they can acquire a more collective tone. So, these are the two gaps which we need to, which Dalit feminists, wish uh, to be they want to be heard. They want that they wish that feminists must pay heed to their sufferings. Now, what is Dalit feminism? To elaborate, Dalit feminism revolves around experiences of Dalit women to understand patriarchy and interrelation of caste and gender. We have already talked about that. They are protesting against feminism's endeavor to tag all women facing the tyranny of patriarchy under all inclusive category women, voice of dissent against a structural hierarchy of caste, which perpetuated the ethos of inequality and maintains the segregation of power. So, this is what I've repeated that a number of times. So, I hope Dalit feminism is clear. Now, to understand it, to have a better understanding, it is important to understand the Brahmanical nature of patriarchy, which is graded. This inequality in terms of gender is based on the Brahmanical nature of patriarchy, or that hierarchy which is created by Brahmanical patriarchy. So there are four, according to this. If we talk about the strata which has been brought out by Brahmanical nature of patriarchy, then we have four categories. We have upper caste men. They are considered to be the most privileged because they are men. Upper caste women, and that's not to offend anybody. Upper caste women, we are practically talking about, the tribulations, the challenges, the sorrowful situation of women, because it's not that. I mean, and you know what? I'm talking about them because I'm not talking about all women, but I'm talking about those who are actually witnessing the discrimination, because they are considered to be inferior, so they are actually suffering. I am not suffering, so I mean, I am not talking about myself. I'm not talking about A, B, Z. I'm talking about some particular category that could that is that category is one which is actually enduring, which is actually undergoing this humiliation because they are women. So moving to the second, I'm sorry if you feel that I'm getting carried away. The second is upper caste women are most privileged because we are comparing them to the lower caste women, so they are also privileged. Now lower caste men are more deprived. uh, Sorry, here I would like to correct. Upper caste women are more privileged. Just more privileged. Now moving to the next, lower caste men are more deprived, and lower caste women are most deprived. So if we look at the category at this, this classification, so who is at the bottom? Who is the who is being humiliated? Who is suffering the most? That would be the fourth category, which is for lower caste women. And why are they why are they suffering? There are a number of reasons. Now lower caste women are most prone to violence as they face oppression at three levels. We have already talked about caste, class, because they are lower caste. If we look at the social stratification, they belong to the bottom. And if we draw a chart where we are talking about the gender, about sexes, then also she's at the bottom. And the women who is placed at the bottom, you will find there's a subcategory which is given to Dalit women. Now, the last is gender. So caste, class, and gender. Class, because they are meant for they are given menial tasks. They perform menial tasks. They are meant for such tasks which are not respectful. They are not graceful. So all these three are working against Dalit women. Now, to understand Brahmanical patriarchy, what is Brahmanical? Do they belong to? Do we mean that they belong to this patriarchy? Is something which is given to us by Brahmins, or those who practice it are Brahmins? No. The answer would be no. It is important to now who belong to this patriarchy. It does not refer to patriarchal practices followed by Brahmin men. It has nothing to do with caste. Instead, it represents the multi-form nature of patriarchy against women in India. Anyone, regardless of her caste or gender, who believes, practices, preaches, or encourages any kind of discrimination based on this hierarchical structure would be considered as a follower of Brahmanism by definition. So Brahmanism has not come from Brahmin. It does not mean that only Brahmin men practice it. All those who, regardless of caste or gender, they are promoting discriminatory practices. They are following hierarchical. They are dominating in the name because they belong to a particular category in the hierarchical structure or in that edifice. I mean, is considered to be the follower of Brahmanism by definition. Just as it does not require a man to practice misogyny, it is not necessarily Brahmins who practice Brahmanism. So, in his analysis of caste, Ambedkar considered patriarchy as the twin sister of Brahmanism. So he considered that not only, I mean, he was obviously against this caste discrimination, but he was also against, patriarchy, because patriarchy would promote a lot of discrimination, disrespect to women. Certainly, misogyny would be a very harsh word, but yes, that patriarchal setup would encourage a particular type of practice. Now, moving further, dear learners, I would like to throw light on something that, the two incidents which made me feel really bad. When I learned about the case of Banwari Devi, which happened in 1992, and Khirlanji massacre in 2006, I was literally at the verge of, I might have cried, because that is not acceptable. Because we cannot claim a particular category to be human beings who feel the pain, and a particular category who is not treated as human beings. So they are treated insensitively, brutally, and so we promote we show atrocious behavior towards them. That is not acceptable. So I thought, before I would talk about Dalit feminism in making way in literature, I thought I should talk about these two cases also. So very crispily, I would talk about the first case, Banwari Devi. Banwari Devi was she belonged to she was a Dalit woman who was working. She was a Sathin working in the women's development project of Rajasthan government. and she was against the practice of child marriage. Her only fault was that she tried to stop uh, the marriage of 1 year old girl, because that was supposed to take place in 1992, because she raised a voice of dissent against this practice, where a year old child was about to get married. So she was raped by 5 men of the same village. They brutally raped her. And you know what? The ugliest part of this story is that they all these 5 rapists who humiliated her were acquitted from the court. This was one that disturbed me. And the second one, which belongs to, which is about both Mange's family. This family belonged to the scheduled caste, and they sustain by cultivating their own land. And the lady of the family, Surekha, she was known for being assertive for her of her rights. She would always talk about her rights, and she would claim her rights as a woman, which displeased many. uh One day what happened, she was with her daughter, when she witnessed a brawl between 2 men. And one of them was very powerful, so she filed a complaint against that powerful man, who was Binjeshwar. His name was Binjeshwar. So she went to police station, and she filed a complaint against that man. Um he took bail after he was arrested, and after 14 days he came out on bail. And the same day he goes to the village of that lady Surekha. He not only rapes and her daughter, but later kills them, and also kills the 2 sons of the family. And unfortunately, only the head of the family, I mean, men are considered to be head of the family, so he hides himself. He does not combat. He does not come out, and he looks at that dreadful sight without retaliating. Of course, it wasn't wise to retaliate against those men, because he had come with his goons. And so this massacre of 2006 of 2006 is I mean, we cannot forget that. When we are talking about, I mean, why are we talking about them? Because these are true events. These are the brutal realities of lower caste women. Now, intersections of gender and I would like to skip this. All right. Now, who are the pioneers of Dalit feminism? I would like to talk about them by after reading um, Muktabai's thoughts. uh, Mukta Salve is was the first pioneer of Dalit feminism. And let me just read what she has written. O learned Pandits, wind up the selfish prattle of your hollow wisdom and listen to what I have to say. If the Vedas belong only to the Brahmins, then it is an open secret that we do not have the book. We are without the book. We are without any religion. If the Vedas are for the Brahmins only, then we are not bound to act according to the Vedas. If merely looking at the Vedas can get us into grievous sins, as the Brahmins claim, then would not following them be the height of foolishness. Muslims lead their lives according to their Qurans. English people follow their Bible, and Brahmins have their own Vedas. Because they all have their own good or bad religion that they follow, they are somewhat happier than us who are without any religion. O God, your true religion, so that we all can lead our lives according to it. Let that religion where only one person is privileged and the rest deprived vanish from the earth, and let it never enter our minds to boast of such a discriminatory religion. These were the words of Mukta Salve. She was the first voice of dissent. The other we are familiar with, Jyotiba Phule, Savitri Bai. Jyotiba was against. He considered Hinduism to be a missionary religion until the advent of caste system. Savitri Bai, who was illiterate, but she opened a school for women, and she opened school for Dalit girls in 1848 in Pune, and that was with the with the support of her husband. Now, talking about, do I really need to talk about Baba Sahib Ambedkar? He demanded separate electorate for untouchables. He always believed that education is the strongest weapon to combat discriminatory practices. He always wanted Dalits to acquire knowledge, to have knowledge about their rights as human beings. Talking about Fatima Sheikh, she was the first, Muslim woman teacher in India, companion of Phule against caste system discriminatory. She was always against the discriminatory practices. Tarabai Shinde against Hindu patriarchal belief. Ramabai Ranade. She established Seva Sadan to train women to acquire various skills to make their life, to make them self-reliant and economically autonomous. So all these, we cannot forget the contribution of these, feminists. Now, what is the role of literature? Literature gives us a platform where we talk about, where we voice the unvoiced, where we give voice to those who have been muted, who've been silenced for years together. So we talk about that dark side of the society, which has never been visible. Literature, any movement to gain momentum needs literature, be it in the form of writing, be it a vocal expression, be it it needs to be, you need to have a documented, you need to have something which documents uh, the narratives of those who are discriminated and humiliated, and literature has been instrumental in doing so. So literature has, I mean, it has by talking about those who have never found a place in writing. uh, it constantly reminds us of to be sensitive. It conscientiously tells us to be sensitive towards those, to think about what they have undergone, what are they facing. They talk about the question, all those practices which are making the life of these people who are considered to be browbeaten, who are considered to be marginalized. They are talking about their right to exist and to exist respectfully. Dalit literature. Literature gained impetus in early 1970s when the literary activists worked collectively in the social organization named the Dalit Panthers. The initiative was founded by this initiative was taken by uh, Namdeo Dhasal and J.V. Pawar, and to articulate the unvoiced section of Indian society. Dalit writers use different genres such as fiction, autobiographies, and you will find that there's a recent spurt in autobiographies because they believe by talking about their life, they would be in a better position to instill consciousness in the readers. Short fiction to deconstruct the irrational divided society. Numerous works have been written on Dalits to reflect upon the anguish and agonies of this community of Mahar. It is noteworthy that Dalit autobiography emerged to protest caste prejudices, discriminated grounded in the Indian history. It challenges the stigma, tyranny, and poverty. To talk about the power of literature, to be very honest, we are, yes, we are, we are conditioned by our social surroundings. So sometimes our thoughts are also, we pick up things from what we see and what we hear. So after, to very honestly, I would like to put it across. I would like to convey it to you that there were many things I might. I mean, I would say I was a little, insensitive towards the things because we cannot ignore the social influence. But literature changed my perspective. I started looking at things from a different perspective. I became more sensitive. I'm not saying I was insensitive or I would mock at somebody or I would I would smash the dignity of some particular segment. But it made me even more sensitive. So that's the power of literature. And I'm sure after Dalit literature will make us more alert and more sensitive to the woes of Dalits, particularly women. Now, moving further, challenge faced by Dalit women writers are why Dalit. My question is why Dalit writers are few. Sorry, why Dalit writers are few? Can anybody answer this? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, ma'am.
All right. Anyone who would like to answer this? Why do we have very few Dalit women writers?
Participants, kindly come up with your answers.
All right. By the time Dalit women started writing, many female writers had already started writing, and they had already, published a lot of work. When they were doing that, Dalit women had yet to, acquire adequate knowledge because they were deprived of it. Education was far away from their reach. They could not, they were not meant. It was believed that education was not meant for them. Men could still have an access to education, but not women. They were denied of this right. And when they started write, and even if some of them managed to write, some of them became literate, they became educated, uh, it was considered that their writings are not worth reading. Dalit, because they would write from their hearts. Another factor because of which affected the ratio of Dalit women writers in the literary circle was when Dalit women started. Many Dalit women, when they started writing, most of them wrote in regional language, and that could hardly be understood by people all around, by all the readers. And so because of that, because they could not understand their writing, so translation of their work was not possible. So that really took time. It really took time to understand their work and to translate them into English. So that is why their tales and narratives are still faceless and nameless. That is why we have very few Dalit women writers. Another thing, what do they write? I think that would be a repetition if I again tell you that their writings would incorporate their problems. They would narrate the stories of their stories of humiliation, the harrowing experiences happened in their life, the occurrences which were derogatory, uh, are part of their writings. Moving further, all right. Now I would like to talk about two works. One by Baby Kamle, who was also known as Baby Tai, or Tai sometimes. And Baby Tai was not only associated with Jyotiba Phule but also with Ambedkar. Now, The Prison We Broke is the first autobiographical novel in the Marathi language literature, because she belonged to Mahar, the Dalit region in Maharashtra. And this work was originally titled as Jina Amucha and was later translated by Maya Pandit. Through this work, she endeavors to bring to surface the atrocious patriarchal social system and the wicked untouchability and the poignant narrative of triply marginalized. We have already talked about class, caste, and gender. Now, to throw a little more, to talk more about this, uh, Baby Tai's, what are Baby Tai's concerns in her autobiographical work? She was never happy with the social hierarchical structure. Her novel questions the democratic hegemony which assures elevation of women only in words and speeches. She was against those documents, which or those papers, who promised or who claimed that Dalit women are placed at an equal pedestal, women are treated equally. So she questioned them because she knew that that was absolutely incorrect. That was not happening in reality, but only on papers. So she questioned the age-old practices and posed threat to the accepted social norms and beliefs where women were considered to be subservient to men, where Dalit men ill treated them because they were women, and upper caste population treated them as nothing less than animals because they belong to that caste. So she depicts the new Mahar women who fight for their rights and assert themselves for gaining self and identity in the patriarchal social system. So this woman is not only questioning, but she's also bringing out solution, and her solution was to say no to these practices. The artistic endeavor of Baby Kamle is an individual narrative, but represents the whole Mahar community. She did not talk only about one woman. She has not talked about herself, but she has talked about women who belong to her community, because all had the same stories to narrate. Now, what are the main highlights of her work? Poverty. She has talked about poverty, and here she says that people of her community were so poor that they did not have food to eat. They would love to, they would wait for upper caste people to throw waste food on the streets, and they would not mind licking them from the streets, from the road, and they did not have anything to store. So they did not even have any utensil to store water. That was their plight. They did not, and they would live on wild fruits. they would often go to forest to gather those wild fruits and survive, and many a times they would die of starvation. So next thing, she has talked about evil zamidari system. She was against this zamidari system because they were never free of their debts. They would heavy debts were incurred on them, because of which whatever they would earn they would lose, because they had to pay back the interest. So this was adding problem to their woes to this was adding more to their woes. Now, upper caste and Swarans, the so-called Swarans, now these women, these people would force them. I mean, they because these people would ask them to clean their toilets. They would ask them to collect firewood for them. They would ask them to, sweep their floors, and in return, they promised to give them food, which was, and they did not they would always give them the leftovers. So this is how they were humiliated. Another thing, early marriages. Dalit women were married off at the age of, they were not, I mean, Dalit women would be an incorrect word, because they were married off at the age of 5 to 6, the age when, that tender age where they had to cover the journey from childhood to adulthood. So they were sent off to their in-laws, where they would where they were, I mean, where they had to do everything. They had to please their in-laws, and mother-in-laws would be so harsh, would be so insensitive, that they would believe that the girl, the bride who was just 5 to 6 in age, she would be having the cooking skills as well. And if the girl would fail to cook, so abuses were hurled at her. She would even thrashed sometimes. Another repercussion of early marriage was, early marriage means early pregnancy. So they would get pregnant very early. And let me remind you, medical facility to Dalit population was it was nothing in the, I mean, it was just a word for them, because they never had the privilege to enjoy it. And because of that, many of them would die at the time of delivery. Another thing that baby Kamle has highlighted is that, these girls, these mothers would not be fed on something healthy, but they were fed on hard jawahars. And so I mean, which is considered to be, if we go by the advices of old, by our elders, then soft food is supposed to be given, light food is supposed to be given immediately after delivery. So that's how they were treated. Another discriminatory practice, which she's talked about a number of, but one that sought my attention was that upper caste, when in case of a marriage in a family of upper caste people, these lower caste, a lower caste woman was asked to come and render services to the would be bride. And it was she has explained this in her book, that after the application, after mehendi was festooned on her hands, the would be bride was not supposed to go out in the fields to defecate. So she would do that. She would excrete in the in the room itself, and that used to be picked up by the woman who was supposed to render services to her, and of course she belonged to the lower caste. So this was another insensitive practice, where she would ask to pick up the defecated garbage of the would-be bride. Last, this is my question, and baby Kamle has beautifully explained it, and of course, it has pricked me hard. And I many a times I also, I mean, I'm convinced with this. Sexual service to the influential segment of the society is something which was compelled upon these Dalit women by their husbands, because they wanted to survive in this competitive world, or in this expensive world. They wanted to sustain, so they would offer their wives to the so-called swarms. My question is, if these girls, this population is considered to be untouchables, means they were not meant to be touched, because that would defile them, the so-called upper caste people. Then why didn't they mind getting intimated with the women who belong to lower caste? They were very okay with indulging they were very okay, because they had to indulge into a sexual relation with a Dalit woman. Were they not touching her? How could they give way to this act superficially? So that's my question, and this the same has been raised by Dalit, by Kamle, baby Kamle. And here I would like to quote Arundhati Roy. She and I quote: "Men of the privileged caste had undisputed rights over the bodies of untouchable women. Love is polluting, rape is pure." So she has tried to bring out the dichotomy between, the so-called the claims, so-called rules and norms and practices of the upper caste. I think I am. I'm a little. I need to rush. All right. Do I have time, organizers? Some more time I require. All right. Moving to the second novel, Urmila Pawar's The Weave of Life. She's unfolded the stories of struggle of Dalit women, exploitation and suppression, caste, gender and class, powerlessness, apathy, and dispassion. Now, this novel, The Weave of Life, originally is it is also written in Marathi, and this the original title of this work is Adan. Now, what is Adan? Adan is, this word depicts the low status of Dalits and extreme poverty. Adans are the woven bamboo baskets which Urmila's mother used to weave to sustain. And why this has the same name has been given to has been picked by Urmila, because she believed that her mother's weave and her weave of stories are somewhere linked with each other, because she narrates the stories, the woeful stories of Dalit women. So she believes that both are weaving something, and so they are somewhere very close to each other. What are the main highlights of her work? She has also talked about, she has also challenged the stereotypes, the social stereotypes, the patriarchy, that men are great, women are inferior, men should be treated like this, men should be served first, they should be eating first, and women, it's all right, it's perfectly all right if women go, if they starve all through the day and night too. Uh, Domestic violence, she has also questioned this practice of hitting women, because she has also experienced the same. She has not experienced that on her person, but she had seen it all around. She has talked about, again, she's talked about gender roles. She's talked about duality of the society. She's talked about a very typical, she's talked about menstrual cycle, which is again making demeaning them. Virginity, the concept of virginity, I'll very quickly put it across that why she has talked about this. Urmila Pawar had witnessed had lost her sister sister, because she became victim of domestic violence. She committed suicide because her husband used to hit her hard. So she could not, somehow she could not, she resisted the very idea of domestic violence. So she would try to articulate her protest whenever she would meet girls, wherever she would go. She would always tell girls to be, to be mentally strong, so that they could combat this humiliating practice of hitting, of smashing their identity when they are hit. Now, she has also challenged the stereotypes, because she did that by questioning, by bringing changes in her life. She, after she was married off because her mother was very poor and she could not, she wanted to waive off her responsibility. But Urmila was not, I mean, she was not satisfied. She was not satisfied with her marriage. She wanted to do something in her life. So after marriage, with the support of her husband, she managed to acquire, knowledge. She went to, she completed her graduation. It was only when the differences between her husband, her and her, emerged only when she insisted to complete, to take admission in post graduation. Now next, she also felt very, very humiliated, because because when she got married, and when on her first night, her virginity was checked. So she did not like it, that why white sheets are spread and their virginity is tested. And why virginity is so important, why there's no measure, there's no yardstick to measure the virginity or the purity level of men. So men and menstrual cycle, she has also tried to talk about the feelings, the feelings of women who menstruate, and they are cornered in their own houses, in their own houses, because they are menstruating, and those days are considered to be impure. Next, she's talked about a duality, where her husband allowed her to work because she would bring money, and when he felt that her identity, she had acquired an identity of her own, he tries to impose himself on her. He tries to restrict her movement. All these things do not merely belong to Urmila Pawar, but belongs to all the women who belong to her community. So she has spoken about everybody, because these practices were so common. So she thought of talking about herself first, so that somehow she could encourage other girls belonging to her community to come out and dissent, to raise a voice of protest against these. I'm skipping that slide. The voices of these incredible women have an exigent and unavoidable clarity. They know what their success means to other marginalized women. In recent times, Dalit women have rightfully asserted their presence in the social sphere and spoken about caste invisibilization. Through these two writers, I've tried to bring out what has never been brought out. We talk about Dalit women. How often do we talk about Dalit women, and how deeply do we talk about them? So I'm sure after reading about these writers, you will feel about for them, and you will try to bring them to light, so that they also feel that they are part of us. I would like to conclude uh, by reading this quote. Enough of this on earth, the blame and the humiliation. Why does the roaring ocean not open its belly and swallow me? So this is, of course, this has pain, this has anger, but this clearly reflects the agony of a Dalit woman who is ready to offer herself to death because she feels that life is not meant for her. So, with this, I would like to end my today's talk.
Yes, very good morning, participants. Now that the first presenter, as announced by Dr. Mahalakshmi, is Dr. M. Tenmuri and A. Pavitra, research scholar from Vellore Institute of Technology. They would be presenting on the topic the reverberating of Imayam in the novel Beasts of Burden.
Good morning, ma'am.
Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you are audible. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing a PPT.
Yeah.
Now it's visible, ma'am?
Yeah, it's visible.
Oh, thank you. Good morning to everyone. I am Pavitra A. Research scholar, Department of English, SSI, VIT, and my co-scholar is Dr. M. K. Menu, Assistant Professor, Department of English, SSL, VIT, and my chosen topic is the reverberating of Imam in the novel Beasts of Burden. Introduction, Dalit literary criticism, exhibited clarity about Dalit literature and how it urges one to approach and practice it. Dalit literature makes a revolt through the stories of the Dalits by transforming it from injustice to justice. According to G.P. Shaw, literature is a mirror of life. Similarly, literature helps us to understand human life emotionally and artistically. Like our appearance adjustments in front of the mirror, literature alerts our hearts into humanity. I have chosen the novel for the paper, Beast of Burden. About Beast of Burden, the prominent writer said, there is no novel that equals this one in the last 100 years of Tamil writing, said by a prominent writer, Sundara Ramaswamy. The novel mirrors the society he has seen and mirrored in his essential pieces of literature. Abraham's writings are the soul of the society because he didn't compromise anything for his writings, just like a newborn coming out of the womb. Like a child, the work will thrive and the reader will take care of it as a mother. Then finally, after 25 years, the novel speaks like a protester without any negotiations. In the novel, there is a character, Arokyam. The character Arokyam is a powerful and differential figure in a part that she will not blame others or she will not compromise with the situations. As a slave and low caste woman, she will overcome all the illnesses and pain she got in her life. Apart from that, she is also the breadwinner of the family. This way of character assumption is neither to form a story nor to entertain, but mainly this mode of focus is significant to women characters in literature, which breaks the history that women are not only suppression and a symbol of wretchedness. The reality of Arogyam brings out the powerful of human in family and society, formally what makes society solid. In the paper have discussed. The discussion is in philosophical aspects. The novel discusses human nature and the human disabilities of society. The caste mentality on how the inferior quality and how benefits the upper caste people. MIM evokes in numerous areas with disabilities how Dalits are proclaiming proclaiming human rights, classifying the revolting self-respect, rebelling against agitating, and protesting against social prejudice. engraving the individual and communal suffering of the persons, and being hopeful and eager to form a new society devoid of discrimination are the missions of Dalit slits. And finally, the conclusion is the purpose of Dalit literature is to approach social justice to create an egalitarian society. Literature is an ocean. Similarly, Dalit literature is a sky reflection as blue on the ocean. Dalit literature speaks to being equal like the sky blue, which indicates no discrimination and all are the same. Remain captures the nature of human life divided. Similarly, he discovers the pain of Dalit's life. Through the Harukin character, he grasps the psychological illness of the society and how the people have their lifespan and in a caste-based social order without any basic humankind. The weapon is the pen that is used to win their fights for their rights and also bring out the voice of the suppressed. I would like to end my discussion with the poet said by saying, today the Dalits in the country had reached the stage where they are no longer willing to fight for their cause with weapons. Now they are fighting through books.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Pavitran.
Thank you.
As mentioned by Mr. Pavitran, discrimination of any sort is a kind of illness to the society, and let literature be a tool
Yes,
to clear this discrimination or clear the disease from the society. Thank you, Mr. Pavitran.
thank you.
And now I invite the next presenter of the day, Ajit Kumar Babu. He's a PhD candidate from National Institute of Advanced Studies, and he would be presenting on the topic deprivation, marginality, and mobility, dual vulnerabilities of SCs and STs in a village in Khagand. Mr. Ajit Kumar Babu, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I am. Just give me a second. I will share my screen.
Yeah.
Is it visible, ma'am? Hello.
Not yet, sir. Not yet. No, it's not visible.
Now.
No, we can't see this. Yeah, now I think. Yeah.
Okay. It is visible now, ma'am.
Yes, visible.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Ajit Kumar Babu. I am a PhD candidate in Inequality and Human Development Program at National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bangalore. So the title of my presentation is Deprivations, Marginality, Mobility, Dual Vulnerability of SC/ST in a Village in Jharkhand. So before I start my presentations, I would like to thank the organizer of this conference for allowing me to present some of my findings in this conference. It is because yesterday night when I got the schedule of this conference, I saw that most of the presenters are from School of Humanities and associated with the Department of English. And I think I am the only person who is from School of Social Science, and my background is not English. My background is economics. So my topic is it's quite different, and my methods used in this I will use in this presentations will be also different. So I would like to request all of you, please ask me questions if I was not able to explain something during my presentations. So coming to this topic, so this particular presentation is part of my PhD dissertations. So it is based on a village study, and I have used a mixed method, both qualitative and quantitative. I have conducted a survey in the village and a year-long qualitative interactions with the village to collect qualitative insights with regard to this SC/ST community. So as it is a village study, I would like to start my presentations by giving a background of the village where I have conducted the fieldwork in Jharkhand. So, uh, so this village, I shall refer this village as Kusumpali village. So this village is located in Ramgarh district of Jharkhand, and this village is populated by a heterogeneous group of populations, including Hindu, Muslim, and many castes. So the caste groups in this village are Ansari, Baidya, Karmali, Kumhar, Nayak, etc. So these out of these caste groups, the Karmali, the Nayak, the Baidya fall in this SC/ST categories, and the Mahato, Kumhar, they comes at the upper end of the caste hierarchy in the village, and the Ansaris were the only populations in the Muslim religion. So this was the social structure of the village and the caste hierarchy in the village. So this economic structure, particularly the occupational structure, was aligned with the caste hierarchy in the village. And how it is aligned with the caste structure, I will explain that a bit later. So, however, this particular village has been transforming since 1991. It is because after 1991, three large industries were set up in the village, and with the emergence of this industry, the non-agricultural opportunities in the village has increased. With the emergence of the industry, jobs have been created in the industry, and that industry also expanded the non-agricultural opportunity around the industry, such as small tea stall and garment shop, grocery shop were emerged around those industries. The industry further facilitate the migrations of workers outside the village, because that industry provide a space to develop migration network. Throughout this however, throughout this process of transformations, after this coming of this industry and the expansions of the non-agricultural activities, throughout this process of transformation, the people belonging to this SC/ST categories have been continuously deprived in accessing all those opportunity created within the village. The SC/ST were categorically excluded from the industrial jobs, because the industrial jobs were only available to the landholding caste in the village, and so the SC/ST were not able to access those jobs in the industry, as 84.2% of the people belonging to these categories were landless. And being excluded, being landlessness also exclude them to invest in the non-agricultural opportunity created around those industry, and that also negatively affected their migrations to tap the opportunity available outside the village, because that migrations require migration capital, particularly economic capital, to for initial traveling cost and all, and social capital, because migrations need social network. And this network, the social networks, were identity based, and it was dominated by the upper caste in the village. And that, along with this deprivations, this long period of exclusions to accessing economic opportunities, they were also marginalized, and their mobility was dimmed, their upward mobility was denied. The relative positions of the SC/ST in the village concerning the asset and educations have been increasing their marginality, because they were falling in the bottom positions in the asset index. What is asset index? I can answer if there will be any questions. And with respect to education, the percentage of years of educations attended by all members in the SC/ST categories to the total years of educations in the village was only 11.81%. And I was talking about that asset, that economic dimensions, they were only constituting 3.42% of the total asset in the village. So they were in the marginal worse of positions in the relatively worse of positions in the village. The worse of positions in these economic dimensions and education negatively affect their migrations, because I was talking about that migration is requires economic capital and the social capital, and this migrations networks are dominated by the upper caste, particularly the Kumhar, Mahato, and Ansaris in the village. So this inability to access the workplaces available within the village and workplace available outside the village uh, increase their vulnerability in two sense. First, it uh, it denied their access to the workplaces, so they were not able to access the learning spaces, because during the structural transformations people require informal learning to acquire new skills, and that also reduced their scope to diversify their or to deal with the uncertainty, because occupations are not available throughout the years, so they require different type of occupation in different seasons and at different locations also. So that require different strategy to deal with the uncertainty, and that strategy are occupational diversifications and occupational transformations. And these people from this particular group were not able to access those workplaces, so they were denied from acquiring new skills through this informal processes of learning, and also not able to develop new strategy to deal with the uncertainty, because they don't have the scope in agriculture, because 84% of them were landless, and they were not able to access the non-agricultural opportunities, because this non-agricultural opportunity also linked to the their positions, like their positions of land or not. They are landless or land holding household or not landless household. Yeah. So they didn't have the scope to diversify their occupations become in agriculture and non-agricultural activity. So this is the dual vulnerability they were facing. Thank you.
Ma'am, you can proceed.
Is it over? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
ma'am.
Okay. So, though you do not belong to the literature stream, sir, you have shared your first-hand knowledge regarding the subaltern people. So, congratulations. Is it a part of your PhD study, sir?
Yes, yes, it is a part of my PhD. So I am
Yeah,
looking
yeah.
the informal learning of like how people, when people change their occupations from agriculture to non-agricultural activities, how they are learning the
Okay.
skills and what are the inequality in that in my PhD.
Oh, yeah.
So this is a part
Okay.
of my PhD thing.
Best wishes with your research work, sir, because you could share your first-hand knowledge on the problem of SCs and STs. Okay.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you. Now I request the next presenter, uh, Dr. Ram Aravind, Assistant Professor from PSNA College of Engineering and Technology, Dindigal. He would be presenting his paper on the title, Her Story Revisited, Comparative Analysis of Women's Defiance in Margaret Lawrence, The Stone Angel, and the Biblical Tale of Hagar. Sir,
Yes,
are you
ma'am.
there?
Yes, ma'am,
Yes.
I'm there. Thanks.
Yes,
Thanks for the
yes.
introduction, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sharing the PPT. Am I audible, ma'am? Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
you
topic
can
that I
proceed.
want to speak of today was is on my favorite author, Margaret Lawrence. And when I was reading about her, when I was reading her novel, there was quite a lot of similarity between the her version of Hagar Shipley and the biblical story of Hagar. Okay, I first, before entering into the presentation, I would like to share the story of Hagar so that there will be clear understanding of what I'm saying. So, biblical Hagar is a second wife of Abraham. Okay, she was first she was his slave, and later, since his first wife Sarah could not deliver a child, she becomes a surrogate mother, and later delivers a baby. Okay, that is Ismail, the future lord of the lands. Okay, but in fact, Sarah was the one who gave Abraham the idea of making Hagar a surrogate mother. But after she becomes pregnant, Sarah has a tremendous hate and a form of jealousy over Hagar, and she banished the pregnant Hagar into the desert. Okay, so this is where the comparative studies starts. Okay, so Margaret Lawrence's novel, The Stone Angel, explores the life of Hagar Shipley, a fictional character drawing upon the elements from the biblical story of Hagar, a slave who becomes a second wife to Abraham, the mother of Ishmael. The paper aims to examine the ways in which Lawrence's portrayal of Hagar Shipley draws upon and diverges from the biblical Hagar. In the Bible, Hagar is depicted as a secondary and inferior wife whose experience is defined by the relationship to Hagar and Sarah. Lawrence's depiction of Hagar Shipley portrays her as a strong, independent woman who reflects on her life and the choices she made, grappling with the feelings of regret and defiance. So Lawrence portrays Hagar Shipley as a 90-year-old woman. So she will be thinking of her past decisions and the mistakes that she has committed in her life. So that's the entire story. Hagar Shipley is proud of her independence, but she feels trapped by the conventions of her time, and particularly as a woman, and is unable to fully escape the control of man in her lives. The paper presents a comparative analysis of the depictions of the two women's defiance in The Stone Angel and the biblical tale of Hagar's defiance. The biblical tale of Hagar. The defiance, despite the difference, both the biblical and the fictional Hagar shares a sense of longing for independence and a feeling of being trapped by their circumstances. The biblical Hagar is sent away and must find her own way in the wilderness, while Hagar Shipley in The Stone Angel is trapped by her own pride and the societal expectations. Hagar's Margaret Lawrence, The Stone Angel, provides a nuanced portrayal of her character inspired by the biblical Hagar, adding depth and complexity and the limitations imposed on a woman in the patriarchal society. The novel draws inspiration from Margaret Lawrence's personal life experiences and the biblical story of Hagar, an Egyptian slave who becomes a surrogate mother to Abraham's child. Hagar Shipley in The Stone Angel is a proud and independent woman who is shunned by her family and community, while biblical Hagar is physically banished. The banishment of both the characters symbolize their journey towards self-discovery and spiritual enlightenment. Lawrence effectively uses the character of Hagar Shipley as a modern retelling of the biblical story of Hagar to provide a powerful commentary on the struggle for self-acceptance in the human condition. The Stone Angel adds a subaltern voice to the story of Hagar by presenting her as a proud and independent woman who is metaphorically exiled from her community due to her strong will and independent nature. This portrayal of Hagar echoes the biblical story of Hagar and offers a powerful commentary on the human condition and the struggle for self-acceptance. Margaret Lawrence effectively uses the character of Hagar Shipley to retell the biblical story of Hagar in the modern context. The Stone Angel examines the relationship within a family and the dynamics of marital union and the downfall of the central character Hagar Shipley. The novel analyzes the emergence of the new woman, the manner in which she challenges traditional gender roles, highlighting the pervasive effects of patriarchal oppression and discrimination. Lawrence portrays the impacts of societal norms on both men and women, and highlights Hagar's pride as a result of such condition. The symbolic imagery of the stone of a stone angel serves to emphasize Hagar's stubbornness and blindness arising from her father's promotion of masculine virtues over feminine. For the father would instill the masculine virtues on her daughter so that she would value those ideas. But as a result, she becomes the victim in the entire conflict. The novel also reveals Hagar's lackluster feeling towards her husband Bran, as her emotional connection was purely superficial and never truly acknowledged. She would never reveal how much she loves him. She would never express her emotions for him. She would be just like a stone. The novel reveals Hagar's lack of emotional connection with her husband Bran, which she never acknowledges or expressed. Hagar's psychological distress is rooted in her spiritual arrogance, which also strained her relationship with her son John. Hagar's excessive pride prevented her from accepting her son's partner, resulting in the eventual death in the car crash. After John's passing, Hagar becomes even more emotionally distorted, and did not lament his death. She did not even lament his death, maintaining her pride and declining assistance from her nurse. Okay, now she is an old woman. Because of her pride, she is refusing to accept the help of even a nurse. Okay, I can do and take care of myself. That's the quote that she says always. Margaret Lawrence explores the theme of pride and its impact on a person's life, using Hagar as a representation of the struggle for independence and self-sufficient. Margaret Lawrence explores the theme of pride and its impact on a person's life, using Hagar as a representation of this struggle for independence and self-sufficiency for a woman in a patriarchal society. Hagar's pride serves as a facade to hide her fears and insecurities, leading to her unhappiness and that of her family, eventually resulting in her death. Stone Angel is set in the fictional town of Manawaka, which serves as a background for Hagar's psychological journey, highlighting the town's role in the lives of its inhabitants. Margaret Lawrence employs a range of symbols, biblical allusions, and cultural motifs to create an intriguing narrative pattern to address the themes of freedom, responsibility, pride, humility, and the impact of Protestant beliefs. Hopefully, those who are aware of the history, the Protestants were very much they were a society built based on beliefs, okay, a strong faith in God. Yes. Hagar's fading memory and solitary existence reflects her frustrations and delusions with aging and death. Her realization that her life was void of meaningful human connections, that she has lived a wasteful life, was a constant reminder, was a constant pain. The character of Hagar presents a challenge to the patriarchal society, highlighting the women as not inferior to men and can make a significant contribution to society, which is a triumph for the character and a testament for Margaret Lawrence's writing ability. The biblical Hagar and the character Hagar Shipley in the Stone Angel shares some similarities in their experiences and journey, but they are also different there are also differences between the two characters, as the novel in the modern retelling of the biblical story draws on Margaret Lawrence's personal experiences and commentary of human condition. Both Hagar, a slave, and a concubine is in the biblical book of Genesis, and Hagar Shipley, as a character in Margaret Lawrence's novel The Stone Angel, struggles with identity, independence, and motherhood, and must find their own ways in this world.
Sir,
Yes,
Dr. Ram Aravind.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you just quickly conclude, sir? We are
Okay,
running
ma'am. I will continue. I will continue.
short
So,
time. Yeah.
okay. So when Hagar enters into the desert, when Hagar was banished by Sarah into the desert when she was pregnant, an angel comes to her rescue, and the angel says this to her, and he said, "Hagar, Sarah's maid, where hath come thou? Whither will thou go?" So meaning, where have you come, and where will you go? Meaning that the angel says this is in an or a sense of authority, making her making sure that she would continue her sorry, she will go back to Sarah. Okay, that was the command given by God. But Hagar defies that order of the angel and God to make her own decision, and she marches into the desert, deciding that she would venture through all this suffering and finally will be able to reach her own destiny. And the angel, feeling moved by this speeches, angel aids her and protects her and promises that her sons will rule these lands. Okay, in the same way, the stone angel finally, when Hagar realizes after all those experiences, after rejecting the help from the nurse, she realizes that her son is her future, and the one who's truly who truly took care of her and was the one person in her life was entirely supportive of Hagar's decision. So she supports his decision of her being in a hospital. Okay, so finally she agrees with that, and that's the similarity between these two characters. And so
Thank you.
I would
Thank
like
you,
to
sir. Thank
I
you.
would like to conclude on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for shedding light on the longing of women for independence, self-sustenance, and self-reliance, with reference to the character Hagar from the Bible and Stone Angel. Thank you, sir. And the next participant is Dr. Arjika Paul, Assistant Professor from CM Science College, Dabanagar. And the topic for presentation would be a study of discrimination and identity crisis in Arundhati Roy's Ministry of Utmost Happiness. And
Good
after this
morning.
presentation, one second, let me complete. Ms. Sharmila, are you there? After this presentation, Ms. Sharmila, if you are there, you can
Yes,
present
ma'am.
your
Yes.
paper.
Yes, ma'am.
Please be ready with your paper. The next
Yes,
presenter
ma'am.
is you.
Okay,
Yeah,
ma'am.
now
Thank you.
invite Dr. Ajika Paul to present the paper. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Uh,
Paul.
Dr. Dr.
Am I
Paul?
am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah,
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
Yeah,
audible.
yeah.
Yes, yes. Good afternoon, ma'am, and everyone. I would like, first of all, to thank the organizers of the virtual conference for providing us with a platform where we can share our knowledge and express our thoughts. I would go straight into my topic without wasting much of your time. The interplay of discrimination and identity crisis are themes explored by various authors at different points of time in world of literature. And Arundhati Roy is an Indian novelist whose novel, The Ministry of Utmost Happiness, is beautiful narrative set in Delhi dealing with transgender discrimination. Also, Dalit discrimination and female discrimination prevailing at different levels and as different levels of people suffering from identity crisis. The plot of the novel presents various violent incidents like Godhra train attack, Kashmir unrest, transgender dilemma, and a lot more. And Ministry of Utmost Happiness is a masterpiece in illustrating pain and tournament of Anjum, Tilotama, Saddam, and other characters in a novel. And present paper explores how discrimination generates the issue of identity crisis. The novel of Ministry of Utmost Happiness by Arundhati Roy discusses the complications of human lives in Indian society and the hard realities of human relation, identity crisis, and socio-political interference in the lives of people in detail. Roy depicts the crude realities in an exceptional and extraordinary linguistic inventiveness in her novel. It is in this very tradition that her novel Ministry of Utmost Happiness presents a beautiful blending of several themes like untouchability, gender discrimination, sexual abuse, harassment, hypocritical moral code of society. Since the time immoral, our society has been cleaved into the powerful and powerless, in which powerless people are bulldozed of by the domination of servility of the powerful class of society. They have no identity and hence they suffer from lack of identity. The novel is a reflection of to the novel is a reflection to various types of discrimination. The novel's main character, Anjum, who is born as Aftab, has not been accepted in the society because of her transgender status. And she has got a complex gender history. Born intersex with both male and female genitals, she lived with a community of transgender women. The thought of leading a normal life haunts her time and again, and she's traumatized. Aftav has exceptional talent of singing, but when he starts going to the music class, he is being teased by his fellow classmates. I would like to quote, he is she. He's not a he or a she. He's a he and she. And this compels Aftab to discontinue his music classes and school too. He gets stuck in the male female conventional boundaries and begin to search his real place in society. And his father also discourages his singing talent and tries to inject masculinity in his son by staying up late at night telling him heroic deeds done by males. But when Aftab realizes that Genghis Khan single-handedly fought whole army only to retrieve his bride from the ruffians, all he wants to become is a bride. As he grows up, he becomes unmistakably girly, and this makes her mother, Jahanara, worried. She takes him to hospitals and dargahs. All her happiness converts into gloom. One day after saw a woman. He rushed down the steep stairs into the street and followed her discreetly while she brought goats, trotters, hair clips, guavas, etc. The woman led him to Khwab, and Aftab gets an instant feeling that he belongs there. It is a name of brothel, which has been mentioned in the novel, Ministry of Utmost Happiness. And the novel is trying to shed light on the fact that their own family disowned them just like Aftab. The other characters like Bulbul, Razia, Hira, Baby Nimmo, Guria, and Mary, they are the other uh, transgenders who are there in the novel, and their family have disowned them just like Aftab. The narrow mindsets of their parents and society make their life even more painful. Not only the gender identity. The Arundhati Roy here in this novel has also shed light on the caste system prevailing in the Indian society. So the caste system in Indian society is a disgusting sight, and one hand the country is in the process of attaining the position of superpower by the innovation of science and technology. On the other hand, the country still practices the caste system where a section of the people is marginalized, and discriminated in the society. And I would like to share a quote from this novel where I would like to quote: Anjum used the word chamar and not Dalit, the more modern and accepted term for those that Hindus consider to be untouchable. In the same spirit in which she refused to refer to herself as anything other than Hijra. She didn't see the problem with either Hijras or Chamas. I'd like to wrap, finish this quote. And Roy has visualized this discrimination in the novel where a Dalit worker cleans the toilet in Indian railway station open handed. The open discharge toilets are cleaned without gloves on hand. The class and caste discrimination in Indian society creates hindrance for the prosperity and development of the nation. Not only this, but Ray has expressed the pain and suffering of untouchables in the society. The novel, she says, in some countries, some soldiers die twice. And she has also shed light on the Muslims, the minorities, their suffering, the discrimination they face. And she quotes, Muslim in India are reflected to be treated in inhuman way. There are several reasons behind this. Even within the same group belonging to the same religion, they have divided themselves into Shia and Sunni. They have some hostile feeling to each other. It is not only the people, rather the state and the rulers are also do not make justice on them. And Ray further asserts, just as Pakistan had declared itself as Islamic Republic, India should declare itself a Hindu one. Some of its supporters and ideologies openly admired Hitler and compared the Muslim of India to the Jews of Germany. And furthermore, Ray, the she has also shed light on the female discrimination. And I would like to conclude with this that though the novel, The Ministry of Utmost Happiness, Ray demonstrates the social injustice and prejudice prevailed in the modern society, she expresses that these people who face these problems are bound to be silent because their voice is not heard. And hence the Ministry of Utmost Happiness is a brimful of plethora of narratives that manifest the layers of discrimination embedded in Indian society in various forms at various levels. This discrimination generates the issue of identity crisis amongst the victims and the discrimination. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Arika Paul. It's a good presentation indeed. The transgenders are doubly or triply marginalized, more than the
Yes,
caste-based marginalization. This is a sort of marginalization which is more painful. So let
yes,
us
ma'am.
pray and wish that the society is to accept them. Uh, they are to be accepted into the society like the straight people.
Yes, yes, ma'am, definitely. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And now, Ms. Sharmila, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Is
Yeah,
my
you
screen
can start.
visible? Is my
Yeah, it's
screen
visible.
visible? Yeah.
Yeah, it's visible. Start
Good,
presenting.
good afternoon. The title of my paper is New Image of Women in the Novels of Namita Gokhale and Shivani, a Comparative Study. Women writers pen down their agonies and sufferings caused by various external forces in their quest for identity and self-expression. Namita Gokhale and Shivani are the winners of literary awards conferred by Government of India, Sahitya Academy and Padma Shri respectively. Marital disharmony, parental apathy, oppression of women, sexual frustration, unrequited love, passions, ignorance, illicit affairs, pre and extramarital affairs, child abuse are the themes of their novels. A woman's journey in the backdrop of strained marital relations and conflicting mother daughter relationship has been the focus of these novelists. The objective of this paper is to reason out the role of social, cultural, religious, and political factors in creating patriarchal society and to understand the woman's struggle for her rights, empowerment, and identity. For this paper, I have tried to adopt descriptive analysis method, psychofeminist approach, reader response, and comparative approach. Namita Gokhale's God's Grave and Grandmother has been written in 1994 and Shivani Bharvi has been written in 1969. God, Graves and Grandmother is a story of three generations of female characters, Gudiya, her mother and her grandmother Ammi besides Fulvati. Her grandmother and mother used to be prostitutes. Gudiya feels lonely when her mother elopes with a magician beggar and Ammi's brother commits suicide. Her Ammi, after arriving in Delhi, at once changes her religion and becomes a Hindu spiritual leader for earning her livelihood. After Ammi's death, Gudiya is taken care of by her companions in the temple. She starts premarital relations with a Bandwala Kalki and becomes pregnant. Kalki, on being pressurized, marries her but behaves violently. Gudiya sends him to Bombay for a career in films, but he doesn't return at all. She gives birth to a girl child and she initially missed Kalki physically. She suffers from alienation, depression, and understands that the existential trauma of the world is not going to end at all. Similarly, Shivani's Bharvi is also a story of three generations of females Chandan, Rajeshwari, and her mother. The protagonist Chandan jumps out of a train when she is gang raped by four army officers while traveling with her husband Vikram. She is ultimately saved by an Aghori tantric necromancer, but soon realizes that her guru, though physically chaste but psychologically corrupt, could not get rid of carnal desires. She runs away to meet one of her acquaintances, Guru Bahan Vishnupriya, but she denied shelter in her ashram because Chandan is very beautiful. She reaches her matrimonial home. By chance, she meets her husband Vikram and gets to know from the conversation between him and his mother about his remarriage. She hides herself and returns from there and thinks where to go. In God's Grave and Grandmother, Ammi's throwing off her burqa is symbolic of her leaving behind her caste, custom, and tradition for her survival. When a Gunda Pahalwan comes to collect Hafta, she answers sweetly, Are Rama, 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 seize our money, Pahalwan ji, but spare our self respect. I am the widow of a Brahmin, guard your tongue, or else a virtuous woman's curses may follow you. Pandit Kailash Shastri is recognized because of Ammi, not because of himself. The Shambhu Fulvati relationship, the reversal of patriarchal norms, because here Fulvati beats her husband Shambhu when he gets drunk. Shambhu's murder doesn't evoke traditional wailing from Fulvati. Rather, she handles his old business outside the temple and expands it single-handedly after his death. Later on, she marries Sundar Bahalwan on her conditions when he proposes her. In Bhairavi, Chandan's mother Rajeshwari suffers in her marriage as it was a mismatch. Her husband is a 50 years old widower while she is quite young. The reason for her mismatch was Rajeshwari's love for Kundan and their attempt to run away from their homes. She accepts the marriage as a repentance for her act, while her husband always doubts her chastity and insults her, asking, Is Chandan his daughter only? Although she is always imprisoned in a room before he goes out, thus Rajeshwari also has been actually physically violated in the marriage because the marriage here is not a union of two souls, for it being devoid of mutual trust and love. Although in case of Rajeshwari and Chandan, nowhere Shivani has used the word rape explicitly in the novel, yet it is very clear from the context and usage of words like repentance and stigma. Both the novels are dominated by women characters and evolved as the new women giving secondary status to men. Gokhale and Shivani depict both victimization as well as resilience of her women characters. They portray such women who celebrate their sexuality frankly and authoritatively discover the pleasure and beauty of the female body. Simone de Beauvoir, in her book The Second Sex, criticizes Boucher's words humanity is male and the man defines woman, not in herself but in relation to himself. She is not considered an autonomous being. Gokhale and Shivani have succeeded in projecting women as human beings with the same flesh, blood, and bones, whose desires, likes, and dislikes matter as much as those of their male counterparts, and the extent to which the women characters are successful in ordering their lives without male support. To
So Sharmila,
conclude,
yeah, please.
Gokhale
Yeah,
and Shivani both are undoubtedly gynocritical writers and uncover the female psyche. They give the message that woman is making a place for herself through self help. Social transition is taking place, and right psychosocial approach is needed to eliminate the hypocrisy of gender and to create a healthy society for women. It reminds Gauri Deshpande, the female of the species, which opines that a man need a woman for emotional support, be it mother, sister, wife, daughter, or a girlfriend. Similarly, men also need to support women emotionally without any blackmailing. These are my references. Thank you, one and all.
thank you, Ms. Sharmila. Thank you for your presentation on the women's struggle to establish her identity. Thank you, participants. I think the next technical session is ready. Dr. Mahalakshmi. Dr. Mahalakshmi, are you there?
Sorry, ma'am is on the call, so she couldn't speak now.
The chairperson for the next technical session, she has already come. She's there
Yeah,
on
ma'am, she
the
has come
line.
here, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. So shall we
Okay,
conclude the
okay.
session, ma'am?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity once again, Dr. Mahalakshmi. Best wishes with your
Thank,
work. Thank you. Thank you.
thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you so
Thank you,
much,
ma'am,
ma'am.
for
We are
spending
very
your.
much happy to have you as a chairperson here, and thank you for spending your valuable time with us, ma'am.
Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Mahalakshmi. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sarita ma'am, and thank you for the presenters. Now it is time to invite the technical session 2. Hence, I request all the presenters to get ready for their presentation. Now I take this opportunity to invite Ms. S. Supriya, Assistant Professor, Department of English, AVP College of Arts and Science, to introduce the second chief guest.
I would like to invite Dr. S. Vanitha ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of English, PhD College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. She secured university rank in MA English Literature. She has published 7 papers in national and international conferences, and she has also presented 2 papers in national and international conferences. She has published 4 books, and she has delivered 9 guest lectures, and she was the resource person in 2 webinars. She has produced 2 PhD candidates so far and awaiting for one more new vivas. She is the Joint Secretary of English Language Teachers Association of India. Ma'am, I request you to proceed the session, ma'am.
Dr. S. Vanitha, ma'am.
Ma'am, you can proceed your session, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Good afternoon to all. Hello, ma'am. Mahalakshmi, ma'am, could you hear me? Supriya, ma'am.
Yes,
Ma'am,
ma'am,
yes,
you
ma'am,
are
you can proceed your session, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My hearty congratulations to the team for organizing this conference on subaltern studies. And I thank Dr. Mahalakshmi ma'am for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this conference. With this, I think we would get into the second technical session. And I hope the presenters are ready. And the first presenter is Dr. Mukhtar Ahmad Dar, Assistant Professor of English, Government College, Tra, from Jammu and Kashmir. So are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I am here. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Take over the session, please.
Okay. Esteemed chairperson of the session, Dr. S. Vanitha, ma'am, and other respected participants, a very good afternoon to all of you. The title of my paper is Voicing the Voiceless, a study of Mahashweta Devi's short story Bayan. Let me clear by the outset itself that Mahashweta has written both a drama as well as a Bayan, as well as a short story titled as Bayan. And my research paper is on her short story, that is Bayan. Here is my presentation. Translated from Bangla by Mahav Bhattacharya, Bayan highlights the caste and gender oppression that is prevailing in India since times immemorial. It is a deeply humanitarian story in which a Dalit woman, Chandi, is considered to be possessed by evil spirits and thus labeled as Bayan, which means a witch. She is a doom, an outcast within the Varna Hindu community, whose work is to bury dead children. The story traces the disastrous effects that superstition, ignorance, and gender discrimination have on the lives of lower caste women in India. It is an unsentimental account of miseries brought upon a perfectly happy, contented life of a woman who threatens to transgress the social norms. In the story, Chandi, the protagonist, who belongs to a Dome community, is happily married to Malinder under the villagers identify until the villagers identify her to be a Bayan. The traditional profession of Dome community, which calls itself Ganga Putra and are believed to be successors of mythical king Harish Chandra, is to take care of the cremation ground. They quite proudly assert their right over every samsan in the world. Though Chandi had happily adopted the ancestral job of burying the dead post her father's death, she was repelled by this profession once she gave birth to a son, Bhagirath. Subsequently, she conveyed the same to the villagers. And I quote, "Get hold of somebody else for this work, respected ones." Since Chandi belongs to a lower caste, she doesn't have the luxury of changing her profession and is bound to continue her abominable job no matter whether she likes it or not. That is why the upper caste villagers don't pay any heed to her appeal. Instead of respecting her sentiments and allowing her to discontinue her repelling job, they declare her Bayan. Mahashweta Devi here condemns this attitude of higher caste Hindu villagers who are at once superstitious and tyrannical. Not only is Chandi declared as a Bayan, she is even separated from her son and forced to leave village and live separately on the village outskirts. She is reduced to a subaltern within subaltern because of her gender. The irony of the situation is that even the poor villagers join in marginalizing Chandi. The fact that Chandi herself forbids her son Bhagirath from coming near her or look into her eyes, lest her evil impact brings doom on him as well, indicates that she is herself superstitious and believes herself to be a witch. The same parental love which had compelled her to leave her ancestral profession separates her from her son. It is only when Bhagirath goes to school and comes in contact with education that he begins to question the superstitious belief of the villagers and her mother. Devi is here trying to highlight the importance of education in bringing the villagers out of the morass of superstition. Unlike Bhagirath, the villagers are unaware about the constitution of India, which condemns and abolishes untouchability. At the school, Bhagirath, and I quote, learned that there was something called the Constitution of India, which says at the very beginning that all are equal. But even education doesn't guarantee one will not remain superstitious, as indicated by the reaction of the school teachers who consciously maintain a distance from the domes and other lower castes. Bayan's story also makes us realize the sexual politics that is prevalent in rural India by highlighting how lower caste women face more oppression than the lower caste men in our society. In the Indian socio-cultural setup, a male is never declared a Bayan. It is always a female. Instead of thinking about how a Chandi would survive alone without food, shelter, and security, it is her own husband, Malinder, who, after seeing Chandi adore a dead child in its grave, confirms her as a Bayan. Chandi emerges a doubly marginalized subaltern who is not even given a chance to justify her actions. It is only through her death that she proves her innocence. By saving the villagers at the cost of her own life, she proved that it is not her, but the villagers who actually deserve the tag of Bayan. Her death gives her the privilege of being heard and accepted. Her sacrifice not only earned her a posthumous government award, but also the acceptance of the villagers. And I quote from the text, people looked at one another, scratched their necks in embarrassment, and looked down. Somebody whispered, yes, sir, she was one of us. The multidimensional personality of Chandi is an ample proof that the oppressed and marginalized women in Devi's works are to be treated not as a homogeneous but a heterogeneous category. The same is propagated by Kinara Vohra as well, who vehemently opposes those critics who not only regard Chandi as Sita and Sati, a portrayal of feminine strength and endurance, but also label Chandi as regressive, vulnerable, and victim. This documenting of the gender subaltern in the binary frame of reference has been a vexed issue for the post-colonial feminism since long. For Chandra Talpade Mohante, such binary representations reconfirm the culturally essentialist Western hegemonic discourse produced both by the colonized and the colonizers. She argues, and I quote, it is in the production of third world difference that Western feminism appropriates and colonizes the fundamental complexity and conflicts which characterize the lives of women of different classes, religions, and cultures in these countries. Rajeshwari Sundar Rajan too joins Mahante in criticizing identity categories. She doesn't buy the claims of academia regarding their recovery or reproduction of those historical and literary documents in which the voice of the gendered subaltern and their resistance is assumed to be faithfully represented. This claim, according to her, amounts to critical ventriloquism of subaltern and gendered voices. She believes that however ubiquitous the post-colonial may be in contemporary critical discourse and however cosmopolitanitous resonances, it is nonetheless references a specific historical identity, politics, and method. Instead of hearing subjectivity and resistance speaking for them, she insists she must be read and insists on installing in the space vacated at the center of history, society, and politics a resisting subject, one who will be capable of agency and enabling selfhood, while at the same time acknowledging the politics of difference. Such views make us sensitive about the divergent and fractured psychic identity of gender. Although Chandi's plight makes us realize the helplessness of a gendered subaltern, her survival and ultimate triumph over all orders render claims of power and control, discipline and punishment doubtful. She emerges as a nurturing mother, a resilient rebellion, who, despite all the oppression and marginalization, remains loyal to her conscience. Thus, Chandi, by embracing death, defeats the scourge of her gendered subalternity and emerges as a resisting subject capable of self-representation. Thank you very much. This was my presentation. What do you, ma'am?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You have brought in how sexual politics, superstition, and double marginalization still exist. And let us hope that the society will look into it and will march ahead of all these. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
And I would like to invite the next presenter, Dr. Pallavi Bharadwaj, Assistant Professor of English, International Center for Distance Education and Open Learning, Himachal Pradesh University. Dr. Pallavi, are you there?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm
You
here.
could go ahead.
Good afternoon, Revered Chairperson and Galaxy of Intellectuals. I, Dr. Pallavi Bharadwaj from Himachal Pradesh University, is here to present my paper titled Mulk Raj Anand's Untouchable, A Tale of Distress and Disgrace. So, with the kind permission of the chair, I'm presenting my paper. Quote, what are we having this liberty for? We are having this liberty to reform our social system, which is full of inequality, discrimination, and other things which conflict with our fundamental rights. Unquote. Well said by Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar that Dalit connotes masses subjugated and browbeaten economically, communally, and ethically for the sake of religion and creed. Dalit writers, however, anticipate that this oppressed faction will undeniably fetch revolution to this nation. History demonstrates the existence of social divisions based on caste, class, and gender in Indian society. The traditional Brahmanical structure of oppression has systematically pushed women, Dalits, and Adivasis to the margins, fostering the cleft that have altered the entire social fabric of Indian society. Marathi writers first coined the term Dalit in 1960s, denoting ground or browbeaten into pieces that signify the deprived state of the periphery. The Hindu society traditionally is divided into four groups that are Brahmins, the scholars or the priestly class, Kshatriyas, the warriors or the rulers, Vaishyas, the business community, and Shudras, the untouchables. The inherited caste system resulted in the exploitation of Shudras, community that has been assigned menial tasks of cleaning toilets, removing the skin of dead animals, and other errands that the other three castes considered inhuman or filthy since time immemorial. The upper class has oppressed Dalits economically, socially, and politically for a longer period of time, despite Article 17 of the Indian Constitution that mentions the abolition of untouchability, stating any form of untouchability is a criminal offense in India. Yet it is ironic that this article is only followed in letter and not in spirit. Conversely, the voice to the sufferings of the minority was given by Madara Chennai, a cobbler saint who lived in the 11th century and expressed his thoughts mightily during the Western Chalukya's rule. He was the first Dalit author who connected with the cause and stood for the upliftment of the Trojan race. He was also known as the father of Vachana poetry. The roots of Dalit literature can also be found in Buddhist literature or in the works of primarily Marathi Dalit Bhakti poets like Gora, Chokla Mela, as well as Tamil Siddhas or Chitras. Kusuma Satyanarayana, an ancient Indian scholar and anti-caste activist, and Susi Tharu, a professor, editor, and women's activist, articulate their concern through their work, The Exercise of Freedom and Introduction to Dalit Writing. They stated, although it is possible to identify a few Dalit writers from earlier times, the real originality and force of Dalit writing, which today comprises a substantial and growing body of work, can be traced to the decades following the late 1960s. Those are the years when the Dalit Panthers revisit and embrace the ideas of Baba Sahib Ambedkar and elaborate his disagreements with the essentially Gandhian mode of Indian nationalism to begin a new social movement. In the middle of the 20th century, independent India witnessed the emergence of Dalit literature in the Marathi language. And Bhimrao Ambedkar's Annihilation of Caste provides example of the tyranny exercised by the upper caste Hindus on the untouchable community of India to illustrate the idea that social reform must come before political and religious reform. In 1958, the term Dalit literature was used at the first conference of Maharashtra Dalit Sahitya Sangha in Mumbai. And therein it gained popularity. Mulk Raj Anand, an eminent Indian writer in English with a social conscience that has produced a significant body of work, has written several novels, short stories, and essays, articles on a variety of subjects. He is recognized superlatively for his delineation of poor castes' suffering, their miseries, and state of deprivation, a result of the exploitation by the upper class Indian society. Religious hypocrisy, the feudal system, the East-West encounter, the role of women in society, superstitions, poverty, hunger, exploitation are among his recurring themes. The Quran paper entirely focuses on his novel, Untouchable, unveiling the pains of Dalits. Untouchable, Anand's first novel that was published on May 1st, 1935, with a milieu of 1930 and 40, when poverty, slavery, and inhuman exploitation of the periphery were at its heights. The novel follows the protagonist Baka, a scavenger boy who starts his day in the mud-walled room, the home of his family. The entire action is completed in less than 24 hours in a small town in Punjab's interior, Bulandshahr, a settlement on the outskirts, with an outcast colony that represents a typical Indian township found anywhere in India. Baka resides with his brother Raka, sister Sohini, and father Lakha, who serves as the supervisor of the town's sweepers. Their home is situated in the outcasts colony, a group of dilapidated structures tainted by dirt, the stench of dead animals, the dung of the animals that makeshift it an uncongenial place to live in. Scavengers, leather workers, washermen, barbers, water bearers, grass cutters, and other outcasts from Hindu society lived in the colony. Irony runs here. It is found that, in fact, the castes helping to clean the town are destined to live in squalor. Born and raised in utter poverty, the protagonist's desperation and miserable situation force him to open the doors to a confrontation with the reality of romantic illusions about human lives. The inhabitants were forced to manage their own food under the centuries-old colonial yoke of misery and vice, which was created through the exploitation of colonial rulers and Indian elites who perpetually robs them of their human values and the dignity of their labor. The pathetic correlation of the untouchables is reflected in Baka. He stands in for all of the sweepers who are destined to have a worse life than slaves. Baka began working as a toilet sweeper when he was 6 years old, a work which he despises but has no choice. He in fact wants to study and acquaints his father about his desire, but the question stands erect is that who will teach the son of a toilet cleaner? He witnesses a psychological transition from innocence to experience, facing identity crisis. He feels superior to his fellow outcasts because of the white man's adoration and kindness towards him. His superiority complex is visible in his demeanor and appearance, living in a clean and leading a well-bred life unlike other scavengers. He stands out from his fellow outcasts because of his intelligence, sensitivity, and air of dignity. Even Charat Singh, a member of high caste, considered Baka as a gentleman who remains neat and tidy, though he belongs to the low caste. But a string of events that take place in a single day interfere with his efforts to act like a gentleman, endures suffering for no fault of his own. He realizes who he really is after getting slapped by a high caste Brahmin for profaning him with his touch. Even though Baka saved the life of an upper caste child from an accident and carries him to his house in his arms, he's met with criticism rather than gratitude. The child's unappreciative mother yells at him for damaging her home and hurting her son. Resultantly, he's treated inhumanely by everyone around. Inhumanity reaches at its climax when a lady throws a thin slice of bread at him from the roof of her house. He's ashamed of himself for picking up the bread from the street. He's a scapegoat for the rigid caste system as injustice is inflicted upon him, thus turning him into a rebellion. Excessive abuse and insult and the sexual abuse of his sister turns him violent, and in response he acts aggressively. The crowd is alarmed by the sweeper's enormous stride towards the temple, but his inherited serfdom hinders his spontaneous uprising, making him helpless and trapped in the shackles of the caste system. Sohini, his sister, when goes to the well to fetch water for her quenched brother Baka, is attacked by members of the upper caste and treated with contempt. She is aware of her brother's thirst and weariness, yet has to wait a long time before she can collect water because untouchables don't have a well. Gulabo, a caste supervisor, not only abuses her, but tries to hit her and witnesses humiliation until one of the Hindus, Pandit Kalinath, fetches her water. Her character serves as the best vehicle for expressing the theme of exploitation, a prime example of the caste abuse in addition to sexual exploitation. Sohini cries deafeningly to shield herself, and Pandit, in turn to save his skin, cried out the best suited words, polluted, polluted. The hypocrisy and lust of the alleged priest Pandit Kalinath, who believes that untouchable people contaminate water and his body through their physical contact, have been expertly portrayed by Mulkraj Anand, as he has no problem having strong sexual desires for an untouchable like Sohini. On the other hand, Baka feels excruciating pain because he was powerless to help his sister and was forced to watch the injustice helplessly. As people turn toward lustfulness because of his sister's beauty, he frantically went home and informs his father about his vulnerability to intervene and impede the injustice. Compared to Laka's submission to the existing system, Baka's idea of revenge becomes significant. Baka wishes to protest, but he who cleans people's filth becomes aware of the filth around him. He realizes that he's surrounded by meek, humble people who have accepted exploitation as their fate. His father tries to calm him down by pointing out that such exploitation is not uncommon in their caste. Sohini's sister also tries to console him by asking him to accept it as part of their fate. His inability to revolt should be viewed as a result of thousands of years of oppression of outcasts. His submission to superiors who exploits him as a result of his inherited slavery. The purported steward of Hindu religion and culture comes across as a surplus. Despite being a priest, he lacks the true spiritual power. Most Indian villages have a tradition of converting low-class caste girls into devdasis. The priests use the girls to marry the Almighty in order to fructify their sexual yearnings. Those who firmly believe that the touch of an outcast defiles them do not become defiled when they sleep with untouchable women. The narrator aims to emphasize that even the untouchables are people, though patience is the badge of the low caste, but human endurance has a limit. The protagonist cannot revolt against exploitation because he is aware of the abject humility in the blood of the untouchables. He neither revolts nor flees. The intent is thus to empathize with the pain of an untouchable who is exploited by the upper caste with no fault of his own. P.K. Rajan, an Indian author, through his phenomenal work, studies in Mulkraj Anand, avers that it is the individual's quest for freedom in a social system of ruthless exploitation. Baka, as an untouchable, seeks his freedom in the feudal society with its unquestionable faith in the infallibility of caste discrimination, with its hypocrisy, cruelty, deceit, and humanity. We see him stand passive and bewildered at the immensity of horror, hoping for a change. Mahatma Gandhi's speeches serve as a catalyst for unity in the text. Thus, to conclude, Baka learns of Gandhi's arrival in the town while ambling through the railway station. He heads straight for Goldbagh to listen and to see and listen to Gandhi, a presence that causes him to forget all of his day's trouble. In his extended speech, Mahatma Gandhi expresses his aspiration to be reborn as an untouchable. He refers to this community as Harijan, the God's men, and the Hindus' religions cleaners. Baka first observes Gandhi with a mixture of wonder, reverence, and fear, but later he begins to sense incredible warmth and cordiality. He gathers a lifelong experience from the discourse that religion has never approved of untouchability and one should be aware of his rights. Gandhi informs him of their commune's constitutional rights, counseling them to ask for the food grains as a reimbursement of their labor, rather than tainted, wasted food or leftover of the upper caste. Gandhian divine messages prove as a catalyst to regain Baka's lost senses, and now the shame of the race gets replaced with the pride in the words of Harijan and cleaners of the Hindu religion. The Gandhian dialogue makes us apprehend that Gandhi's spirituality, backed by contemporary technology, provides a viable elucidation to the so-called quandary of untouchability using the psychological flush system. It is not a mere coincidence that Anand was swatting up the subject of untouchability at the same time when Mahatma Gandhi was voicing his heart out via an all-encompassing movement. Thus, it demonstrates Anand's belief in Gandhi's philosophy as well as his own untouchability-related worries. He's on his voyage to eradicate discrimination lucratively that illustrates the fallacy of the idea of caste superiority by depicting the events of one day in the life of an untouchable scavenger, accordingly crafting Untouchable as a historic document that bloomed out of his pragmatic vision and contemplation. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Over
Dr.
to you, ma'am.
Pallavi. It was a crystal clear presentation, and thank you for unveiling the pain of the marginalized through Mulk Rajanan's untouchability. With this, we'll move on to the next presenter, Dr. Shahid Ahmed, Assistant Professor of English, Gandhi Faisam College, UP. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I am
Dr.
ready.
Shahid? Yes, sir.
Am
Please
I
go ahead.
audible? Thank you very much, ma'am. Very good afternoon to all the honorable and learned person, and special thanks to others. My topic is issues and challenges of the subaltern in Mahesh Dattani's 7 Steps Around the Fire. Without wasting time, I start my paper. Okay, ma'am? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. In the history of Indian writing in English, Mahesh Dattani is the first writer who shows great courage by giving a central place in the mainstream to the sexually marginalized community of third gender in the famous play 7 Steps Around the Fire. They are treated as subaltern in spite of the fact they take birth among human beings from the womb of a mother. It is a pity that none bothers about their ugly living conditions. The society does not provide them the atmosphere where they can breathe freely and feel the zest of life, having involvement in personal relationships. The Tani does not like this kind of discrimination with the eunuchs. To him, this world seems to be a wasteland that has neither real beauty nor joy, and where people lack true emotions and feelings for other human beings. Only hypocrisy is spread all over the world that represents the mockery of God and religion. Sattani throws light on the legend that traces their ancestry to the Ramayana. He says, the legend goes that God Rama was in the forest to cross the river and go into exile. All the people of the city wanted to follow him. He said, men and women turn back. Some of his male followers did not know what to do. They could not disobey him. So they sacrificed their masculinity to become neither man nor women and followed him to the forest. Rama was pleased with their devotion and blessed them. It is really very much shocking that people worship Lord Rama but ignore the third gender. The, play, the playwright does his best to find a solid solution for their helplessness to fulfill the sex assigned roles which confirm them the subaltern. He seems to be mocking at the hollowness of human world where a unique who is sexually handicapped cannot pass the normal course of life and is humiliated and insulted for the third gender. No one can deny from this reality that they do not do great struggle for social identity and existence. And this identity crisis becomes an unsolved issue of their lives. People do not live to behave with them as defiled by birth, and they keep on suffering as underdogs of society. It can be found out that no one hesitates to ridicule at them, even at public places, and they are perceived as the lowest of the low. In fact, the antagonistic approach of the people does not let a good fellow bring reforms in their lives, and it's difficult for one to a good human relation with them. In the play, Umar belongs to a very reputed and socially uplifted family, and she is carrying out her research work in sociology on the topic class gender related violence. The topic of her research work is completely virgin and it has been untouched by the. Although the topic is new and has also a great relevance in the present scenario, everyone who comes to know about this topic raises the banners of revolt against it. Umarov herself in a great dilemma. She says, I am wondering whether I could leave out the case study on the Hijraz. Well, it all seems a little two-sided, and I find it more and more difficult to do a thorough research. If my family throws me out, I hope the doctorate will come into handy. So, of Umarov wants her not to have any kind of sympathy with the Hijras. He opines that they are the worst evil on earth and one should avoid them as much as one can. He raises questions at their existence. He says, look, it is one thing that I allow you to go through these cases for your thesis, but don't feel any compassion for them. They will take advantage. If you go through the play, you will come to know that even a constable who himself too belongs to the category of the subaltern does not approve the case study of the third gender. When Umarov goes to the prison to meet Anarkali and addresses her as she, Manswami, antagonistic feelings for the eunuchs come out spontaneously. It is worth noting that he is not ready to accept the identity of Anarkali as a person, and in his own way, he tries to correct Umarov by using it for a hijra. He says, she, of course, it will talk to you. We will beat it up if it doesn't. In fact, his views about the eunuchs represent the people's views in general. He hates them so much that he asks Umarov to change her research topic. According to him, the idea of doing PhD on the topic related to the case study of the Hijras is only a waste of time. He never realizes that he is an ordinary constable who has no knowledge of a research work. Still, he says, there are so many cases, all murder cases, man killing wife, wife killing man's lover, brother killing brother, and that shelf is full of dowry cases. Umarov is shocked very much at the dehumanized behavior of Manswami with a helpless Hijra. The word, I will come inside and beat you up, you worthless pig, beat it, kick the Hijra, bears a clear evidence of the abuses and violence meted out to the third gender. This kind of cruelty of the nature brings the guardian of law into questions that they become perpetrators of horrific crime against the Hijra. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
None but an honest man will pooh-pooh at the brutality of so-called civilized people who got Kamala murdered mercilessly. It was thrown into a pond after being burned just to avoid the scandal of Subbu's secret wedding with a eunuch. Kamla did not do any serious crime by having 7 steps around the fire, but she had to pay by losing her life. Champa, the head of the Hijra, rightly said, there is no world for a Hijra other than the one we make for ourselves. When Uma Rao rebuked her for not making any effort to save the life of Anarkali, who is innocent, she confesses, we cannot speak. When we want to speak, nobody listens. If we go through the play 7 steps around the fire, we will come to know that even Uma Rao too belongs to the group of the subaltern. If we compare the life of Uma Rao from that of her husbands, she stands in the queue of marginalized. It can be found out that Suresh has all powers in his hands, as all men do in this male-dominated world. Uma Rao is as a subordinate to him as most of the women have been. She is completely helpless before him and does not have any courage to correct him even if he is at a fault. Like a very weak and helpless woman, she says to herself, if only I could tell Suresh how wrong about many things. Besides it, she doesn't have freedom to spend money without taking the permission of her husband, who takes all decisions in the family. When Anarkali makes a very humble request to her for financial help, she has an ardent desire to provide that sum for the bail of an innocent eunuch, but she finds herself quite unable. She says, even if I wanted, I could not explain why I am paying your bail. It is worth noting that she is so afraid of her husband that she does not collect that amount from his purse. It is well recognized fact that we live in a world where a man never accepts his weakness and considers himself superior to a woman. Umaral is forced to go to a gynecologist because she is childless. She tells Suresh, I went to the doctor again. Your mother insisted she takes me. She informs her husband that the doctor checked her up and reported that she was fit to be a mother. She asked her husband that the doctor wants to test him, just a test for your sperm count. But Suresh refuses to go to the doctor for any kind of test. It shows that it is quite impossible for a man to accept his weakness. To conclude, I would share in this way, the Tamil seems to be suggesting how society can bring reform in the lives of subaltern as well as marginalized. The only way is to establish a good human relation with them and win their trust. It can be found out that first Anarkali does not respond to Umarao and she is completely reluctant to talk to her on any topic, but Uma's kind behavior enchants her and she becomes sentimental. In fact, one can see the magical effect of Uma's love upon Anarkali, and as a result, she reveals everything from her. She does confessions by saying, Sister, I didn't kill her, she was my sister. Due to the hegemonic practices of elites, she had become antagonistic, aggressive, violent, and revengeful. But Uma gets victory over her by noble and kind behavior. In fact, the playwright suggests that the transformation in the life of the subaltern and marginalized is possible only by having kind and sympathetic feelings for them. Thank you, ma'am, very much.
Thank you, sir. And the next presenter is Dr. Shakun Mahajan. Before inviting you, sir, I would like to make sure presenter Muzami Biswal is ready. Are you there online?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you'd be presenting after Dr. Shakun Mahajan. Please be ready.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
I invite Dr. Shakun Mahajan, Assistant Professor of English, Padma Shri Padma Sachdev Government PG College for Women, Gandhinagar. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, ma'am. And good afternoon, all the intellectuals presented here. My topic is Behind the Veil Oppression or Assertion. Is hijab really a symbol of liberation when millions are oppressed into wearing it? One has to see objectively how the hijab, niqab, and burqa are related to dignity. These are symbols of oppression of the unwilling and atrocities faced by Muslim women who don't keep their proper place as per the notion of Muslim society. Muslims opposing the hijab have to face arguments about personal choice from hijabi women. But it is not about freedom of choice at all. It is about hijabi women wanting to preserve the roles, responsibilities, obligations, and limitations of women in Muslim society. This results in pressure on all women to fall into line. It is not a problem for the women who wear hijab because they think it perfectly right for women to know and occupy their proper place. So, the millions of women who are forced into hijab face not just the men who command, but also the women who agree with those men and dress it up as freedom of choice. The most visible difference advocated by Islam is that Muslim women are to help in maintaining their honor and higher esteem by wearing a scarf to cover their head. Mistakenly, the single aspect of Islamic dress code is referred to as veil by itself. But the veil, but the fact is, veil encompasses male and female interaction in a way that elevates society while promoting the dignity and respect for which humanity aspires. Muslim women wear veil because they believe that God commands it and it pleases Him to have her wear it. God pleaser hijabi appears in two terms, saying she wears veil because she chooses to, or because she feels she just has to, because it is a religious obligation on her. Muslim woman has learned from a young age that veil is a requirement. Without veil, she believes she is not complete in her faith. She will fight tooth and nail for the right to wear the headscarf, depending on it, always calling it a human right. She says she wears it because it is her choice and everyone around her is wearing it. Her mother, her friends, her aunts, her cousins, and the women in her neighborhood. She has grown up with the fact that she has to wear it because that is what good Muslims do. And more importantly, it is what is expected. She must confirm, after all, her Lord will be pleased with her for the act. Though she will be quick to criticize non veiled because having uncovered head is not modest, yet she will take on inches of makeup, conduct herself with foul speech. Maulana Madudi illustrates in the Holy Quran, which, according to him, prohibits the display of decoration by women before the other people except what is unavoidable. He says, one should try one's utmost to hide one's fineries. If, in spite of that, some part of it remains uncovered, God will not take one to task for it. Similarly, one's stature, physical build, and figure cannot be hidden. One may have sometimes to uncover one's hand or a part of one's fact for a genuine need. This is not prohibited, for it is not done with a desire to showing off. If a mean person draws pleasure from it, he will suffer for his own evil attention. The women who performed her moral and social duty as well as she could is absolved from all blame. Although many Muslims says that veil is a choice, many will turn a blind eye to the blatantly obvious instances where it is forced, whether this is in the form of physical or emotional force from family. For a government to enforce veil upon its women is a direct attack on their individuality, intelligence, and character. Life often becomes very difficult for these women as someone who shows any sign of resistance to veil might suddenly be looked upon as not having strong faith in her religion, and they are questioned about whether they are even Muslim. Many married Muslim women only start to wear veil after marriage, as often the husband will dictate his wish for her to cover up. Guilt and shame are two of the most successful tools used by many families to enforce veil upon their women. Many wear veil because they think it is the best way to earn respect. This phenomena is usually spotted around the month of Ramadan, but it is not exclusive to the time of year. So there is a tradition of the Prophet where he asked the men to tell their women to cover their heads. Islam is based on the love of God and Prophet Muhammad. Everything in Islam is based on intent. Muslim women like to wear veil because there are some hidden benefits of niqab also. Number one, because it conceals the face. People, particularly the opposite sex, only know through the woman's words, behavior, talents, and her personality. They cannot use woman's body, hair, or face to measure her. Secondly, people might initially stare because they consider woman an oddity, but they quickly move, and as an introvert, women enjoy the invisibility of being visible Muslim. Third, many people choose their words with particular care and seem especially conscientious when interacting with women. Maybe they find it disconcerting to carry a normal conversation with a person who has no face. Maybe they feel insecure saying or doing anything inappropriate around a woman wearing a face veil. Or maybe they fear that a woman wearing a niqab will pull out the harem stick, lecturing them on everything that is forbidden. Fourth, the veil allows women the advantage of hiding the emotions. And lastly, the veil also blocks germs, smoke, and dust. Veil is a symbol of pity, and it can be a sign of inner strength and fortitude. A woman wearing veil becomes very visible sign of Islam. While Muslim women can blend easily into any society, Muslim women are often put on the line and forced to defend not only their decision to cover, but also their religion. Nevertheless, women who wear veil insist that advantages far outweigh the disadvantages conjured up by media, bias, or general ignorance. Muslim religious writings are not entirely clear on the question of women wailing. Various statements in the Quran and Hadiths make reference to Muhammad's wives wailing, but it is debatable whether these statements applied only to the Prophet's wives or to all Muslim women. While the need for women to be the modest is mentioned, the area women must cover ranges from the bosom to the whole body except the face and hands. The veil is a vehicle for distinguishing between women and men and a means of controlling male sexual desire. Muslim women are also urged to be the modest and to cover themselves between the waist and the knees. And immodest woman brings dishonor not only on herself, but also on her male family members. The veil itself, however, predated Islam and was practiced by women of several religions. It was also largely linked to class position. Wealthy women could afford to veil their bodies completely, whereas poor women who had to work either modified their veil or did not wear them at all. The numerous styles of Islamic dress throughout world today reflect local traditions and different interpretations of Islamic requirements. Muslim women in France therefore exhibit a wide range of dress and head coverings. A number of immigrants women practice modesty not by donning traditional dress but rather by wearing long sleeved shirts and skirts that reach the ankles. Some simply wear brightly colored scarves on their heads, sometimes even allowing hair to show. Others pin unicolor veils tightly around the face, and still others adopt long, flowing Islamic dress and occasionally cover the entire face except for eyes. The girls at the center of the controversy usually wear Western clothing with a veil tied around the face to cover their hair. The veil becomes an important signifier in the politics of gendering. Fatima Marnisi points out the concept of veil is three-dimensional in Islamic jurisprudence. The first dimension, if visual, that is to physically hide from sight. The second dimension, or to spatial, to mark the boundary or to separate. The third is ethnical, which belongs to the realms of forbidden. Fatima Marnisi quotes several examples from the Holy Quran to prove there is a strongly negative connotation attached to the concept of veiling. Started chapter 24, verse 234 as, and they say, our hearts are protected from that into which those O Muhammad, callest us, and in our ears there is a deafness, and between us there is a veil. The ceremony of veiling requires a woman to dress up as bride and then wear a veil over her bridal dress. This symbolically suggests a dichotomous strand in identity of nation, the symbolism inherent in dressing up as a bride and wearing a veil over it suggests a split in identity formation wherein femininity and matrimony are controlled by means of male interpretation of Islamic jurisprudence. Muslim women don't veil with the function of distinguishing themselves from non Muslims, reminding them of their Islamic faith, and concealing them from the public view of males. In many of the more traditional Muslim societies, women try to remain outside the public sphere of men, devoting themselves to child rearing and taking care of home. The Islamic tradition of veil frees women from being perceived primarily as sexual objects. The veil liberates a woman, Muslim woman, from the insidious oppression. She needs not only concern herself with her hair or makeup before she goes out. Underneath her veil, she can remain as she wishes to. Since a Muslim woman is invisible behind her veil, she can appreciate only for her intellectual qualities. Thus, the importance of her physical appearance becomes subordinate to her intelligence and personality. Non Muslims tend to regard veiling as a sign of women's repression. This is true in highly patriarchal societies like Iran and Saudi Arabia, where women have second class status and are required to cover both head and body when outside the home. But many Muslim women, including most in the US, voluntarily opt to wear the headscarf out of religious commitment. They believe they are following God's wish and reject suggestions that their head covering means they have less autonomy at home or on the job. This is an especially strong sentiment in Muslim countries where people feel that their Islamic identity is threatened by the global spread of a Western culture. For many women in these countries, being authentic means wearing the Islamic headscarf. Other reasons for veiling involve less freedom of choice. Some women, especially in developing countries, say that they put on veil to avoid harassment and stares from men, especially in crowding spaces such as public transportation system. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You have brought in how shame and guilt are used and misused in the present day, especially in making women follow certain things.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. It was a good discussion.
I have quoted my presentation with the examples of some stories also, because of the time, short
Yes,
time,
yes. This presentation itself is good. It was clear, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes, we move on to the next presenter, Musawmi Biswal. Dr.
Yeah,
Musawmi Biswal.
yes, ma'am. This is Mausumi. Good afternoon,
Mostly.
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, good
Yes,
afternoon, ma'am.
yes. Take over. Yeah. Go ahead.
So today I'll be presenting on the paper entitled Witnessing Domestic Violence, a case study of effects on the child in the short film Samskara. So what is domestic violence? Domestic violence is defined as violence or fighting in domestic settings such as marriages, cohabitation, or intimate relationships. However, there is a knowledge gap on how domestic violence is interpreted when it happens in families where there are children and how the children are affected in such households. Due to limited studies to confirm the effects of domestic violence on children when this happens, this paper highlights the extent of its impact on children. Very often, when domestic violence occurs, the focus is on the adults involved and not on the children. The study examines the effects of domestic violence when children are exposed in childhood and how they internalize and externalize behaviors in adolescence. Multiple studies agree that in domestic violence, a child can be hurt emotionally or physically when they witness domestic violence. A child may be hurt physically when they try to stop a fight by standing between the adults trying to break up the fight. Recent studies have since highlighted how children can suffer emotionally or be subject to mental abuse through witnessing domestic violence between parents, guardians, or other siblings. The direct signs of domestic violence can be the same as physical, emotional, bullying, and cyberbullying forms of child abuse. Relation between domestic violence exposure and adverse psychosocial outcomes. Every year, an estimated 3.3 million to 10 million children are exposed to domestic violence in their homes. Numerous studies have demonstrated that children exposed to domestic violence and other child abuse are more likely to experience a wide range of adverse psychosocial and behavioral outcomes. Children who witness violence in the home and children who are abused may display many similar psychological effects. These children are at greater risk for the internalized behaviors such as anxiety and depression and externalized behaviors such as fighting, bullying, lying, or cheating. Child witnesses display inappropriate attitudes about violence as a means of resolving conflicts and indicate a greater willingness to use violence themselves. Child witnesses to domestic violence. Family has traditionally been regarded as a source of love and support, has led to an element of a denial at both a community level and an individual level. However, the family as the most important institution within our society is extremely complex. It is both an agency of social control and agency of social support, and that its internal dynamics can have both positive and negative effects on relationships. Studies on domestic violence are largely of the opinion that women or wives are the most affected, as it can often be seen that activities involving women are victims of this incident, but in fact, domestic violence affects all family members, especially children. But they always get help after women, and the impact activities on children are less and less widely discussed. Children are valuable for national development, but domestic violence is detrimental to children. It results in them being in a stressful environment where they are usually overcome by anxiety, anger, and fear. Therefore, children are as valuable to domestic violence as their mothers. Exposure to domestic violence in childhood has been linked to a similar set of outcomes, including low esteem, social withdrawal, depression, anxiety, aggression, violence, and delinquency. For this, I have chosen a short film called Samskara. Samskara means impression, that is, an imprint either in one's mind or an object. In psychology, an impression is a subconscious process of forming opinions about new people or the environment. Impression formation is how people perceive others based on several characteristics they see during the initial process. This process occurs more often when individuals act in a certain manner. Such actions are meant to communicate certain personalities or behaviors so that they can induce a likable perception of themselves to other people. The chosen award-winning short film also shows how the impression of his father in the child's behavior or personality is shaped the hero's adult life. Featuring Namit Das and Naman Jain in the lead roles, the film by debut director Sankalp Rawal looks at domestic violence through the suspense thriller's lens. The the movie on domestic violence depicts the similarity between the hero's childhood and his current life simultaneously via split screen. The film is an exploration of the extent of the effect of abuse and how entrapping childhood trauma can be. The exploration also justifies the title, the cyclical nature of life constituted by an external repeat of internal impressions. It depicts the past and the future simultaneously. It has evocative use of the split screen in recent memory. On one side, we see a second teenager Naman Jain who comfort his battered mother moments after shooting his abusive father dead. On the other side, we see his hunted grown-up version, Namit Das, waving that gun moments after he beats up his young wife. Here we realize how the child Abhimanyu has developed or internalized the traits of his abusive drunkard father, exposing the violence suffered by her mother. To show the anxiety and fear at a time, the screen has been broken into two mirrors. There are two timelines unfolding at once. The composition of both sequences is designed with impeccable thought and timing. Every beat, every gesture is spiritually synchronized with its counterpart. A gun is hidden, a gun is retrieved. A chair falls, a chair waits. A woman lashes out at a lifeless body, a man lashes out at his dead soul. It's a mother and child embrace, a husband and wife collapse. A character sings a song, the other hums the chorus. Together they form a whole. It shows how memory and life in palindromic harmony. The left side about the boy's courage mirrors the logical left side of the human brain, and the right side about the man's same reflects the artistic right side of the brain. As per my comprehension in reviewing the effects of domestic violence on the child or the adult, Abhimanyu is the second victim of it, which later turns him into an aggressive, violent, and delinquent man. At the end, the careful craft suggests that while heritage is a consequence of history repeating itself, the future is a consequence of history redeeming itself. He has got his father's temper, but he has also got the heart of the boy that saves his mother from the temper. Conclusion. Children's responses to witnessing or experiencing domestic violence between parents vary considerably. No typical reactions emerge, although there is ample evidence that exposure to domestic violence can and often does influence children's behavior detrimentally. It is only by developing a broader definitional and research base for child abuse and domestic violence issues and placing them within the framework of family violence generally that we can hope to direct government policy with corresponding adequate resources in a way which will ensure a better future for children who live with interparental conflict. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation on the repercussion of domestic violence. Thank you. Dr. Mahalakshmi, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
I think with this, we have come to the end of technical session 2.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for
Okay, ma'am.
spending your
Thank you.
valuable time with us.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
And
you once
also I
again for
thank
this opportunity. I congratulate once again all the participants and also the organizers. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I'll
I-
take leave of you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you
Presenters,
all.
I thank you so much. You all presented very well and you justified your topics. Once again, good afternoon to all. It's my pleasure to welcome you all for this afternoon session. Now I introduce our plenary speaker, Dr. Kalai Selvan Arumugan. He is currently attached to Malaysian Ministry of Education. He is in the education field for 20 years and conducted more than 100 talks and seminar workshops in the education field. And he is also expertise in curriculum and instructional designing and he has received 10 awards from Malaysian Ministry of Education for best practices in teaching and learning. Sir, really we are very much pleased to have a supplementary speaker or two for this session. Welcome you, sir. Now we can proceed your sessions.
Okay, thank you to Dr. L. Mahalakshmi, and a very good afternoon to all of the participants. First of all, I would like to thank for the organizer to invite me as a speaker for today's session. Is it clear enough, my voice?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are
Okay.
audible. You are very much clear.
So today what I'm going to share with you all is about the education and inequality, okay, in the education system. Let me to share my slides first. Okay, is it visible?
Visible, sir. Visible.
Yes, okay. So my topic today will be on education and inequality in teaching and learning. Okay, so when we look at the modern world, in the current modern world, where we are saying that education is for everyone, but still some of the research are proving that there is some inequality in teaching and learning, especially inside the classroom. Okay, why we are saying such a way? Okay, because when you look at the discrimination inside the classroom teaching and learning, there are a lot of cases that is happening, not only in my country or your country, but it is a global problem, and it is a global issue where we can say that every single students, sometimes they are not getting what they should get. Okay, so this is my overview of the presentation. So I would like to let you know about the definition, size, dimension, links, persistence, and a few conclusions about what we are going to discuss today. Okay, education and inequality. Okay, when we look at the definition itself, it shows that what are the things supposed the students gain is not given properly to the students. When now I'm not going to focus in any other aspects apart from education. I'm just focusing on education. So when you're looking at the education, why there is still inequality in the classroom teaching and learning, there are many factors, that is income, opportunity, like access life chances, political power or relationships, social, like class, race, gender, language. Our students might be not equally treated because of any of these factors, which I feel sometimes when the students' parents, okay, they don't have a proper income, they cannot support for the school's development, there it will happen where the child didn't get the equality in education. Or else, this will happen also because of the excess of life chances. Maybe they came from the rural area. Maybe they are not access to the current education. So, you know, that the current education, they need to engage with all these technologies. Just imagine they don't have the proper access to all these things, and how they are going to be equally treated in the classroom teaching and learning. Political, of course, all over the world it happened, where the power relationships, where some of the schools, it is under political control. So where that place also, it will happen the inequality to the education. And perhaps the last one is social equality. When you come to the social, you have the different class still in the modern world. we are looking into this aspect. Race, okay, gender victimized, where the girl students are not equally treated as a boys. Language, okay, many all over the country, they have their own language, and sometimes there is the emphasis of the second language, where when the students cannot equally catch up the first language, they are not treated equally. So all these aspects are the influences that happen in our current education system. Even we are saying that this is a modern world, this is a modern education, the access of education for everyone, but still this is happening globally. Okay, so what do we mean when we say inequality? We don't have the equality in education. Access to the education. For example, gender. Okay, this is the major part where everywhere this is happening, where sometimes the girls are badly treated. Okay, and then sometimes it happened because of the caste. Okay, where it is happening everywhere. So when we can say that this is happening, when we say that when we claim that this is happening, so the inputs and outcomes is not for that particular children, but the impact is for the nation. The impact is for the nation. Just imagine when the students, okay, when the particular students are very excellent, and it is not treated equally. There are some, I mean, like perhaps we can say it is not treated equally. So what will happen? It will drop out from the education. So when it is drop out, let's say the child drop out from the education system, it is not only the loss for the child, but for the nation as well. Because why? When the students, we are not treated equally, they are the future for the particular nation. It will affect the inputs and also the outputs. So these are some of the examples since 1993 until 2008, some of the data, and this is the final one in 2010. I can show some of the range that is happening. And we can see the data showing that it is decreasing. Okay. And this is some of the data also, which I think I'm not going to present everything. How large are educational inequalities? So we can see day by day it is going up. Okay, day by day it is going up. So these are the data that showing that the percentage of the inequality in education is still going up in the modern world. So what will happen is all the discrimination factors, you can see here, 49% of the child will become the dropout. So what will happen if every single excellent students are coming into the dropout cases? First of all, it is a big loss for the country. Okay, why this is still happening in the modern world? Because there are some school management with the orthodox thinking. When they come out with the orthodox thinking, where they are coming out with the orthodox policy for the schools, it will give the big impact for the students. Normally, what are the things that correlated or dimensions including to the inequality? Maybe it is because of the language, geographical location, social economic status, race, and former department. Language. Globally, we can see every country or every nation, they are having their own languages. At the same time, they have introduced a second language. What will happen if the student cannot masterize the first language? The discrimination will happen. As he could not masterize the first language, so it is very high chances for the students to left behind. When the student left behind, in a few years, it will cause the dropout cases, as I showed you just now, the 49%. Geographical location. Our system do not cater for everyone. We are saying that every student must get the access of the education. But what will happen when the policy is introduced nationwide? The policy just can cater some part of the geographical location. And those who are staying far and those who are not access to the current needs of education will jump into the dropout cases. What will happen if the education or the policy maker do not consider all these things? So the students will go back to the orthodox problem. How they are going to bring up the social economic status of the family when they are in the dropout cases. So we will think that some of the policy makers, some of the policy developers, they are considering certain aspects of the students, which in the current situation, we have to look into the needs of the single aspect of the students. How can the student access to the latest technology if they are not able to access to the internet connection? We are now trying to introduce so many e-learning concepts while our students are still not access to the internet as well because of the social economic status. So these are the inequality to the education system, where some of the policymakers, we are zoomed into some of the perspective only without looking at the global perspective. Race, of course, it happens everywhere. Okay, or caste, you can say. Some of the race or some of the caste, they been ignored during the teaching and learning, which can cause dropout. All these dropout cases is happening because of the inequality of the education. That means you are not treated every single students equally. When every single students did not get the equality in education, so it is a failure towards the next future nation. Former department, maybe the former department, they have set up a few systems which is not applicable for the current system. So what I'm trying to say here is, when we look at education, it is something that beyond than that. We are not looking at the orthodox thing. What had happened? What happened in the past? But for the improvement of our nation, we must treat every student equally. So these are the aspects that I can say. Language, okay? So from the language and then former department, social economic status, geography, okay? So all these things will cause the not a stable education. So when the stable education is not provided to the children, there will be a segregation of differential physical access to the labor markets. We cannot say that, yes, it is a rules in our country, but when we look at the labor market, what are the links in future? These are the students who are going to become the expert to your nation. But when we neglect them, when we did not treat them equally in education, are they going to contribute for our future nation or labor market? Because the current students are the labor market for your in future. When the individual have access to labor market, many lack the currency skills. Okay, so when we look at all these things, what will happen in our future is, okay, all of this will give the impact to our nation. So in the current needs of education, there must be equally treated. Every student must get the access to the education. We cannot go back like 20 or 30 years back where education is only for the particular students. Yes, of course, it happened past 20, 30 years or 50 years back, but not in the current needs. So what will happen actually is, when you look at all these things, when we look at all these particular things, it is a very high impact for the nation. Okay, so what I can say, okay, I took one of the example what is happened in South Africa, most unequal country in the world. So we are not comparing to this country, but we try to demolish the inequality in our country. Every nation must come out with the new paradigm on how you are going to make the changes towards your nation. Okay, so towards of your nation. When we think deeply on it, it is not only for our current generation. When we are thinking about the current generation and we are thinking about what happened 50 years back, yes, 50 years back, there is a need for them to segregate everything. But when you come to the current, in this era, in the paradigm shift of education, why we are treating some of the students inequality? In the classroom teaching and learning, the segregation happened where those who got the higher rank mark is not treated as well as those who got the low marks. In teaching and learning, it should not happen because we have the differentiated learning. No matter in any aspects, as I said just now, it can be in language, it can be because of the race, but when you are the classroom teacher, when you are talking about the classroom education perspective, there is no more segregation of the students. That is why some of the countries, they are making a move towards the better system where they try to treat all the students equally, and they are considering about the geographical factor. The geographical factor, especially those who are living in the rural area. how the system can work for them, how the system can cater for them. Just imagine if this is happening in our nation, what will happen in next 20 years? Are we going to stay in the same level, or are we going back to the 50 years back? This should be a consideration. So when we are talking about education, there should be no discrimination. There should be no inequality. Every single student is your asset for your nation. They should treat it equally. They should be catered according to the needs, and not the system change the student's life, or the system change the student's paradigm in future. Okay, so I hope that within this 25 minutes I give you some important inputs regarding the education and inequality that is happening all over the world. So we are, as a system leader, we are those involving in all these policy makers, try to move beyond, try to come out with a new paradigm where how you are going to treat every student equally, and there must be a lot of conferences that you should revise the current system and try to think for the next 20 years and the needs of your country. So I think that's all, a short and brief sharing from me. If there is any question, I would like to open for the floor.
Dear participants, you can ask your questions and doubts. Thank you, sir. You have very clearly explained about the inequality, what is prevailing in the society now.
Yes. Any questions? Okay, if there's no question, I would like to hand over to the chairperson of the ceremony today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. You really have given a valuable information for the presenters and as well as for our students. It will be useful throughout our life, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Kavita ma'am, are you ready, ma'am? Dr. Kavita ma'am?
Can I have one group picture?
Sir?
Can I have one group photos? All of you can on the camera.
Yeah, sure, sir. Dear participants, kindly unmute your video, please. Kavita ma'am, please unmute your video, ma'am. Kavita ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks
Yes.
a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Can start.
Very good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm very happy to introduce the chairperson of the session, Dr. M. Kavita ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of English, Parks College, Tripur.
Being a research supervisor, she has guided 3 MPhil scholars and have been guiding 6 PhD scholars. She has presented 24 papers with various topics in national and international conferences. She had published a book entitled The English Envisage, and she has attended many seminars, conferences, workshops, symposium, and many. She has acted as a resource person in various colleges for various programs, and she has 18 years of experience in teaching, and she received Best Faculty Award for the year 2017. Ma'am, I invite you to proceed the session, ma'am. Thank you.
Most respected Chairman Sir, beloved Principal Dr. Leelavati Ma'am, and my soulmate Dr. Mahalakshmi, and other faculties of AVP College. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. And thank you MOC team for giving a wonderful introduction about me. From the morning, it's going on successfully regarding the Subaltern virtual conference. Many plenary speakers has given valuable ideas regarding inequality on childhood, regarding feminism. It's really there are no words to express their knowledge on those topics. Shall we move on with the session? I don't want to take much
Yes,
time.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who is the first participant?
First presenter, Dr. Dayagude Kahashep Donor. Are you ready, sir?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, sir. You can present your papers. Dr. Dayagude Kahasabik Dondiba. Are you ready, sir? Next presenter, Elizabeth Varkey.
Yes, I'm
Madam,
ready.
are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready. Shall I
Yes,
present?
ma'am. You can please start your presentation.
Okay, I can share my screen, right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. You can share.
Okay, all right. Just give me a second. Can you see my screen? Could you confirm?
Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen.
Okay. Okay, right. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone present here. And I wanted to also include this presentation because my paper is based on visual historiography. And I have taken up the topic of the Kashmir conflict because often under subaltern studies, I see that there is a lot of emphasis on, say, Dalit literature or literature by women and other kinds of subalternities. But somewhere I thought it's also important to talk about an area within our country which is sometimes marginalized in many senses, and to hear some of the voices from Kashmir and the artists from Kashmir. So the title of my topic or my presentation, as you can see, is the Kashmir conflict, a subaltern visual historiography. So I'll be focusing on images, on visuals, on photographs, on cartoons. And again, when we talk about visuality, there are some forms of visuality which are mainstream, which are accepted by the state, and some which are again subaltern. So in both respects, when I'm talking about the Kashmir conflict, as well as approaching it through a visual kind of perspective, both of these issues then are what you can call subaltern or marginalized. So I would like to start with just talking quickly about the objectives. I won't be reading out the paper because it would be quite long. So I'll just sort of present the main ideas that I have in my paper. So these are the major objectives. What I'm trying to do through such a kind of study is to firstly chart a subaltern visual historiography of the present conflict in Kashmir. So as we know, this conflict has been present. It's an intractable sort of conflict which has been going on for years and decades and continues even today. And resolution seems to be very distant. So that is the first objective. And secondly, what I want to do is I'm using a kind of representational visual archive, which means that it is not comprehensive. I'm still working on this, but I'll be taking some graphic narratives and some cartoons, some photographs in order to explore this whole idea or my thesis basically. And finally, what I want to do is to analyze how this visual corpus is different from our traditional modes of historicizing. So even when we talk about Kashmir, there is a particular historical timeline that we follow, which usually starts from 1947, not before that, right? So I wanted to talk about how when we're talking about different kinds of visual ways in which Kashmir is represented and subaltern ways in which it is represented, we can move away from traditional modes of historicizing, narrativizing, and archiving and look at some other ways of doing the same, which may help us to know some aspects of Kashmir history which may be different from what is usually talked about. I hope you can all hear me so far and my voice is not breaking. Do let me know if there is some issue. We have an official narrative, like I was saying, when we talk about the conflict. And this official narrative, it starts from 1947, from independence, when India received independence. And it was also the year when Maharaja Hari Singh signed the Instrument of Accession, and the entire control of J&K was transferred to India. And then over the years, there have been a lot of conflicts and struggles. I will not be going into a detailed history of that because we are all aware of it and it's all available to study. So I'll just be sharing some highlights which will be relevant to my paper. So we know that there were a series of wars or conflicts fought between India and Pakistan over this so-called disputed territory. So in 1949, in 1965, in 1971 and 99, we had series of conflicts. And then even if you look at the state of Jammu and Kashmir, there were local uprisings, there was a youth-led guerrilla revolt in the Kashmir Valley. So in the 1990s, there was a lot of instability in the region. And then there were uprisings in 2008, 2010. And this is also called as the Revolution of 2008. And also the recent conflict in 2016 with the death of Burhan Wani. This was followed by massive protests in the valley, and the security forces, they resorted to violent means like pellet guns and power shells. Pellet guns, as you know, are they usually damage the eyes and people lose eyesight. And pawa shells are shells which also have chili powder in it. So these techniques were used by the security forces, as we all know about some of the atrocities that were committed. And how has this affected the visual archive, the way in which people are visually representing Kashmir? That is what I want to sort of explore. So what happened after each of these conflicts or uprising is, for example, if we take up the 2010 uprising, once that happened, after that, there were two contradictory sets of images of the same conflict in circulation, right? So I would just want you to take a look at these two images. Can you hear me and see the images? Could someone please confirm?
Yes, we can see the images.
Okay, all right. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so if you, right. So if you take a look at these two images, you can see how images can play a crucial role in conveying a lot of information, right, in the blink of an eye. So when we read a text, we take a lot of time reading it. But when we look at images, it happens more quickly. We try to interpret visual data, but at the same time, we need to be careful because there can also be images that are manipulated to tell a completely different tale. So what we have in front of us are images of the 2010 uprising. So the same event, but how it has been captured differently by the national TV channels and the national newspapers, which showcase the Kashmiris as engaging in acts of violence against the state. So if you can see the image on the left, it has a gang of youth setting fire to a government vehicle, boys cornering a policeman, beating him to the ground. So these were some of the images in circulation on national TV and newspapers, or stone pelters breaking the windows of a police vehicle and all of that. And if you look at the Kashmiri media and the local newspapers like Greater Kashmir, so on the right you can see of the screen how they were telling the same story but from a different perspective, from a more empathetic perspective. So you can see in this image a father kneeling in the street mourning over his dead son's body, and other images like the body which is covered with pellet wounds, like I was talking about, the pellet shells and pavas and pellet shells that were used to attack the populace, right? So you can see the same story, how it is represented differently in these two visual narratives. So this is one example of the images that were in circulation. And a similar trend was witnessed in 2016, the event that I mentioned that we are all aware of after the killing of the Hizbul Mujahideen leader Burhan Wani. So there were again images in circulation. One side again represented the Kashmiris as purely perpetrators rather than victims, where the other side presented them as purely voiceless victims without having done anything wrong. So both of these are problematic. Both of these representations are extreme and problematic. So there were a group of emerging generation of artists from Kashmir, like I said, cartoonists, photographers, visual narrators, visual novelists, a graphic novelist. They were frustrated with these reductive representations of Kashmir that actually failed to grasp the nuances of the conflict. So these artists, cartoonists, photographers, graphic novelists, they took up on themselves to try and capture these traumatic experiences, keep alive memories, and record this lived history, this experienced history, and be actively involved in the creation of narratives, and through that, the preservation of their culture. So these young cartoonists, so I'll be taking you through the works of a few cartoonists and how they're representing the crisis or the conflict in Kashmir, and how it is different from the other visual narratives that are in circulation. So the first artist I would like you to look upon is I think you can see it on the screen. So this is actually, it's a digitally altered poster of the 1964 Bollywood blockbuster Kashmir Ki Kali, right? So a movie where the title itself is talking about the beauty of Kashmir, and of course the stereotypical associations of beauty with femininity and this region that we usually praise for its beauty. So whenever you think of Kashmir, you of course think of conflict, but we also think of the Dal Lake and all the beautiful sites. It's called the mini Switzerland. So we think of the beauty of Kashmir. So this was a particular movie any Bollywood enthusiast would know if you've been following Bollywood, although this is quite an old movie. So this was a 1964 poster, and this has been digitally altered by Mir Suhail. Now, Mir Suhail, as you can see in the note here, he's a 28-year-old cartoonist from the valley, from Kashmir. And what he does is he tries to combine incongruous or images which don't go together. He tries to combine them. And his objective is to make the viewers, or you could say readers of the visual text, think about what they're looking at. Right. So today, this image has become so popular that if you were to just Google Kashmir Ki Kali, the film poster, this would also appear. Right. So you can see this heroine here, played by Sharmila Tagore in the movie. She has pellet wounds in her eyes, and that has been represented. So the beauty of Kashmir here is juxtaposed with something totally incongruous, which is the violence. So it's strange how when we think of Kashmir, both these things actually come to mind. And the viewers, when they see such an image, they will be, of course, encouraged to think about what is really happening, about the violence, which is yoked together with the beauty too. So this is one work by Mir Suhail. And he's also many interesting visual experiments, you could say, that he has brought about. As you can see in this next slide, okay, what he has also done, and you can find his work, his portfolio is available online. And I've just, here, there are just some images from his portfolio. So what he has done is you can see on your left, I'm sure you all know, this is the picture of Mona Lisa, or the painting of Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci. And it has been, again, he has reworked it. And not only this painting, if you go through his portfolio, his many other famous paintings, Western paintings like Johannes Vermeer's Girl with a Pearl Earring, or Edward Munch's The Scream, which is again a very well-known Western painting. All of these paintings, he has taken it up and he has reworked them. So again, you can see these pellet wound injuries. And also on the right, I think you can see the image of Gandhi here. So he also took upon images of freedom fighters, of revolutionaries, and represented them bandaged and with these pellet wounds. So the message that he's trying to convey is both to a national and an international audience by using these visual images, which people are actually aware of already, but he's trying to rework them. So it creates a sense of alienation, and the viewer begins to rethink these images in a new light, and also think about where we are headed as a country, as a nation, and these ideals of democracy, etc. Viewers are encouraged to think about all of these issues. So the aim here then is to reach out to a larger audience, to show the world, okay, so Gandhiji is again a figure that is well known to us as a nation, as well as to everybody, right, in the world, as well as these paintings. So anyone who's interested in art and painting would know about these very famous paintings from the West. And what he tries to do is, through all of this, he's trying to, like I said, create a sense of alienation and make the viewers think about what is happening in Kashmir. Okay, and some of these images are quite disturbing. For example, there is a digitally altered tourist poster. Okay, I'm sorry if this hurts some of your sentiments, but so there is this tourist poster, which is, of course, talking about Kashmir as the most beautiful place on earth, right? If there is a beautiful heaven on earth, it is here, as it's said about Kashmir. And so he's taking again this poster, which is something very common. All of this in the background, you can see the hills and the trees. All of these are the typical ways in which Kashmir is depicted, the postcard image. But he reworks it by bringing here this lacerated body, right? This body which has been striped and probably some kind of violence, state violence. And he sets this against this backdrop of lush greenery that we are well versed with. Okay, this is the idea of Kashmir that we are familiar with, and the idea of Kashmir that we are not so familiar with, or we know, but not so visually, right? It's not entered mainstream visual archive or history. So this is what he's trying to do, and presenting this tourist poster, but reworking it. So what he's trying to do, basically, Mir Suhail and other cartoonists of his generation, they're working within the existing visual framework of Kashmir. So this framework, which is already available to us, of a beautiful tourist-friendly Kashmir. And then he is sort of making us question these images, right? And as I would like to borrow a term from Nicholas Mirzoeff, he's someone who writes about visuality, and he uses this term counter visuality. So in his book, The Right to Look, Nicholas Mirzoeff writes that in order to match and overcome the complex of visuality, the need of the hour is counter visuality. So basically he says that there are a lot of images in circulation today, but we must be careful viewers or readers of the images and not accept everything. So this is one example of counter visuality. So the image of Kashmir, which is well known to us, juxtaposed with a not so pretty picture of Kashmir, right? And again, so there are many such images and cartoons too. So this is one example of a cartoon by the same artist. He's trying to depict normalcy, or basically question normalcy, through this image of a man with his lips sewn together, right? So again, through this simple image, it's just a man with his lips sewn together, but you can see the powerful impact that his image has. So without many words, okay, just one word that is also part of the artwork, which is normalcy, he's conveying a lot, right? So I'm sure, like, if we open this up for discussion, there'll be a lot of interpretations of this particular image. So, and there are many other images, cartoons, which were also criticized, they became controversial. For example, one based on Afzal Guru's hanging, it was taken down from the social media platform, saying from Facebook, he had shared it on Facebook, his cartoon, and it was taken down saying that it does not follow the Facebook community standards. So I could not really find that image, I could only read up about it. So this censorship, you can see, of visual dissent in an era where there is so much of visuality around us, it highlights the threat that visuals continue to pose in our world, right? So visuals, powerful visuals have an effect, cartoons have an effect. And when people try to ban these images, that the power of these images is further highlighted. There is one more cartoonist that I would like to touch upon, just to give you a representative representation from different artists. So this artist's name is Suhail Naqshbandi, and he is someone who is a cartoonist for Greater Kashmir. And you can see in this particular cartoon, which is titled The Unpalatable Truth. So the pun here is intended, the pellet that it is referring to. And again, you can see these little children who are blinded by the pellets. And you can see the ex-JNK CM who is leading them to a dark future. So basically, the political leaders are being criticized through the cartoons. And of course, this is a quite a long history or tradition of caricaturing of political cartooning that is being employed here. Again, this is another cartoon by the same artist, where it is showing how politicians are busy blame gaming, right, or putting the blame on the other person rather than changing the situation. So when one person is in power in 2010, he's being blamed by the other political party and politicians, and vice versa. So this is going on, this blame game, and the people, the local people are the ones who are actually suffering. So these were some of the cartoons, and like I said, some posters which are altered, some film posters. So a lot of work is being done in this realm of visuality. I would like to talk about one last work, right, which will also give us an introduction into another genre altogether, which is that of the graphic novels. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of graphic novels, but you may not have heard of this particular graphic novel, which is Munnu. It was published in 2016, and the subtitle is A Boy from Kashmir. So basically, this is a story narrated by a 7-year-old boy. And of course, we follow him as he comes of age. He becomes a teenager and an adult, and he begins to work as a cartoonist for a newspaper. So it's partly autobiographical, and it is following the journey of this family of mother, father, and there are 3 children, right? And through this depiction, what he tries to do is again talk about daily life in the valley, right? So this is one of the first graphic novels from emerging from Kashmir, and it's in the tradition of graphic novelists worldwide. Like you must have heard of Joe Sacco, who has written the famous graphic novel Palestine, or even of Art Spiegelman, who wrote the graphic novel Maus, okay, M-A-U-S. So Maus was basically talked about the Holocaust, okay, the Jewish Holocaust, and the trials faced by people during that time. And what Art Spiegelman had done in that classic graphic novel, he had represented human beings as animalistic creatures, right? And in that same tradition, Malik Sajjad from Kashmir, he also tries to represent these people as basically this is a deer which is becoming extinct it's endangered right now in the valley in Kashmir. And he's basically trying to draw that contrast between how people here are themselves in danger, just like the Hangul deer is in danger of being extinct. People here are in danger in their own homeland. So this is how he depicts the family. And there are many panels which there's really not trying to dive into, but just to give you an idea of what the graphic novel talks about. So here we have Munnu. Munnu is the protagonist of the graphic novel, and he is very good at sketching. Like I told you, he goes on to become a cartoonist, and his classmates want him to sketch AK-47 rifles for them, right? And he's so fed up of sketching for each of them. So he creates a rubber stamp with his eraser. He tries to create a kind of stamp so he does not have to draw from all of them. So it's humorous, but at the same time, it's a brilliant comment on the proliferation of arms in the region, right? And how India is becoming one of the largest importers of arms, right? And the global part of the global arms trade. So it's a comment on that. This is another panel from the novel, which is talking about the condition of women in the valley who are constantly suffering, constantly waiting for their husbands, for their sons to come back home because there are curfews and sometimes they are shot dead on the streets. And there are a group of women who are called half widows because they don't know where their husbands are. They have basically disappeared. So it talks also about the condition of women in the valley. And then there are other panels which are talking about the kind of
Ma'am,
violence which
excuse
is.
me. Excuse me,
Yes,
please
yes.
kindly make it short, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. I'll just wrap up. So
Yes.
I just wanted to let you take a look at these panels, and maybe you'll be interested to take it up yourself. There's a lot here to discuss. So I will quickly conclude. What I wanted to do through this paper is talk about how the work of these cartoonists is providing a subaltern history, which is sourced from common people and sometimes the direct victims of violence and injustice. For example, the story of Bunnu, which is, like I said, partly autobiographical. And these artists, these cartoonists and these graphic novelists, you could call them critical insiders. It's a phrase that Anantamurthy used, right, to talk about people who are part of the state, and but yet they are able to critically look at things, events that are happening there, right? And also what I wanted to do is to talk about the role of the reader or viewer, because we are talking about visual archives and visual historiography. So when we look at these images, we should not just blindly consume these images and become insensitive to them, but we also have a duty to see. So seeing would involve carefully thinking about these images, not just blindly looking at them. And lastly, what I wanted to talk about is the ways in which we become aware of a visual regime which is in place. Okay, so what are the kinds of images that are circulated, which are the ones that are banned? All of that is constantly being controlled because images have a power. Some are allowed to circulate, others are suppressed and erased, right? And so all of the visual material that we come across, we should look at it with a critical eye. So I've come to the end of my paper. Sorry for taking a little extra time. And these are some of the references. If there are some questions, whether now or later, we can take it.
Elizabeth, good afternoon.
Yes,
Elizabeth.
good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon.
It's really wonderful to hear your non-stop explanation. And it's really a modern idea. It's really a modern idea depicting Kashmiri situations in which is in subaltern conflict nowadays. Have you visited Kashmir?
Yes, ma'am, I have, but yeah, more to appreciate the beauty. Thankfully, not caught in any conflict here.
You have given only the conflicts that occur in Kashmir. Why can't you suggest some beauties that are subaltern with other states of India?
Yeah, beauty is never subaltern, right? So beauty is always accepted. So that's why I wanted
Maybe
to talk about
subaltern to the other states of India. Subaltern to the other states of India.
I'm sorry if you feel that way. Just I thought this topic needs to be brought under subaltern studies. So that's why I looked
Okay,
it up.
it is also okay. It's also a serious thing that even the children are mostly concentrate only on AK-47 caricatures, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's what. Yeah, true.
It's
So the
really
impact on the
it's
young
really a
minds.
terrible thing, ma'am. I haven't visualized this kind of things from the children of Kashmiri people. And have you now Prime Minister Modi has given an independent state rights to the people, no? What do you feel about the current situation of Kashmiri people? All
I
you
mean,
have depicted is about in 1960s and 1990s, isn't it? What about the 21st century
yeah, I mean,
living condition of
yeah,
Kashmiri
that is the
people?
limitation of the paper itself. And I'm building on it, ma'am. So like the recent developments, I will be like adding to it. So this is a work in progress, like I said, but I just wanted to share these ideas.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I loved it a lot. Thank you so much for
Thank you,
giving a
ma'am.
different perspective of Kashmir, the subaltern studies. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Shall we move on to the next participant? Next, I invite Hemi You said Pollard,
Yes.
Nagaland University.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. You can present your paper.
All right, I would like to ask you if my screen is visible.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
All right, good evening, everyone. Yeah,
Yes.
my name is Hame. I'm a research scholar in the Department of History and Archaeology in Nagaland University here in Nagaland. So I'm working on economy and society of the Kamyungan Nagas. And today I would like to present on the topic, the art of Kamyungan folk music, its diversity and challenges. A basic background of the topic, that is the Kamyungans. Kamyungan is one of the major tribes of Nagaland. So Nagaland is situated in the northeast part of India. It has 16 districts and 17 major tribes. Nagaland is a land of culture and tradition, and it is a land of folklore passed down from generation to generation through word of mouth. And music is one of the most influential traditions which has been carried on, and it is carried till today. And it is also one of the major factors of transmitting oral tradition, and it is an essential part of Naga life. Now, the word Kamyungan means source of mighty water. The Kamyungans occupy the easternmost part of Nagaland, that is, they border Myanmar in the east, and the Jangs, Konyaks, Dikir, and Yimking in different areas of the boundaries. The tribe generally consists of 200 villages, which around 140 to 150 villages are in Myanmar and around 40 villages in India. Now, the Kamyungans speak a Tibeto-Burman language. Variations in language appear in some areas, and the social structure and organization of the Kamyungans is based on the relationship of family, clan, and village. Now, music served as an essential part of making the festive occasions more delightful and pleasant. Music, as we see today, it is sung mostly in today's context, usually in festivals. The folk music the Kamyungans are rooted are mostly dance-oriented. So the traditional songs convey significance for every season and situations and the like. That the song glorify one's own village, the people, the nature. They exhort admirations to the attires, honor the warriors, and invoke blessings upon each others, and also at times even sing to bless the gods. In many occasions, the performers or the dancers, fully adorned with attires and ornaments, hop in queue responsively singing and chanting the seasonal songs. In the Basta folks, the people learn the use of musical instruments in the morong or dormitory, we call it, from the experts. Now, morong is a house-like structure where people used to gather for discussion of different activities and importance. The use of musical instruments were mostly deviated from the occasional festive songs because those instruments were experienced with the words and intonations in synchronized to the intimation of the sounds produced by the instruments. The instruments are men use boi boi tong tong, that is a bamboo drum with cane string and a driving stick, which I will come later, and also o go kang. The women use instruments called as boi boi and also go kang. I'll come to these instruments in the later part. They learn this kind of songs, especially for ladies in the dormitory while doing their textile works. Now, it is the tradition of the Kamyungans that before singing any song, a prelude will be chanted, and also the bosslude will be sung at the end of the song. Now, only the men folk sing this prelude, and as they sing in responsive manner, the women will join in the middle. But women are not allowed, or women do not usually chant this prelude and bosslude. Now, the different kind of songs are one of the important songs is Yam Ge Chang, that is peace treaty, which is held between village and village. During olden days, there were headhunts and wars between villages. This is for another a very lengthy topic, but just for the background. So in case there's a treaty or a peace meet between the two villages, this one song is called as Yam Ge Chi Hang, or known as peace treaty dance. Some of the songs are Zam Hang, which is usually a dedication song for the house. Shikuji is a war dance, which is usually sung after the war. There is a log drum song, which is sung while beating the log drum, rounding it. Another is also Pu Hui Ji. This is also a dedicatory kind of song for the dormitory. Sun Gengji, this is a village song, usually sung by women. Huyeji, this is a leisure song where people will sit around the fireplace and they will sing to different things around them. They will just look at the stone, sing, or the trees, and if they are inside the kitchen, they will just sing regarding the utensils, the cups, the plates. They will just make songs out of that. There's another important, as I said before, festival is one of the traditions where songs are sung. So Zugum, Miu, and not included here is Piyam, another important festival. So there are different kind of festival songs as well. Now, there are also songs which are related to people and also seasons, and even to the feast of marriage and friendships as well. And there are also songs which convey the importance or praising the rivers, waters, mountains, and flowers as well, as also as dress and ornaments. There are also songs which are sung during honey harvest. While taking honey from the cliffs, they sing particular song. And also there's a song which is sung while taking the leaves of a particular tree. There's also basket making song, the moonlight song, which is sung during a full moon. The walnut song, which is sung while collecting walnuts, and also Pebu lullabies. Sui Suye is another, it's not exactly a song, but it's a folklore or kind of a debate where responsive battles of words using one's wisdom and presence of mind. It is debated between clans or family members in a positive as well as negative way. This Sui Suye in Hindi, it's like a shayari, but not exactly shayari. So this is another important folk tradition of the Khamnyungans. Now, Sun Gengji, as I said, mentioned before, it is sung by women, and this song is sung during under a moonlight. This song depicts as Khamnyungans or Nagas, the community is of patriarchal society, so women, they usually leave their homes and go after marriage to their husband's place. In relating to this, they're saying that we don't have home to call our own. We don't have place to stay as our own. So this is a soulful and remorseful song that women sing at during the full moonlight. Now, the musical instrument, one of the musical instruments is Bui Bui Dong Dong. It is made of a rounded container from bamboo, and again about 5 meters for string, and half curved bamboo in equivalent length of the string, and also 2 bamboo sticks for driving the strings. Bui Bui is bamboo flute made of thin kind of bamboo called de. The burning of chum fields commences the blowing of Bui Bui, so the agricultural season is indicated by blowing of this musical instrument. Gokyang is a bamboo mouth organ, which is an ingenious musical instrument of the women folk. So it is sung while making textile works, that is Nesheyang as they call it. Ogukyang is a bamboo organ. It is prepared during the month of December, which they call as Hokali. So the natives call this sound as Chanchingao, or accompanied the sound with this. The pianchi, or called the sounds produced by this instrument, are similar to the beats of the pian. Now, the system of songs and music in today's context of cultural exchange and influence has come under the challenge of losing its importance and significance. The musical instruments that I mentioned, the songs that I've mentioned, most of them are not in use anymore. It is still carried on somehow, but not in a big way. So some of the factors that have led to the loss of these songs and musical instruments are less use of morong, a house-like structure where people used to gather and learn the use of musical instruments and even songs as well. This morong is not used very regularly these days. Disappearance of dormitory. Girls' dormitory has completely disappeared from the Kamyungan people. And this has led to the loss of learning of songs, and also with that, the textile industry. The traditional textile, which was practiced before, it's also getting lost of its importance. Now, shift from traditional manual field works to modern lifestyle has also led to degradation of learning and practice of music. Less use of and making of basketry and traditional textile works have contributed to the loss of music and learning of different works. The expansion of village areas have also led to the cutting of trees, disappearance of different important areas, which have led to the loss of those walnut songs which are sung during walnut collecting and all. And also the influence of modern lifestyles are largely contributed to the loss of these things. Now, some of the ways in which musical importance or folk music can be brought back or can be institutionalized again is the reorganization of morong system. Morong has to be brought back. Its importance should be encouraged. Introduction of traditional music in academic curriculum. Like folk music, as in academics, should also be encouraged. Audio recording of the sounds will help in safeguarding the traditional practices against threats of loss. And also the documentation through videography is another form of preserving the traditional heritage of folk music. Musical knowledge will also greatly help in and benefit in preserving it by way of recording those tunes and sounds in musical notation. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Hemi, Hemi,
Yes,
good afternoon, Hemi.
yes,
You
good
have,
afternoon.
where are you working?
I'm in Nagaland University.
So you have a wide knowledge about tribal people and their village life, isn't it?
Not really, but somehow, yes, you can say that.
From your paper, I have come to know about the lifestyle of that Kilimanjangan tribal people. And as you said that these traditional songs and music to be imparted in academic. But nowadays,
Yes,
children are very much interested only in the modern songs and varieties. No,
exactly.
do you think if we implement such kind of academic papers in the college or universities, how many will offer it? Even in our state, we are Tamilians, but people are
Yes.
not interested in Tamil songs. They were interested in Western culture only. They
All
are
right.
not giving the many, not many, only minor people are having interest in our folk songs or traditional songs. Major people are concentrating only on Western songs and modernized songs. How far it
Okay.
will work out, I don't know. But you have given a different perspectives. Your analysis on tribal songs are really spellbound. Thank you, ma. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the suggestion as
Thank
well.
you, Hemi. Okay.
Liva Tekara Paul,
Yes, ma'am.
ma'am, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you can start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Livia Tekekra Paul. I teach English at International School of Management Excellence, Bangalore. I would like to present my screen. Can you all see my screen? Hello?
No, ma'am.
Oh, 1 minute. Just give me 2 minutes. There's some. Hello, can you see my screen now?
Yes,
Can you see my screen now? Yes. The topic of my presentation is mapping Dalit identity and cultural resistance in Harish Kample's rap music video, Jati. So before I start giving my presentation, I would request all of you to please see my video.
Is it audio
Excuse me.
viable? Audio is not viable.
Audio is not visible.
Yeah.
Oh, you. Just 1 minute.
Could you hear the audio?
Yes, ma'am, your video is not audible.
Oh, okay. I'm really sorry. I think there's some issue with my computer. But nonetheless, the lyrics are being written in the below of the video.
Okay, then proceed, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank
Then
you so much.
proceed. Okay.
Yes, I apologize for not able to check the audio quality of this. But were you able to see the video of the? Were you able to see the video and the lyrics that were given in the down?
Yeah. I could view
Yes,
the lines of the song.
yes. Thank you so much,
Okay,
ma'am.
proceed.
The purpose of this research is to map the Dalit identity and the cultural resistance aspects of the form of rap music in Harish Kamble's rap music video. The title of this video is Jati. It's the Hindi word, the Kannada word for caste. I'm focusing on two research questions. One is, how is the Dalit identity represented through a rapper? And how is culture exercised as resistance visually through rap music videos? So these two questions I will be focusing on. I will be analyzing these rap videos through Ghanshyam Shah's understanding of Dalit identity, Stephen Duncombe's exposition on cultural resistance, and music video theory of Andrew Goodwin. The methods employed are discourse analysis, lyrical analysis, and visual analysis. The methodologies adopted are Dalit studies, rap music studies, and music video studies. Now, some of you will be thinking, why is it important to analyze these rap music videos? It is important to analyze these rap music videos because when I tried to find research papers on these rap music videos, there were very few research done on these rap music videos. So I feel my research would contribute to the awareness of the Dalit rappers who are trying to explain their life, their wants, their needs, and their aspirations through these rap music videos. Now, who is Harish Kamble, the rapper? The Harish Kamble is an anti-caste rapper. He comes from a peasant Dalit family from Bidar district in northeastern part of Karnataka. He has this video is the first rap music video in Kannada from Karnataka. So this is this rap music video has this importance. He has rapped other two videos. The titles are Rajniti and Mahamari Kate. What is a Dalit identity? What do you mean by identity? Identity is the fact of being who or what a person is, how we live, what we are, how we dress, what we think, what do we believe in, and also our actions. A shared living experience of economic exploitation, caste discrimination, and gender dominance. The way we think about ourselves, the way the world considers us, and our general features all encompasses identity. So Dalit identity. So what is this Dalit identity? Dalit identity conveys the struggle for change and revolution. The formation of Dalit identity is uniting them as the oppressed at one level and cutting across religious and linguistic boundaries. Now, I come from Bangalore. I come from ISME college. I don't know how many of you are following news. Last week, in one of the universities in Bangalore, that is in Jain University, um, the Jain University students had performed a play at NIMHANS, which is a National Institute of Mental Health and Sciences convention. They performed a play which ridiculed the Dalit community, which ridiculed the reservation system, and unfortunately, the same play was performed in two other institutions, well-known institutions in Bangalore, and the videos were circulated in that play. The Dalit community were mocked at. People were making fun of it. They were they were calling names of it, and it was considered as cool. And that play, that play won the first prize in the competition, and the video was circulated across Bangalore, and the dean of the college and the students who performed the play were arrested. So even now in this society, in this age, when we have education, we still continue to ridicule this community. And if I know I was not able to um, I was not able to play the audio of the video, but if you have read the lyrics in the downside of the video, the rapper is so confident about himself. He speaks about reservation, caste, and all the way the attitude of the people he is surrounded with, the attitude when he went to college, he went to school, how the people surrounding him treat him. And if you see the news that is happening, and 3 weeks ago in IIT Bombay, a Dalit student committed suicide. But the fact that the student was a the Dalit the student comes from the Dalit community was not revealed much in the mainstream media. So in this through this rap music video, because nowadays people instead of hearing much classical music, they love pop music, and people love to hear music which relies heavily on western culture. So rap music comes in that arena. And Mr. Harish Kamble, who is a Dalit person from Karnataka, he represents his community, his ideas through the video. Now, this we can also see the aspect of cultural resistance. Culture is an area of marginalization. Resistance is an art form. Now, the famous theoretician, Mr. Stephen Dunkop, says cultural resistance is an area where culture is treated consciously or unconsciously, effectively or not, to resist and change the dominant political, economic, or social structure. It it is based on three areas. One is political, social, and individualistic. Now, one more theory which I'm trying to apply on this rap music video is music video theory of Andrew Goodwin. Mr. Andrew Goodwin speaks about the linkage between the music and the visuals. If you have concentrated on the video, you can see in the beginning we can see the face of the rapper in the middle, and it is surrounded by black color, signifying the um signifying that the society in which he lives is not equal. The black color signifies that when he starts rapping, he is walking on the roads, the slum roads, then he walks on the pavement, the steps. And then we can see the photo of Mr. Rohit Vemula, another PhD scholar who committed suicide in the University of Hyderabad. And there are clips of news from the wire saying that a couple was murdered because the boy was from the Dalit family, the girl was from the Brahmin family. And then there was an image of a temple outside the temple saying Shudra Mandir mein pravesh na kare, meaning Dalits are not allowed inside the temple. And then the groom was not allowed to ride horses. So all these news clippings were shown in the video. So we can see that uh, there are multiple instances where the links between the music and the visuals are shown. Then there is linkage between the lyrics and the visuals. Music videos will often illustrate props or actions, the mise-en-scene that reflect the lyrics of a song. If you have paid attention to the lyrics, the rapper Harish Kamble speaks about the reservation system, the politics, how the Dalit people are subjugated because they are born in in the lower caste, and how uh, in most of the scenarios, the Dalit people are always seen working as a construction or in construction as construction laborers. They have to face insults and shame. Like, for example, I just gave you a minute back where uh, in social institutions, people make the upper caste students make fun of the lower caste people through their plays, and it is considered as cool. He speaks about untouchability, he speaks about caste. He also speaks about the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, which is the flagship program of the central government, wherein cleaning is being emphasized on. But he says that we are cleaning outside, but what about our inside? How do uh, are we are we bothered about how we think? And he says that many people do not think on that aspect. Moreover, he in the towards the end of the video, towards the end of the video, he speaks that his words are true because whatever he speaks from his experience. He has spoken out of the harassment he has faced from different people, and he emphasizes that rap music is a space where he can explore and make people aware of. And then also towards the end, when the music ends, we see that we see the quote of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar speaking about that he believes in the religion which focuses on liberty, equality, and fraternity, and he chants the slogan of Jai Hind, Jai Bhim. Jai Bhim is Dr. Ambedkar. Now, there's a variety of intertextual references, as I mentioned earlier. The photos of the Dalit people who committed suicide, or they had to face atrocities, and the news clips. These are the intertextual references. Notions of looking. This is one more aspect of a music video theory. It means that when the actor or singer in the music video looks directly at the camera, this creates the illusion that they are letting the audience inside the life, thus feeling involved in the action. Meaning that in the beginning of the video is mostly, and I mean actually 3/4 of the video, the rapper sees to us. He looks at us. We can see his eyes. He wants to convey his rage against casteism. So this point of notions of looking is aptly applied in this video. And then music videos are either performance based, narrative based, or concept based. So this is narrative based and concept based, that is of casteism, the untouchability of the Dalit community. So I conclude my presentation. I hope you have understood.
Yes, Livia.
Yes, ma'am.
It was a nice presentation of Dalit community and their social repercussions in the Harish Kamle. It's a different perspective which I have never come across so far in my literature view. You have taken a different aspect in presenting Dalit peoples and their hardships.
I'm really sorry.
Why you are interested in
Pardon?
Why you are interested in rap
I
music?
love music, and rap music videos are interesting, catchy, and the focus of rap music are the lyrics. Lyrics are mostly important, so that's why, ma'am.
Rap music concentrates only on Dalit music, huh?
No. Dalit music is one of the divisions of rap music. There are multiple rap music, ma'am, like gangster music, and in movies also you have focusing on Western culture and all. Dalit rap music is just one part of the music, ma'am.
Okay. Then you have said that in Bangalore Jain University that the students performed a drama based on the worst condition of Dalit community, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. They were mocking the Dalit
By
community.
by mocking them.
Yes.
How you can expose this matter as an illness of society to the
Ma'am, when I read the news, I felt that the students are not sensitive to different communities. You can't insult different communities without
public
knowing.
or to the such kind of people?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea how, as a member of a society, how you could expose your
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you please repeat, ma'am?
These children got first place now by ridiculing the Dalit society?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Yes.
Livia, could you hear me?
Ma'am, I teach in a college.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. There's a break in your voice, but I would like to answer your question.
Livia,
Can I answer your question, ma'am?
could you suggest any ideas how we can oppose this kind of ridiculing segment of people at the university level?
Yes, ma'am. My answer to your question is, as a teacher, I now actually there's university holidays going on in Bangalore University. So once my students
Okay.
come back to college, I would be displaying this news, and we will be having a discussion on this, and we will discuss how students, especially the teenagers, they are not culturally sensitive. It's not enough to learn value education, but in in your day to day life, if you do not apply it, you try to mock other communities, then what is the use of education? So as a teacher, I would be discussing this with the students, and hopefully as a college, we will be able to come out and speak on this on an official platform, because if as a college, if you both the teachers and the students, if we come forward and speak on it, I think we will be sending a strong message against this attitude.
நான் உனக்கு இப்ப intro சொல்றேன்.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Kavita ma'am?
Maha, continue, Maha.
Yes, ma'am. Shall we wind up the session, ma'am? This presentation session?
Continue, Maga. Is it only 3 participants are there? Huh?
That's all, ma'am. That's all, ma'am. She is the last
Okay,
final
then wind
candidate.
up the session. Okay.
Ma'am, she is the final
Thanks.
candidate, ma'am. That's all.
Okay, Magam. Okay, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for spending your valuable time with us.
I need to
And I
thank you
thank all the
because I got this.
presenters.
I also need to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Should know about different subaltern ideas of different state people. They have come with a different perspectives, isn't it? Could you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Really, really.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
thank
Yes,
you so
ma'am.
much.
You're audible. Yes, ma'am. Really, the presenters, they have done their job. They have defended their topics.
Yeah, they have different perspectives. Some presented the Kashmiri view in a caricature method. Some presented the through music, how Dalit people have been suppressed. In a different perspective they have presented. I should appreciate the ideas of the presenters. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I thank all the presenters. You have defended your topic very well. Now we'll move on to next session.
Could you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Maha,
ma'am.
could
We'll
you-
move on to next session, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, Maga. Thank you. Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, I thank you all. Now I think Dr. Pavitra ma'am is ready for the next session. Pavitra ma'am. Welcome you, ma'am.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yes. Now,
Good
Indu,
evening.
you
How are
can
you,
do-
ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Fine, ma'am. Fine, ma'am. Dear participants, let's have a small intro about our chairperson.
Dr. B. Pavitra, Associate Professor, Department of English, PhD College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. She has 18 splendid years of experience in teaching. She is a member of European Shakespeare Research Association, member in Board of Studies, PhD College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. NDTL Mentor 2018 to 2022, AVP College, PhD College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, and also academic expert member of the Department Advisory Committee, English, at Sri Manakula Vinayagar Engineering College, Pondicherry. She is also taking part as an associate editor in Literary Cognizance, International Cognizance, e-Journal of English Language, Literature and Criticism. She has acted as an external expert member of doctoral committee meetings at various colleges. She published more than 20 books, chapters in conference proceedings, and Under her guidance, 2 candidates received their MPhil degree and she is guiding 3 PhD scholars. Ma'am received Certificate of Appreciation twice from NPTEL and also received Top Performing Mentor Certificate twice from NPTEL. Thank you, ma'am. We feel very much honored. Now you can proceed the session, ma'am.
Ma'am, thank you so much for the sweet introduction, Udaya Priya, ma'am. It's indeed maybe after 6 months of time or so, I'm into chairing a session again. I'm indeed so happy for calling me Maha, ma'am. Thank you so much. And I always have a motherly connect with AVP College, and whenever I hear the voice or the note that pops up in the notification from Maha, ma'am, I always feel so
Thank you,
close,
ma'am. Thank you so much.
so close to being so close to somebody is so hard, and being happy and cheerful whenever you receive messages. Happy indeed to be a part of the international conference, that too on subaltern literature, which has become a post-colonial topic of the day. Looking forward to hear from all the presenters. Now, without any much delay, I would like to start with the first presenter of the day. The first presenter of the day is Mrs. D. Deepika Devi from the Department of English, Assistant Professor from the Department of English, PPG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. And she's going to present on the topic Dominating the Destitutes.
Ma'am, sorry. Actually, Deepika Devi, she informed that she couldn't join in this session, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Then
We'll
whom
move
should
on
I
to
start
next.
with?
Yes, ma'am. Next
Nishta,
presenter.
Nishta? Can I move to
Yes,
Nishta?
ma'am.
Yes, Nishta. Okay, now let's have Nishta Mahava, if I'm not pronouncing wrongly, former student from the Central University of Rajasthan, to speak on the topic, a sexual subaltern, the gendered commercial sex workers of India. Waiting to hear from you, Nishita. Over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible. You are
Yeah.
present. Yes.
Yes. So very good afternoon, Chairperson ma'am, and my fellow presenters. In today's conference, I'm going to talk about the lives of commercial sex workers of India through the lens of a sexual subaltern. Now, time and again, within post-colonial India, we have seen that the identity of or the lives of a sex worker is considered problematic and it is questioned because of the prevalent mainstream gender practices. So the attempt of the paper is to read the subjugation of the gender practices and sexual choices of the sex workers in India. And at large, the paper also attempts to understand the theory, Butler's theory of gender performance in, to understand Butler's theory of gender performance in the area of the sexual subjectivities that exist within the community of sex workers of India. So beginning with, the paper is going to talk about sexual subalterns within post-colonial India. It is going to draw inferences from Butler's theory of gender performance to understand the gender expression and sexual choices of these commercial sex workers, and to read the term subjugation and marginality in terms of a sex worker, and to understand the subverted gender expression and sexuality of sex workers in the conventional sphere of gender practices in India. So now, first and foremost, we need to understand the term sexual subaltern. So the term sexual subaltern is coined by Ratna Kapoor, and it is a concept which is used by Ratna Kapoor. Ratna Kapoor is a feminist legal scholar, and this is a term which we study under Subaltern Studies, which is the theme of our conference today. So, according to this term and according to the concept of a sexual subaltern, Ratna Kapoor talks about the various range of sexual minorities that exist within post-colonial India. She aims to understand these sexual minorities and their existence, which trouble the conventional gender practices within India. Overall, Ratna Kapoor wants to create a counter heteronormative movement and to challenge the normative assumptions that inform the lawmaking of the country. And interestingly, this term sexual subaltern do not include just the queer community within India, but it also includes the various other sexual minorities. For example, the sex workers, and within sex workers also there are various other sexual minorities that exist. So this term is not a homogeneous or a stable term, but this term goes on to represent the many sexual identities and which exist within post-colonial India. Now, talking about Butler's theory of gender performativity or gender performance. So, Butler, in this theory, she differentiates between sex, sexuality, and gender. She says that these three terms are independent of each other. And Butler, to explain the idea of gender, she gives the analogy of a theatrical performance and compares it to gender. And the analogy of theatrical performance suggests that gender identity or gender expression is a performance. For example, when we are assigned a role to perform at a theater, so we prepare accordingly to the role. So in the same way, what Butler here wants to say is that every day in our lives we are performing our gender, we are performing our gender expression and gender identity. So overall, she counter argues the idea that gender is a natural construct, and she says that gender is a social construct, that gender is a performance, and she counter argues the idea that gender is binary. She says that if gender is a performance, that someday then someone somewhere can choose to add different variety, like add a set of different characteristics to define themselves, which is completely fine. So Butler supports the idea of gender fluidity over gender binary, and which I'm going to highlight more in my presentation. So now, know your commercial sex workers. Ashok Alexander is an author who has closely worked with the sex workers, and he has written his testimony, A Stranger Truth, in which he talks about the sex workers community, the commercial sex workers community of India. But the good thing about the book is that Ashok Alexander does not limit the talk of the commercial sex workers to the women sex workers, but he goes on to talk about the various other communities that exist within the community of commercial sex workers in India. So he throws light on the community of TG sex workers and on MSMs that are not much talked of. And these communities are the ones which are doubly marginalized within India because of their choice of sexual expression and gender expression. Now, to talk about TG sex workers, which are the transgender sex workers. So the transgender sex workers are known by the term Hijra in North and by the term Aravnis in South. These sex workers, these transgenders, they commonly practice two kinds of profession. One is Badai and the other is Bhikkhu. Badai is the one in which transgenders go to the houses of people on celebratory occasions to give them blessings. And Bhikkhu is the profession in which they collect alms. So Bhikkhu also involves participating in sex trade, and hence here comes the community of TG sex workers. So there are two types of TG sex workers. One is the aqua, which are the non-emasculated ones, which do not undergo the chain, the sex operation change. They do not undergo the sex change operation, and the nirvanas are the ones which are emasculated, and because they are emasculated, so they are highly prized in the sex trade. And then talking about MSM. So MSM is an acronym for male with male sex. These are the doubly marginalized community within sex work because of fair reasons that homosexuality till date is not encouraged in our country. And it is an umbrella term for a variety of sexual exchanges. So within MSMs also, there are a category of sexual subjectivities that exist. For example, there are kotis, which play the feminine role in the sexual exchange, and there are panthis, which play the masculine role in the sexual exchange. Then there are double deckers, which play both the roles. And then there is this term macho truck drivers, this terminology which Ashok Alexander quoted in his book to explain the queerness or the homosexual nature of the truck drivers who often indulge into these commercial sexual activities. So he says that they indulge in these activities, but with the female sex workers, but they are also found to they are also found making out or having these kind of sexual exchanges with the helper boy in the truck, which talks about their homosexual identities. So it is important to talk about the other in the sex trade, because whenever we talk about sex trade, we talk about female prostitution. So it is important to talk about the other, because we need to understand that within sex work also there are a lot of non-heteronormative sexual identities that exist and that are doubly marginalized because they are not talked of. And these in their narratives, like if you read narratives of these non-heteronormative sexual identities, you will feel that they face a lot of identity crisis. That identity crisis is a recurring theme in their life narratives, because like in Ashok Alexander's book also, he has talked about many MSM sex workers who live a very conventional lifestyle, like they are married, they have children, but they would practice this trade or their real sexual identity in secret. So then it is important to talk about these sexual identities. And then these sexual identities, they also lack support from family, society, or police. Like it is found out that many gay rape victims, they do not report the crime. Then queer is just not limited to the LGBT. This is one important thing that I want to highlight, that it is just not limited to the LGBT or the queer community, but it defines the non-conventional behavior, thinking, and sexual expression within post-colonial India. So I would like to conclude my paper and say that the paper attempts to read the gender lives of commercial sex workers as a sexual subaltern in post-colonial India, and to view sexual subjectivities of sex workers as a discourse of academia. And by studying the relevance of Butler's gender performativity in gender and sexual expression of commercial sex workers in India, the aim is to theorize and in the process materialize the gender choices of sex workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Nishta. That was a clear dissection of sexual subjectivity, and you made some great points to meet and portray a closeness to queer theory and also to LGBTQ. That's a nice presentation. And you had a different form of references also, and I'm also able to learn many subdivisions as far as these sexual subjectivity are considered. I have a question for you.
Yes.
When you come to address the sexual subalterns, do you believe in all these gays, lesbians, and sex workers are more challenging and more dominant as far as culturally considered? Like, are we looking at them with the same stand, or are we looking at them on the same point of view? Like, are they all on the same line when we talk about these lesbians, gays? And when you started your presentation, you were narrowing it down to a group of sex workers. Do you think they are more prominently seen? Are all being put together into this line?
Ma'am, define it at large. I feel that all these communities or sexual identities that I mentioned in my paper, they all exist within the same line presently, because they are in general, they are not accepted in the mainstream society, and the mainstream ideas of gender expression are the ones that hinder their existence, be it the existence of a commercial sex worker or the LGBTQ. So I feel that yes, like all of them are then the same here.
Okay. So when it comes to legal arena, okay, when
Yes,
it
ma'am.
comes to legal arena, is there any possibilities for these people to also normalize their life in a country like India?
That is difficult, and a lot of research, legal research, is going for it. And I wouldn't say that it is impossible, because a lot, like Ratna Kapoor herself, she is a legal feminist scholar,
Okay.
and her theories do affect the lawmaking. Like, this is her agenda, that she wants her theories and her academic theorization to affect the lawmaking of the country at large.
Okay.
So, with all the ongoing talk that is happening around around sex workers or the right of the queer community and all of that, so there's hope that something might happen in the legal area as well, some positive change.
Yes, but in general, pleasure and desire, we are all mere human beings, and it's common to all. Okay, when it comes to pleasure, when it comes to desire, no, it has become an important role for every human being to have their own feelings and all that. But when you talk about this in a post-colonial context, and that too in the field of literature, we obviously see through all these things, all these topics coming again and again through these LGBTQ queer theories and subaltern literature. And of course, you have seen it in a different point of view. Like, this is not something common to talk. It's not something closely related to literature, but you stepped out of literature and you have presented your paper well. And I appreciate and congratulate you for having displayed a different view as far as gender commercial sex workers of India is considered. And I wish you all the best in near future also to take up topics that speak differently, because we would like to hear more, because the world is becoming more competitive. Thank you, Nishta, for your presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your valuable inputs.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call upon assistant professors, Dr. S. Lata Rani and Ms. Princey from the college MNSSVM Madurai, and other teacher from St. Anthony's College, Dindikal, to present their papers on Dalit women, a minority within a minority. Please, professors.
Good evening, everyone. This is
Good
Princey
evening, ma'am.
from St. Anthony's College, Dindikal. And today I'm going to present a paper on Dalit women, a minority within a minority. Shall I share my screen, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Yeah. So my topic is Dalit women, a minority within a minority. So in India, we actually everyone was determined by their caste. Actually, the social status which is determined through the caste. Dalit women, commonly Dalit people, are mostly considered as low grade and lower people. And particularly here, I'm going to talk about Dalit women. And in India, for centuries, Dalit women are living in a silent manner. They are actually suppressed and oppressed by everyone. Um, they are acted as mute spectators. They are not allowed to talk anymore. They are never allowed to talk about their oppressed, which is happening and which is faced inside their home, inside their community people. This is what happening to the Dalit women, and most of the common oppression against them is based on mental and physical torture, sexual harassment, and they felt very insecure, even in society as well as in a family too. They're treated very badly, and Dalit women are mostly suffering across the generation. That is what's happening every day. They face so many problems, but they're never allowed to talk outside. They're always considered as a voiceless people, actually. And here I have mentioned one thing that they are bear the triple burden of denial. They're suppressed in caste, gender, as well as in a poverty, because they are always dependent on men. Already, these women are suppressed because of their caste in society, and these people are always suffered inside their home, inside by their own minority people. That's why I mentioned here Dalit women are minority among minority, because they are doubly marginalized, like a black women. And Dalit women stand at the lowermost level of the society, because they faces multiple problems inside the home as well as outside the home. And economically, they were suppressed. Sexually, they were abused uh, by the upper caste men as well as their own community men. And not only men, but also the high caste women also suppressed and oppressed and ill-treated the Dalit women. Even the women in upper caste also suppressed the Dalit women. And here I have noted three writers: Baby Kamli, Umila Power, and Bama. And here, Baby Kamli's autobiography, The Prison We Broke, which is always confirmed that one Dalit woman in 10 used to die during the childbirth due to lack of awareness, medical help, and some suspicious belief like that. And one woman among 100 used to harm by husband or by their in-laws. This was clearly mentioned in that autobiography, The Prison We Broke. And Bama also described many Dalit women are tortured to death by their husband. And she also mentioned that they are very much ill-treated by their own community men. And Women Are Powers, The Weave of My Life, which is a very good book. And there, Women Are Powers says that the um, uh, can I hear my voice, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Women Are Power says that the Dalit men regret for equal rights and but they behave inside in a home which is totally different, because they are longing for the rights and everything, but inside the home they have totally suppressed the Dalit women. This is what happening, and these autobiography is mentioned that how this women are treated, particularly Dalit women are treated among the Dalits, and because they are thrice alienated on the basis of caste, class, and gender. And their problems mainly there is a lack of education, early marriage, and health problems. These are all the things which is faced by the Dalit women, and particularly they are very much sexually abused by the upper caste men. This is what happening, but no one is raising the question about against the upper caste men. Even even their husbands and everyone, because they never talk against the upper classmen. In Urmila Baba's The Weave of My Life is a very good autobiography in Marathi. She described a difficulty in the education system and caste norms, language, culture, and everything. She also discussed about the internal patriarchy, which makes Dalit women victim of patriarchy controlled by the Dalit men, and physical abuse, and also the economic explorations. And one more incident I just want to share with you that in Maharashtra, district of Maharashtra, we knew that two Dalit women were slipped and become naked in the village just because their shadow had fallen on the well. This was very ridiculous. We are not able to hear this type of news. Actually, once we hear that, our blood boiled on reading about this type of news. This is what happening to every Dalit women. Even though in this era everyone is educated and everyone in a good position, okay, but many young Dalit women have had to stop using social media out of fear and because the abuse had reached the intolerance level. This is what happening here. Even we can also compare that Brahmin women, upper caste women with Dalit women. Uh, we can consider that Brahmin women also suppressed by their own community, but they never suppressed in the society. They never faces any cruel things in the society, but Dalit women are mostly face these type of cruelty among their own community as well as from the outside of the society as well. This is what happening to them. And we also read that Dalit women known as untouchable, we all know that. But this is what strictly ranked based one. This is what happening today itself. Even though they are educated, this is what happening. Injustice directed at the Dalit women causes profound trauma and suffering across the generation. And they are deeply embedded discrimination from the birth. And they are remanded at the act and mute. Actually, I have mentioned this that they are acted as a mute spectator to their exploitation, and they are just sacrifice everything, and they are facing this barbarity every day. This is what happening. This is what happening to them. I just want to conclude my hello, ma'am.
Ma'am, yes, we are hearing to you. Yes.
I just want to conclude my presentation with the quotes. There is only caste, that the caste of humanity. We have to go through it, and The education is the only thing which is going to change this situation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your presentation. But as far as these Dalit women are considered, now I just had two general questions to ask you, because every then and there, here and there, now we always hear about the word Dalit. But do you think, ma'am, that the picture of these Dalit women, okay, like only women, why not men? Everywhere people talk only about women. They don't concentrate on children, they don't concentrate on men, they don't concentrate on the whole community. Do you think the picture of Dalit women alone is differently seen in rural and urban areas? If you say so, yes, in what way, ma'am?
Dalit is a common thing. It's not separated to men and women. But my point of view is women, they're doubly marginalized. Not only from in the rural area, as well as from city side also. Even the educated people are trying to hide the suppression and everything, the caste and everything, but they are facing something regarding the caste,
But
even in a
Princy,
city
ma'am,
side.
sorry to interrupt, but I also feel like there are also men who are equally being.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
There
Yes,
are
ma'am.
men also who are equally being. There are also children who are equally being. Their
Yeah,
target
ma'am.
is that only word marginalized or Dalit.
Yeah, ma'am. That's
It is not
right.
only women, is what I feel, Princy, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. That's right, only. That's what I meant, that Dalit is common for men and women. But my topic is that we have to focus on the women, why they're suppressed inside the house as well as in the society also. No, ma'am. That's what. Even or in, so the main focus we have to because they are influence on their child. No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, I have one more question for you. It is always considered that these marginalized people are uncivilized, impure, and inferior, and all that. How could they have a social identity if they are always treated like this, ma'am? Like they are always considered to be uncivilized, impure, and inferior. And this is, this circulates like something deeply to think about. So, how could they have a social identity, though being more oppressed or uncivilized, impure, and inferior, ma'am? In your point of view, can I have a general answer, ma'am?
Social metrics are not missed in fair way, ma'am.
Okay.
That is what I am thinking.
Ma'am, can you come again, please?
Social metrics are not missed in a fair way, ma'am.
Okay.
Measured, not measured in a fair way, ma'am.
Okay. You expect it to be more fair.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because whenever we talk about them, we always look at them as they're uncivilized and they're not.
So we never. They are not uncivilized, ma'am. They're
And
not
they're always
considered as
seen in an
adults.
inferior point of view. And I always wonder, is that these reasons or these points or these words that make them us, that make us to speak more about them? Are we all trying to give an identification to them because they are all
Right,
uncivilized,
ma'am.
they're oppressed?
Right. It is about the social metrics, which gives us a lot of wonder.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, thank you so much, Princey, ma'am. It was a nice presentation. You also had a different interpretations. Thank you so much for sharing your perception of understanding what exactly the role of Dalit women, why she's been considered to be a minority within minority. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Next,
Pavitra ma'am?
yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I think Manaka Devi also not there in the meeting, ma'am. Actually, she is also unable to attend the presentation session, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. That's all, ma'am. We'll wind up the session, ma'am.
Oh,
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. The whole team of AVP College of Arts and Science. You all have done a great job. It's indeed a different frame of standpoints and references from the two presenters. We are able to hear from them this art, that what exactly subaltern is, and both of them had a a different perception of understanding what exactly Dalit is all about and its role in literature. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, the whole team.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for spending your valuable time with us.
Ma'am, always. This is always the time is valuable being here with you people.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
And I thank all the presenters. Once again, I congratulate all of you for your good presentation. Next, we'll move on to session 4. Actually, Chairperson Dr. Franklin Vasigaran sir is ready. Franklin sir? Franklin sir? Franklin sir, are you here?
With your permission, can I take leave, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. No, Franklin sir has joined. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, yes, good evening, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. Yes, I'm here.
Good evening, sir. Yes, sir. Dear participants, presenters, we'll have a small intro about our chairperson, Franklin, sir.
I would like to invite Dr. D. Franklin Vasikaran, sir, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Bishop Appasamy College. He is specialized in English language teaching and he is an examiner in BEC, KET, PET, CAE. He has published papers in national and international conferences and he is producing 4 PhD and 1 MPhil candidates. He has organized awareness programs, seminars on various topics, literary competitions and youth carnival. He was a resource person in many colleges. He has attended numerous seminars, conferences and workshops. He acted as a judge for various literary competitions. Sir, may I now request you to proceed the session?
Okay, thank you for the kind words, ma'am. It is really a privilege and a pleasure to be with the eminent scholars and also the veteran teachers of English and also the presenters of today. So I feel honored and privileged to be with you all. Okay, now the presenters, yes, you can present your papers, and so all the listeners or attenders in the participants, yes, so we can enjoy the session. Have a great day. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
I'm Hassan. I'm the PhD scholar in management. I would like to present my topic, Positivity in Management, Marketing Strategy of Banking towards Small and Medium Enterprises, that is SMEs. Can I go ahead with that, sir? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But you can be a little bit louder. So I don't know if it's audible for all. Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'll just adjust my audio. I think I could hear everybody. I think so. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes. Please proceed.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. One more time, Mr. Franklin, sir, who's been as a chairman. It's been very honor and privilege to me to present in front of everybody, and Dr. Madam Maha, and then all the research scholars and professors. Thank you very much for the opportunity that you are given to me to present in front of you all. And then my topic is going on SMEs. They have been lack to get the marketing strategy from the bankers, and I just choose this is for the voice for voiceless. And even the government in any country, they have been giving a variety of programs to assist the small and medium enterprises. Even though they are given this, but this has been not reachable to the small players. And if you see SMEs, they are the heterogeneous group, and they could be in every areas like handicraft and small machines and restaurants and computer softwares. Because and the World Bank has given the definition that's the organization which is having 10 employees, they would be micro, and those who are having the 50, and they are considering as a small, with a turnover of 3 million, not 3 million asset sales, and that's the income revenue. And the medium is 300 employees. So this is a criteria the World Bank has given for the SMEs. And if we go with the bankers, bankers always looking for the volume, because I have little experience in this. So with my experience, I would like to give where they have been lacking in that areas. The competition in the banking sector, because it's been limited, bankers have not been under pressure to develop their lending to small clients like SMEs. This is a major thing. They have been not intended to go towards SMEs. Though the SMEs are being more profitable to the countries as well as in the economy, and each and every one. Because I do remember 2007 when the recession hit. The major countries, I mean, even US and even the Dubai, the most of the areas, they've been affected much. But when we see the India, it's been occupied with most of SMEs. They haven't even felt the recession what it has been. This is what I could realize. Even 2009, I may not fail that time period. But the overall areas, it's just like, I could say it's a financial tsunami. That's how it's been affected. That construction have been stopped, and funding and so many things have been struggled over the recession. But when the SMEs or wherever the market is being occupied by the SMEs, they couldn't feel the recession at all, I could say so. And then in terms of SMEs, if you see in the view of SMEs, SMEs often complain that their growth and competitiveness are constrained by a lack of access to financing because of high cost of credit. Smaller firms in developing countries also reported that they have to bribe to the large firms to get the financing. This is a main problem. And I could go through some literatures, and then I could realize they have done a very good survey in 1980 with the marketing executives of 41 ages in the branch level across the 4 associate banks. Concluded the bank have failed to adopt a marketing orientations. This bankers were specifically found lacking of 8 areas that I could say so, and they were mainly their main thing is that lending, deposit taking, and money transmission rather than the customer wants. Like SMEs, what they want, they are not looking after that. And then service being produced as they have been since instigation, with no analysis changing customer needs. That's the thing, is a major part of the major part of the findings. And organization structures, when we see that career bank recruitment policies and the focus on internal relationships indicated the internal company orientation rather than the external customer one. And then the fourth point, what they are emphasizing, the sellers' needs rather than the buyers, as was evidenced by their advertising efforts to increase deposits during the inflammatory period in that order to increase their resource base. And then the very good thing is the pricing policies. The little evidence of profit planning in their pricing policies. And the sixth point, short-term orientation was apparent in the poor communication of the bank's corporate plans to branch managers and the subordinate role of marketing planning. And they could come up with another 2 points, that there was no sophisticated market segmentation strategy. And this is another main part, because bankers, they don't have to look after the segmentation. because, as I said in the beginning, they've been looking for only volume based on the large firms. And because of all this, they don't have their marketing planning system was being implemented rightly. So what I could suggest from my initial study, the marketing strategy, it has to be in a way of segmentation and the current need of the SMEs. So what is the adaptation of marketing strategy the banks and financial institutions could take that? So the bankers have to have they have to raise the questions towards SMEs. That four questions I could find out. The first one is, how can bankers better understand SME customer needs? And then second point, I could mention that how can they match diverse needs with the right offer, service level and delivery channel. And then third one is, how can bank effectively manage SME customers across their life cycle, throughout their life cycle? Because the initial investment from the period to 2 to 3 years, they have to stand in the market with the financing needs always. So this throughout their life cycle, the bankers have to be helpful to them. And the fourth question is, SMEs customer management along with their customer life cycle, it has to be under place. These are the things will make them to go towards the market segmentation. The market segmentation is nothing but identifying sub markets within the total market is a market segmentation within. If I don't have to go to more elaborative in this area, it's a huge area market segmentation. I just have to say it in a line that within the total market we need to go with the sub market. That's the market segmentation. And then in process of the segmentation, management has to be identify characteristics of customer which will cause them to respond favorably to the company's product or services. So in this case, the traditional segmentation basis for the corporate banking market have been location, industry type, and company size, or some combination of these things. These are the things they need to find out. And the next major thing what they can do is that strategic planning initiatives. In this initiatives, we could see the current era, how the market has been changed. Everything has gone through the digital marketing strategies. Most of the people, most of the companies, and everybody after the Corona COVID period, everybody is looking for the online services or social media in this way. So the bankers, even they have to liberalize their way to go through the channels of digital marketing. In this area, they can adopt the social media or blogs or websites. That's how they can do that. Social media, as far as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, these areas and all. Even every area it's been popularized, and then the people are accessing. Even the I could say that, not well familiarized people, even they are using the Facebook and all the things. So bankers can they could adopt in these ways. So with this all, I could just conclude with a couple of points that bankers, what they can do to achieve this SMEs market. And I can conclude with a couple of points that bankers can reduce the capital adequacy, which is they've been looking for the normal corporates, and they can go with even the smaller capitals. For example, if they are going for the financing, they always look for them certain capital for 200,000 or 100,000. For the SMEs, when they are starting up, they couldn't go with this kind of deposits. So then the next point, then what they can do, that the law governing and the enforcement of contract and collaterals, they could reduce it with the movable assets and collaterals. And the third one, developing the policy and legal and regulatory frameworks that are essential to the development of innovative financial institutions and instruments, including venture capital and small and equity investments and the leasing. And the fourth point, what I can do, promoting innovation in specialized lending technology that reduce the administration cost associated with credit application, monitoring, and payment. And these things, they have to reduce it. And the last point is that what I can say that strengthening the capacity of financial institution to evaluate SME credit worthiness is a cost-effective manner, for example, through the use of credit scoring techniques. Instead of they could go the traditional way, they can go with other credit score techniques. If the customer it's been eligible through that, they can reduce the paperwork and they can go ahead with their needs, and they can serve them a better way. This is how I can conclude. I hope I could get something from me. Thank you for allowing me to present this, sir. If there's any question that I can address you. Hello? Hello, sir?
Yes, Mr. Harshan. So it was
Yes,
a
sir.
very good presentation. You made it clear
Thank you,
how
sir.
the SME, right, and small and medium scale, right, enterprises
Yes, sir.
are, so they are not given much opportunity or by the banks, and also there is a the strategy plans also, it is very low. Yes, we are talking about
Yes,
that.
sir. Yes, sir.
Um, okay, participants, any questions you can or clarifications you can so you can ask. Yes, the forum is open. Yes. Okay. Um,
Thank you, sir.
Now, Harshan, I'm just
Yes, sir.
curious about the topic, and also, right, since it is not coming out of literature, it is not a problem. So
Okay.
the market, the banks, right? So the banks that are
Okay.
giving loans, right? So they are not focusing much on this small and medium enterprises. That
Yes, sir.
okay, okay. So do you think that it will affect the Indian economy at large? And
Definitely.
yeah, yeah,
Definitely, there
your
is no doubt about that, sir. That's what I told you with my experience.
mm,
And I got a chance to work in Dubai while 2007 to 2010. And in 2009, the recession hit it there very heavily. And I could see the buildings are stopping in the middle when the construction was stopping in the middle. And, literally, you could see the traffic has gone out. And for example, if I go to my office, it may take 45 minutes time before the recession. After the recession, 15 minutes time I could go that because of the traffic, less traffic, because market has been down that much. We could see it in our literal eyes. But when I come back to India, India that time it was been that market has been packed by SMEs. I'm from Kanyakumari. They are not aware about anything. As usual, the normal life has been going on. I just wondered about that. The difference I could see that, and then I realized how far the SMEs are very important to our economy, sir. That's a real time example I'm just giving to you.
yeah, thank you. So what popular economists so they are talking about is, right? So we
Yes.
may, we may not get the products directly from the companies, corporate companies of other countries. So where
Okay.
we can produce, right? We can use the formula of
Exactly.
others. Yeah, we can use the formula of others, and we can
Hmm.
produce ourselves, so that
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
our raw material, our production, our employment will increase, and
Yeah. Yes.
definitely it will lead to the profit in our own Tamil Nadu or in India at large, right? So that is
Yes,
what
sir.
people are talking about, and the
Yes, sir.
government also should come forward to do all these things. So you have given some recommendations also, so that is
Yes,
good.
sir.
So we have to right think right globally and act locally. So that is what. So act locally in the sense we need to uplift our own right small scale industries and medium scale industry people. So then you
Yes,
can
sir.
see,
That's right, sir.
grown up India. Yes, village is the backbone of our country. So no doubt about that.
Yes,
Yes,
sir. That's right.
yes,
Yes, sir.
yes,
That's right,
yes.
sir. Yes, sir.
Good,
Yes, sir.
good,
Yes,
good.
sir.
So
Yes, sir.
thank you. You have done well. Yes. So
Thank you.
any other clarifications or questions you can ask Mr. Harshan Tambi? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ma'am, over to ma'am.
Sir,
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you
ma'am.
so
Yes,
much,
ma'am.
sir.
sir, you
Thank you,
can
ma'am.
proceed with the next presenter, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next presenter is Rajini. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I'm ready. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Rajini.
Good
So
afternoon, sir. Very
you
good
are
afternoon.
doing your PhD in English, right? In Jain
Hi.
University, Bangalore, right?
Yes, sir.
Good, good.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. So, Rajini, congratulations, and you can start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I am Rajini. I am a research scholar from Jain University, Bangalore. And today's paper presentation would be on the topic reflection of the marginalized voices in S.L. Bhairappa's Parva. I sincerely apologize. The background noise here, there's a lot of construction work going on. Bangalore is developing so much that there is a lot of construction work. So I sincerely apologize for that. So I hope it doesn't disturb the people. Parva is a novel written by S.L. Bhairappa, and it talks about war, peace, love, death, God, and man. S.L. Bhairappa is a renowned Kannada writer. He was awarded the Padma Shri Award on January 26th, 2023. He is renowned for various writings, and he has written around 47, 48 novels. All of them are very popular, and he has been widely translated. Parva was originally written in Kannada in the year 1979. So we can think about its, its growth over these years, over these 40, 45 years. So it is an interpretation, it is a revisionist interpretation of Mahabharata. It talks about various characters, their emotions, and their perception about the war, about the preparation of the war, and the consequence of the war. Today, I'll be just talking about the marginalized characters in S.L. Bhairappa's Parva. There are a lot of characters that have been marginalized in Parva, and out of which I'm just selecting a few of them. So, to give an introduction to that, I can very clearly say that marginalization, it's not a concept of the modern theory or the pre-modern theory. It has been here since ages. So the caste system, the Varna system, as it dates back to human civilization. As soon as human civilization was made and there was some kind of culture and civilization that took place, and the categories were made in human society, the Varna system was created, and this whether we want it or not, we don't want it. There was a category of people who were considered only for a particular kind of work. So marginalization has started from that, and it means treatment of a person or a group, or it is a concept of as something insignificant, and it is pushed to the peripheral of the human society. Marginalization, it can be in the name of gender, color, or caste, or even in the kind of birth. So my focus will be on the kind of birth that has taken place in Mahabharata, whether they are legitimate children or illegitimate children. Some of them, even though they were illegitimate children, they were brought into limelight and they were idolized. They were given a lot of prominence. but some of them remained in the periphery. They were just ignored. They were not at all considered as children. So the characters that I have chosen are a mixture of all these things. The two Indian epics, they consist of lot of marginalized characters, and my paper here, it just gives a very quick look at marginalized characters in Parva. Okay, one second. Once again, I'll just go on to the next one. Once again, I'll just stop sharing for a while and then come back again. Okay. So in Mahabharata, there are a lot of characters and incidents that make these characters, they make these characters as marginalized. So James Fitzgerald, he says that Mahabharata, it is not just an epic, it is not just a novel, it is not just a piece of work. It talks about kings and queens and brothers and cousins and war and all those things. But it is a study of women and the Shudras. We understand that there are a lot of Shudras, there are a lot of Sutas who came into limelight at that time. Any child who was born to a person, especially a male from the royal family, to a dasi or a maid servant, was considered as a Suta. So there were a lot of them, lots and lots of them. And there were a lot of illegitimate children also. So Mahabharata can be the Veda of women and Shudras. That is what Fitzgerald thinks about that. Post-colonial literary texts, they talk about various perceptions and analysis of marginalization and empowerment as illustrated in ancient Indian society. Those people who were empowered, but still they were marginalized. They were not considered, they were not brought into limelight at all. That there are many texts that talk about this kind of treatment towards the characters. So out of them, I've just tried to mention two of them. The Mahabharata, complete Adi Parva, and the narrative art in Mahabharata, they mainly focus on this kind of perceptions. When we talk about the marginalization, there is a lot of highlight on the dilemma and the oppression faced by these deprived groups. Dilemma is when they come to, when they are asked for help, when they have to actually show their loyalty either to the king or the queen or to their own community, or when they have to think about what is just and what is unjust, they have a lot of dilemma. So there is an explanation of dilemma and oppression also faced by these groups. To name a few characters, there is Vyasa himself, an illegitimate child to Queen Satyavati. There is Vidura. We have another character called Yuyutsu. We have Ekalavya, very well known of late, and Ghatotkacha, and even Satyavati. All these characters, they leave a very strong impact on the readers because they are biased, they are oppressed, they are marginalized because of their low caste birth, and the Aryans of that period, they treated them very badly. Moving on to the characters, I'll be just talking about 4 characters in my paper, that is Vidura, Ekalavya, Yuyutsu, and Ghatotkacha. My first character is Vidura. He was a scholar, he was an excellent administrator, and we all have understood that without Vidura's consent, without his counseling, without his advice, King Dhritarashtra could not do anything. So it was he who actually ruled. the Hastinavati. He gave lot of administrative tips to King Dhritarashtra, and not just that, Dhritarashtra totally entirely depended on Vidura for everything, almost everything. He was his best friend. He was his punching bag. He used to throw out his anger on Vidura, everything. So we understand that Vidura is an embodiment of intellect. His voice metaphors the voice of wisdom and logical reasoning. So he just, he is very silent. This character is made in such a way that he speaks very less and only when required. He is not a person who just goes on giving advices. He talks only when it is necessary. He is less spoken character, but whatever he speaks makes a lot of sense and there is reasoning in it. He is the half brother of Dhritarashtra and Pandu, and he was raised and educated by Bhishma. Bhishma adored Vidura very much. Pandu was one character who just goes away from Hastinavati at a very early age because of various reasons, which I would not be talking about in this paper. So, and Dhritarashtra was there. So, Bhishma, if at all he wanted to discuss any kind of administrative matter, he would always depend on Vidura. And he just adored him for that. So, he was consulted for any kind of administrative purposes. Though Vidura was very intelligent and he was a scholarly administrator, he was very well versed in the form of administration, he could not become the king because neither of his parents belonged to the royal blood. So he was born to a dasi or a maid servant, and his father was Vedavyasa himself, or also called as Krishna Dvaipayana himself. So both of them did not belong to the royal blood. So though he had all the qualities of becoming king, Vidura could not become the king. And very unfortunately, he was rebuked, he was teased, he was mocked at by Dhritarashtra himself, and also by the arrogant, adamant Duryodhana. He was tagged, he was called, he was labeled as Dasiputra. And whenever he would raise his voice against the false steps or the unethical steps taken by actions taken by Duryodhana, he would comment on that. He would stop him, saying that whatever he is doing is not correct. So he was labeled as disloyal to the king. So in Parva, Vidura's character, it gives it gives the readers a very good picture about Vidura, and it is characterized as staying within the system but fighting against it. So he fights against it. He just talks about many issues and he doesn't like the way both Dhritarashtra and Duryodhana are handling the Pandavas. So he just, there are a lot of inward voices of Vidura that speak to the readers, and he says that he shouldn't have done that. He should have just gone away out of Hastinavati. But one time, he himself, he argues to himself and he says, why should I go? Because I was born here, I cultivate land here, I am an administrator here, and this is my land. So why should I run away from this place? I'm not going to run away. So let me stay here and let me still be loyal to myself. So because of such thoughts he was frequently humiliated and oppressed by both Dhritarashtra and Duryodhana. But still, he was consulted, and that's a tragic part. He was almost every time he was called back by Dhritarashtra, and he was spoken to. He was consulted to guide the prince and the king to rule Hastinavati. The next character is Ekalavya. He stands as an epitome to Guru Bhakti. He was a great archer, and he always will be idolized, and he will be taken as a metaphor for Guru Bhakti. Ekalavya was the son of Hiranyadhanu, the chief of tribe of forest-dwelling hunters. So he was, and that group was called as the Bhillas, also called as the Nishadas. When Ekalavya comes to age when he has to learn certain skills and education, his father Hiranyadhanu approaches Dronacharya, who was the only guru at that time, and then he wants his son, he wants his son to learn under this revered guru the skills of archery, because archery was very important to them. Let us remember one thing: Hiranyadhanu had no reason, he had no intention of making his son a very great archer. He just wanted his son to learn archery to protect his tribe from the wild animals. But Drona rejected Hiranyadhanu's request, and he says he cannot take a low caste child as his disciple. Only for that reason he rejects that. But we all know that Ekalavya learned, it was probably Ekalavya's learning of archery was the first of the distance kind of education, without any guru, without the online kind of teaching. So the distance education he learned, he understood the skills of archery, he learned everything. And we all know that his talent comes to limelight. There is a jealous Arjuna who says that the guru has cheated him, and in a flash, the Guru Dronacharya, he asks for the right thumb of Ekalavya as his Guru Dakshina. What actually haunts the readers here is, what right does a guru have to take away Guru Dakshina when the teacher has not taught him at all? So suppose I am giving a public discourse in a social platform, and I claim that whoever sees that, you have to pay me something. How fair is it? How fair is it at all? So that kind of haunting thoughts, that kind of thoughts come to the reader's mind. When he has not taught him, when he has rejected him as his disciple, what right, under what rights did Guru Dronacharya take his Guru Dakshina? It was only to show that yes, he has that kind of power, and because he just wanted to show that he was that much of authoritative. That is the epic Mahabharata style. In Bhairapa's Parva, it is Bhishma who has induced this kind of a thought into Dronacharya. So Bhairapa holds Bhishmacharya, Bhishma as responsible for Drona's action, and it was because he calls Drona and he says, "See, I don't know whether you have taught him or not, but that child has learned archery very well, which is supposed to be only for the Aryans. And if these tribes become well versed in archery, they will one day attack the city of Hastinavati. They'll come into our towns, they will take away our women, they will loot our grain. So I don't know, you have caused the damage. Whether you have taught him, or it was your idol, or he has learned from you, I don't know. It was you who was responsible for this damage. So you have to somehow make up this, and you have to take back from him whatever you have given, rightly or wrongly." This is what is Bhishma's order to Drona, and Drona has no other way, because he has to earn his livelihood from this kingdom and these kings. So he just in a flash, he just asks Ekalavya to give away his thumb. This kind of exploitation of the lower caste is very clearly evident in this incident. The next character is Ghatotkacha. He is lost in time. At the same time, he is remembered only during the essential time. So he is lost and remembered in time. We know Ghatotkacha was a demon king born to Bhima and Hidimba. Hidimba is also called as Salakatankati. That is the root name, that is a true name that Hidimba carries. And after giving birth to, or being responsible for the birth of this child, Bhima goes on in his life. He just moves away from him and from Hidimba on the I can say it is an order from Kunti that they have to move on. Kunti did not want Bhima to get stuck with one woman and make family, and he shouldn't be forgetting what his aim of life is. Their aim of life was to get back their kingdom. So the Bhima leaves the husband, wife and the child, and goes away. They were forgotten during the good times when the Pandavas they did the Rajasuya Yagna, they were coronated, they have built their palace, they built their kingdom. All those things they were forgotten, and they were remembered only during the war. It was in fact Krishna who reminds Bhima to go to Hidimba land or Hidimba Vana and then bring back his son Ghatotkacha, who was very powerful Rakshasa. But unfortunately, he was used as a cannon fodder for to save Arjuna. Cannon fodder is a person who is, just in the army. He is just in the army. He is there to protect the main Atirathas or the warriors. Sarathi, Athirata, Maharata, they are the warriors of different category. These cannon fodders, they act as a shield to these, warriors. So to shield Arjuna or to divert the attention of the enemies towards the other small little warriors, cannon fodders are used, and Ghatotkacha was one. So it was only because Karna had a very powerful weapon called Vasavi Shakti, also called as Alayudha. He had preserved it only to use it against Arjuna. Krishna knew this very well, and therefore he makes Ghatotkacha, he rebukes, he tempts Ghatotkacha to go on and attack Karna. And Karna, he is totally distracted and unable to control Ghatotkacha and his valor. He is forced to use this Alayudha and kill Ghatotkacha. In the epic Mahabharata and Vyasa Mahabharata and other versions also, there is no mention of Hidimba or the wives of Ghatotkacha lamenting over his death. But in Parva, there are pages together where Bhairapa talks about the paternal love of Bhima towards his son. He remembers those days, when he has gone back to call Hidimba, gone back to call Ghatotkacha for the war, and then they spend some quality time. He carries his son to a very nearby safe tent and tries to bring him back to life. But because of excessive bleeding, Ghatotkacha breathes his last. And Bhima does not want to leave his son as as an orphan dead body. So he also finishes his last rites and rituals to it. And there is Draupadi who consoles Bhima, and Bhima is, he just abashedly, he just cries and cries over his son and his son's death. So that is the kind of parental love that Bhairapa tries to bring in here. And in this way, Bhairapa's Parva is a revisionist narrative. The last character that I would be talking about is Yuyutsu. He was the paternal half-brother of Duryodhana. He was born to Dhritarashtra and Sugada, who was Gandhari's very close servant maid who comes from Gandhara, in fact, from her maternal home. He is known as a virtuous traitor because he is always Yuyutsu was a righteous person. He focused only on righteous acts. The reason for the birth of Yuyutsu is that Shakuni, Gandhari's brother, he would describe her physical beauty, Sugada's physical beauty to Dhritarashtra whenever they were in private, and this kind of description would arouse Dhritarashtra's sexual interest in Sugada. And it is also a known fact that Gandhari's pregnancy was a delayed one. Because of this, Dhritarashtra is unable to control his sexual pleasures, his sexual instincts, and therefore he has many maid servants. He uses many maid servants during this time, and all of them give birth to a son or a daughter. And that makes the 104 or 101 Kauravas that we count for. And it is not all of them that who are born out of Gandhari, which is practically not possible. That is what is written in Parva. So Dhritarashtra's encounter with Sugada for one night, that is the reason for Yuyutsu's birth. And the name Yuyutsu was given by Pitamaha Bhishma which means very curious to fight, very eager and valorous to fight. Right from his childhood, Yuyutsu would always oppose Duryodhana and even Shakuni's all plots to trouble Pandavas. Duryodhana would always, either poison Bhima, and he would push him into water, he would hit him hard, he would attack him unnecessarily. So all these kinds of actions, and even when it comes to other, when there was a peacemaking session that happened, and Krishna comes in, Yuyutsu was one of the advisors to Duryodhana to give away the rights of the Pandavas, but it was not considered at all. Again, he was rebuked as a Dasi Putra. He was told as a person of a low birth, and he was marginalized. And before Mahabharata war begins, there is an open option by Bhishma, who is fighting in favor of the Kauravas. He gives an open option to everyone, not just the soldiers.
Excuse me.
Yeah, just 2 minutes. I just want to finish this.
Please mark it short on. Yes, ma'am.
He gives an open option to everyone that anybody can move to whichever side they want. So on this option, he takes advice of Vidura, and Yuyutsu drops his support from the Kaurava side and joins the Pandava side. And very curiously, he is one among the 11 survivors of the war. And later years, when when Parikshit, King Prince Parikshit becomes the king, Yuyutsu is appointed as the regent to this king. But whatever it is, there is lot of marginalization happened. There is lot of negligence happened in the case of Yuyutsu, and his marginalized. So we can conclude that there are several stories that bring a lot of courage and strength and intelligence and all those things. Of late, the recent retellings of Mahabharata from different perspectives, they have given these marginalized characters a little bit of respect and justice. So these characters, they are not tragic heroes, but they are the heroes of tragic incidents. That is what I would like to say. And thank you for listening to me. I'm sorry for exceeding my time limit. That's it, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Ranjani. That was a very good presentation. You made it very clear about the marginalized characters, and you told there are many characters like that, and you have chosen very few, and 4 of them you have explained very well.
Thank you.
So thank you. One, the wisdom of the poor is rejected, right? And the bravery of the marginalized is not approved, right?
Yes.
So this is what even now it is happening. It is not new. It is not a wonder when we see in today's world, but it is as you told, it is happening right since time immemorial. It is happening, right? Even in the epics, it is the same thing. I not know. Yes, but you made it very clear. It was an in-depth study about it, right?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Good. Any questions, participants? You can you have any clarifications to be right asked? You can make it now. Thank you. Okay. If it is not, so shall we move on to the next person, the presenter?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ranjani ma'am. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Good. Thank you. All the best.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Again, a good evening, and our next presenter is Rupa Rani, research scholar in PhD in English, right? And again, Jain University. Okay. Now, Rupa Rani is going to present in gender-based violence, right, on the topic. Okay, Tanya Singh's being Reshma. Okay, fine, fine. Okay,
Uh, is my
yeah,
screen visible?
yes, yes, of course, of course. Yeah,
Okay.
you can
Very
present
good.
it now. Okay, thank you.
Yes, very good. Good evening to all the distinguished people and fellow presenters. I'm Rupa Rani, research scholar from Jain University. I am presenting paper Articulation of Gender-Based Violence in Reshma Qureshi and Tanya Singh's Being Reshma. Literature represents life. It reflects the human experience and wide range of emotions. The impact of the feminist movement paved the way for women writers to boldly confront the set norms of society. The Indian women writers, including Anita Desai, Shashi Deshpande, Kamala Das, Arundhati Roy, and many more, they reflected the concept of women's marginality, gender inequality, and the condition of women in the society of their period much more intensely. Life writings such as memoirs and autobiographies recorded violence, sexual abuse, gender discrimination, and atrocities inflicted on women. The plight of women in modern society needs to be acknowledged as the discrepancy persists still in the modern era. And she is a victim of gender violence and patriarchal decrees of society. And the problem of gender-based violence, which go beyond abuse and physical torture, such as rapes, acid attacks, and human trafficking. The victims of gender violence and their predicaments are often neglected because there is always a strong moratorium to address the theme of violence, especially the gender-based violence exhibited in writing by men or male. There are many autobiographies or memoirs that articulated these issues, and these articulation became more significant when the victims themselves addressed these vital issues in their writing. So here, this study delves into Reshma Qureshi and Tanya Singh's Being Reshma, and it examine violence inflicted on women in society as represented in the memoir. It attempts to illustrate Reshma's journey from oppression to expression. So, Being Reshma is a memoir written by Reshma Qureshi and Tanya Singh, which was first published on 13 December 2018. Being Reshma tells the story of Reshma Qureshi, an acid attack survivor who was born in a middle class Muslim family living in Mumbai with four siblings. His father was a taxi driver. Reshma was the youngest of five kids, and she was much indulged by her siblings and parents. On 19th May 2014, at the age of 17, Reshma Qureshi was attacked with sulfuric acid. The attacker was none other than her brother-in-law, and the brother-in-law who was married to her sister named Gulshan. As Shashi Tharoor says, this memoir is a powerful story of courage, perseverance, and triumph. The memoir here articulates the plight and predicaments of ordinary women in the traditional role of wives, mothers, or sisters. The practices imposed and male domination in women's life are considered a natural phenomenon in a patriarchal society. This book unfolds the violence inflicted on women on different levels. The rising trend of violence against women is a burning and tropical issue of every day. It establishes the subaltern status of women the world over. This transcultural phenomenon, while being a cruel reality of our lives, is a recurrent motif in fiction and writing of any genre for that matter. The aim of this article is to establish the cognizance taken by writers towards this reality. Um, as a professor of peace studies points out, the professor named John Galtung explains violence in terms of three dimensions: direct, structural and cultural violence. Direct violence is what we see and experience. Structural violence is built into the social structure. Cultural violence is it refers to prevailing attitudes or beliefs used to legitimize violence of direct or structural nature. So here, direct violence is horrific, and its brutality often receives our attention. We respond to it because the criminal is visible to our eyes, but structural violence is almost invisible, embedded in the social structure. Being Reshma here chronicles incidents of domestic and cultural violence along with the direct violence. The first victim is Gulshan, who is Reshma Qureshi's sister. uh, Gulshan's husband is the one who throws acid on Reshma's face. When Reshma, along with her parents, visit her married sister Gulshan for the first time, young Reshma was very much excited to meet her elder sister, but Reshma was surprised to see the strange behavior of her sister, and our actions are the obvious result of the dominance of Gulshan's in-laws. The role of women is confined to doing all the household chores and domestic duties. Her rights are often rejected and roles are not acknowledged after marriage. That is clearly visible in Gulshan's case in Being Reshma. The memoir also dwells into issues of women after marriage, such as dowry, physical harassment, and gender inequality. After Gulshan's marriage with Jamaluddin, Gulshan was never allowed to see her parents and she was tortured to get money from her father. But when Gulshan refused to ask for money from her father, her husband and his family tries to kill her. And Reshma explains that as how her clothes soaking wet hung from her raged body. She reeked of kerosene, and then she explains that incident, how she was nearly to the verge of death. Reshma's sister Gulshan represents all those victims of violence who are either starved to death by her in-laws or physically tortured, abused, and the various types of violence inflicted on them only because of dowry. The belief of Indian female community that they are always weak and submissive, and it adds to their emptiness and leads to the traumatic state of women, or physical and psychological distress as well. Gulshan was repeatedly tormented by her in-laws, and Gulshan expresses the anguish which was never shared with her parents. She represents a docile Indian girl who constantly hides her pain and suffering, that never lets her parents know about what she was going through until she is on the verge of death. That is one example of this domestic violence. And now the main victim is the second character that I've selected is Reshma, who is acid attack survivor and a victim of violence. And here Reshma was merely 17 when she had lived through this most horrific ordeal. The incident took place after her sister Gulshan's talaq with Jamaluddin. Reshma's sister and her cousins were on their way traveling to the city of Allahabad for an alim exam. Alim refers to teaching of Islamic sciences. She was attacked with sulfuric acid by her brother-in-law Jamaluddin and two other attackers. The attack was aimed at her sister Gulshan, but Reshma became the victim. On 19th May 2014, at the age of 17, she was attacked with acid, and they caught Reshma and other two attackers pinned down, her hands down. She was helpless. No one stopped them from this brutality. They threw acid on her face and body. According to Reshma, her attack happened faster than lightning. The effects of violence are devastating to women's mental and physical health. She explains that she felt the burning of flesh and acid started to eat through the layers of her skin, and before long it aimed for her bones. And violence against women is a technical term that refers to violent acts which are primarily or exclusively committed against women. Such a type of violence targets a specific group with the victim's gender as a primary motive. It is partly a result of gender relations that presume men are always superior to women. The subordinate status given to women leads to social sanction for men to exhibit physical aggression. Reshma's endless effort to escape the attack fails, and she was grabbed by her brother-in-law's cousins, and they pulled her over her head. So there was no way for Reshma to escape. In Reshma's case too, the victim was a young girl but not her male cousins. The acid attack was so intensely painful for Reshma that she begged her sister Gulshan to kill her to at least end the pain. There were people motionless, merely watching everything like the way stray animals are ignored. And the woman are being progressive, and she is strong enough to disagree with anything which she thinks is not good for her, and this denial or rejection is always taken as the aggression of modern women. But some men develop a maniac attitude to take revenge, and it is just to satisfy their ego. The harsh reality of society and system is exposed in this memoir, which is archaic, bureaucratic, and painful toward victims of gender violence. The memoir also voices the plight of marginalized victims of gender violence and inequalities, demonstrating the vulnerable legal system of society, which has made men dare to commit more any heinous crimes against women. There is a powerful urge for the need for women to encounter the system. There is a need for a definite strategy and a new approach to change the future course of Indian womanhood. So here I conclude. Being Reshma is not only a memoir which inspires people by giving a new voice for a new identity and a new credo of individualism, but it also tries to convey boldly the underlying beliefs and ideologies that are responsible for the marginalization and subjugation of women. It has undoubtedly captured the complexities underlying women's experiences of multi-dimensional violence with reference to their ethnicity and class. The memoir also articulates gender violence and displays the audacity of a young woman who is embroiled in passion to make the best out of the worst of human nature. The story of her survival from an acid attack and the determination to turn tragedy into a powerful movement for change is truly inspiring for all those victims of gender and domestic violence to overcome challenging odds in their lives. With this, I end my presentation. Thank you everyone for giving an opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruparani. That was a very great presentation, and so you did it well.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. So what is may I ask what would be your recommendations, or so what do you think, how can women fight against this type of domestic violence, and right, so what
Sir,
are the ways women can come out of these things?
first thing is to articulation voicing any kind of violence without being reluctant. First thing, articulate it, and then there is a need to for our criminal justice system to come up with reforms to prevent these kind of crimes. The people are not scared. The criminals are not scared because of the punishment. The punishment is the criminal justice system
needs to come up with very painful punishments for them. So we need to create more awareness for the young generation, and community norm change is very much important. And there is always the need for modifying the physical or social environment in the society, sir. I think these would minimize the violence. If it may not completely eradicate, but I feel they may minimize the percentage of violence inflicted on them.
So my own right, some few suggestions. So both of them right, the to be couple. So both of them should be um should sit for counseling, premarital counseling, and they can attend few classes regarding the marriage and after
Yeah,
marriage
that is
life.
what I mean. The awareness, creating
Yeah,
awareness.
yeah. So that would be it is not for at one particular community or society. It is for all communities and societies in India and also abroad at large, so that we can avoid these divorces also and a lot of problems in the marital life. Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes,
Thank you,
thank you, sir.
Ruparani, and that was a very right. So a lot of insights are there, and right. So many right women's rights, the societies are there, and they are social activists are there. They're working on that. So we'll see. So lot of novels are talking about these right areas and right themes. Okay, so we hope for the best thing that will come out, right? Yes,
Yes.
thank you, ma.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
everyone.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Thank you. Okay, then the next presenter, um, yes, next presenter, Swati Shri. Yes, so is a PhD scholar, yeah, full time, and EGS Pillai Arts and Science College, Nagapattinam. So, Crisis of Individuality in the novels of Sashidesh Pandey. Yeah. Good
Good
evening,
evening, sir.
Swati. Yes.
Good evening, sir.
Nice to have you, and you can present now. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Good evening, one and all. My title is Crisis of Individuality in the Novels of Sashi Deshpande. Many Indian women novelists have explored the identity crisis in Indian English literature in order to establish an identity that is not imposed by the patriarchal society. The theme of growing up from childhood to womanhood and gaining identity, or at least an effort in this regard, has been consistently seen these years. Shashi Deshpande is an award-winning Indian novelist. In her novels, as a matter of fact, focuses social world of complex relationship, both maternal and paternal. She is basically known as a feminist writer who writes about women belonging to the Indian middle class. Her feminine characters were brought up in a traditional environment and struggle to liberate themselves to seek self-identity and, of course, struggle to acquire their independence. Deshpande in her novel seek to expose the tradition by which a woman is trained to play her subservient role in a family. Her novels reveal the man-made patriarchal tradition and uneasiness of a modern Indian woman in being a part of them. Her female protagonist rebel against the traditional way of life and patriarchal values. She has presented the modern Indian woman's struggle to find and consolidate her place and identity in the society that stands conflicted on cusp of the tradition and modernity. She portrays how this social conflict has caused women of today to feel torn between contrasting demands and requirements of tradition on the one hand, and the aspiration, freedom, equality of the modern world on the other. Almost all her protagonists, such as Indu from the Roots and Shadows, and Sarita from the Dark Holds No Terror, Urmi from the Binding Wine, Jaya of That Long Silence, all are struggle to find and preserve their respective identity as a wife as well as a mother. These novels present the story of a man-woman relationship from the woman's point of view of wife and husband, from the wife's point of view and the daughter and the mother relationship, both point of view. She illustrated how the patriarchal oppression and the gender differentiation of the family and the male-centered Indian society affects the man-woman relationship. That long silence gains authenticity from the fact that Jaya, the heroine, is a well-educated woman blessed with literary sensibility, though the nurtured in the silence, which corresponds with her fictional role. Jaya is modern, convent-educated, fluent English-speaking woman and a creative writer who symbolizes the emerging new woman conscious of her status in the society. After 17 years of troubled life in silence, Jaya pens a story revealing her feelings, incidents of ups and downs that caused her despair and disappointment and endangered her life. Jaya's husband Mohan was that sort of a man, and he married her for her social betterment. Jaya had lost her father at the age of 15, and her brother considered her burden, and this led her to marry Mohan. Before her marriage, Jaya had been taught the importance of the husband in the life of the woman. Vanita tells her that the husband is a sheltering tree. When Jaya is leaving her home after her marriage, Dada had advised her to be good to Mohan. Jaya brother brought Mohan with money and gave him to Jaya, and she tried to good him. This was the beginning of Jaya's lifeless kind of married life. The entire novel brings out the stale married life in a middle class home, and Deshpande tells the story from the point of view of a wife. The women in Mohan's family were so definite about their roles and duties, but Jaya has no clear-cut idea about her role in the family. Her life before the marriage and after the marriage shared a little similarity. Her father gave her the name Jaya for victory, but her in-laws gave her a name Suhasini, pointed to be docile to her efficient wife. Concerned only about the tastes and interests of Mohan, Jaya has lost her authenticity as a human being. She has shaped herself to the wishes of Mohan. Mohan kept her away all her likings. She was forced by Mohan to give up the job she wanted to take, the baby she wanted to adopt, and the anti-price campaign she had wanted to take part. Jaya's journey through the rough road of her nuptial life, she learns at last the thing is that no questions, no retorts, only silence. In the another novel, The Dark Holds No Terror, the protagonist Sarita is treated in an unfair by her mother as she regards her responsible for the death of her only son Dhruva. He has bad memories of her childhood as she was second to her brother. Sorrow shares her same plight meted out almost all the Indian or any other girl in the patriarchal society. She remembers that it was only once a year at the time of puja that she was more important to Dhruva. Otherwise, although being younger than her, it was he who was always in all circumstances and situation was being preferred than to her. There was always a puja on his birthday, but not on her. Even after the death of Dhruva, her birthday was not celebrated, and after this death, there were no other celebration in the household. Every year, her birthday passed away silently, both at the home and in the school. The lack of identity is vividly established indirectly by Shashi Deshpande in the novel. In the another novel, The Binding Wine is a very significant novel as there are many questions raised by the novelist relating to feminine world, which she herself has answered in her own way. In this novel, she described the problems of Urmila, the protagonist, and the other characters. In the novel, the novelist has raised a sensitive issue of rape, whereas the victim who is always held guilty. Kalpana was in a state of unconscious when admitted to the hospital, and it was assumed that she might be injured in a car accident. But after examining her, the doctors informed that she has been raped, which was very shocking for her mother, who almost fainted after hearing this. She tells one and other doctors hysterically, "It is not true. You people are trying to blacken my daughter's name." This is quite predictable for her mother to react in the way as being a victim of rape. It will be her daughter who be held guilty and will suffer throughout her life. She tells them to keep it as a secret and requests not to call the police. Urmi tries to handle the situation by keeping it as a secret and giving all the possible help to comfort Kalpana's mother. Caught in a trauma of her own life, she tries all her effort to give them relief. She even accompanies the victim's mother to her house. Urmi visits regularly to inquire about Kalpana's and Shakundra's, try to tell her about her daughter's life. The novelist tries to give her point that the man who raped her had no bother of raping a girl, but a girl who have been raped has a guilt all through the life. Or the problem of gender bias and the identity crisis is arising here. Focusing on all the marital relationship, she seeks to expose the tradition by which a woman is trained to play her subsequent role in the family. All her novels reveal the man-made patriarchal traditions and the uneasiness of the modern Indian woman in being a part of them. The point of view of the present social reality as is experienced by the woman to the present world of mothers, daughters, and wives is also to present indirectly the fathers, sons, and husbands, the relation between the men and women, and between the women themselves. Her young heroines rebel against the traditional way of life and the patriarchal values. Women in the patriarchal society made to be feel marginalized. Her novels contain the seed of definite quest for a true authentic self. By making her heroines undergo stages of self-introspection and self-reflection, she makes them evolve themselves into more liberated individuals that what their gender of culture have sanctioned. The self-quest of these women is triggered off by some crisis in their lives. These women strive heroically and overcome their cultural conditioning and the barriers created by the society in the matters of tradition and manners. They finally emerge as free, autonomous individuals, no longer content to be led but desirous of taking a lead. Rather than falling into the Western feminist lord, these strengthened Indian women work out their own individual paths towards the liberation, and in the process, they discover new faces to themselves which had been latent in them. In this discovery of self and consequent self fulfillment, these women have paved their way for the better understanding of themselves as well as the others. In charting the course of such unconventional women, Deshpande seems to make an obvious clear that traditional society must be remolded itself in order to accept these emerging new women for the self identity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Swati Shri. That was a good presentation. And
Thank
the
you.
topic, yes, so Sachdev Pandey, not only Sachdev Pandey, and so lot many others, starting from Lamps in the Whirlpool, right? Your Rajam Krishnan's right novel, the Tamil translation translated to English. So many novels are there talking about right, gender bias and
Yes, sir.
right identifying the self. So normally, mostly 99% you can say it is of women. So they are lost in the crowd. So right, so they
Yes,
not
sir.
know what is the role.
They are seeking their identity.
Yeah. As a mother, sometimes as a right a wife and right, so housewife, right, so they,
Yes, sir.
yes, so there are a lot of
In all their
responsibility.
character, in all their character roles in a family, women are seeking their identity as a mother, as a wife,
Yeah,
in all the character roles.
at last she loses her own identity as a woman, an individual, right?
Yes, sir.
So individual is not respected, but the roles and responsibilities are respected and accepted, but as an
Yes, sir.
individuality, yeah.
My point is that not about the respect. Women are highly respected in a society, but
Mm.
the self identity is a question mark there. The identity is women are losing their identity in the family. So that
Yeah,
is it is not the respect. It's an identity, their individuality.
yeah, yeah. Her role is accepted.
Yes,
So
sir.
she has to do, yeah, she has to do a lot of roles, but she herself, the individuality is not accepted. That is what.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So many, right? So they come out of, sometimes it is an adverse effect also. So it gives adverse effect also in the family and also in the society, and many, right? So sometimes it leads to broken families also, right? So how she comes out of that, right? Your protagonist, and what is that she is doing? to come out of the traditional way of living?
It is the it is a highly contrast to the tradition and the modernity. Nowadays, in the modern society, women are given equal rights, and women are permitted to go for work, and their identity, their goals, or they are pursuing their goals. In those days, the tradition, according to the tradition, it was not given to the women.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Sir?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Sir, you want to say anything regarding this?
Yeah, as you said, equal rights have been given, and right, so you can see that even now, right? So in four of this part in this session, so only one male has presented, and you see three women, right? So you are presenting, right? So good. That is also a good sign of it. More number of women participants are here, right? Good. So it is also there. So in some part it is again right. So going down. So good. So that was a good presentation, Swatishri. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Now, yes, sir. Now we have come to an end of the session. So thank you so much, sir, for spending your valuable time, and also I thank all the presenters.
Thank you, ma'am. So thank you for the opportunity given, and right, the vibrant team of the college, especially HOD ma'am and the management. I thank each and every one of you for giving me this opportunity to share the session, and I learned a lot from the presenters. So I got now new insights, and also I learned many things from the right presentation. So thank you for the opportunity, ma'am, and I wish all success for the research scholars to present and contribute to the literature at large. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your so much for your wonderful information and felicitation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now we shall move on to the end of the session. In this first day final session, our chairperson is readily waiting to chair the session. I welcome Dr. Suma Alia John, assistant professor and head. Welcome you, ma'am. Ma'am, you have to unmute.
Thank you.
Now, thank
Yes,
you, ma'am. Dear presenters, now we'll have a small intro about our chairperson.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to introduce Dr. Suma Alia John, ma'am, Associate Professor and Head, PG and Research Department of English, Tirupur Kumaran College of Arts and Science. Being a research supervisor, she have produced 15 MPhil and 3 PhD scholars. She have 27 years of experience in teaching. She is a UG chairperson of English for Bharatiya University's affiliated colleges. She has been the member of Board of Studies in Bharatiya University. She has published various books, articles, and journals. She attended numerous seminars, conferences, and workshops. Ma'am, now I request you to move the session along.
Good evening to one and all. Is it audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes. Good evening. On behalf of this international virtual conference, I extend my sincere thanks for having given me an opportunity as an resource person, and also to be a chairperson for this occasion. And First of all, I'm very happy to be on this virtual conference. And the topic given on this also is very interesting for this technical session. And also, I'm so happy to welcome all the dignitaries on the virtual platform on this occasion and this evening. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, you can proceed your session with the first presenter.
May I know who is present?
Sanchari Chattopadhyay.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
She is going to present her paper on the title Bharti
Yes.
Shilpa and Arundhati Roy's Challenging and Redefining the Stereotypal Beliefs of Sexual Identity and Performative Roles.
Well, ma'am, you can proceed.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for giving me the opportunity to present my paper here today. I would like to know if my screen is visible. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. So today I'm going to present the paper. The title is Bapsi Sidhwa and Arundhati Roy, Challenging and Redefining the Stereotypical Beliefs of Sexual Identity and Performative Roles. So I'm going to discuss my favorite, two of my favorite writers today who always inspired me. So about what is my paper today? Bapsi Sidhwa and Arundhati Roy had their different approaches in their books regarding the issue of femininity and the formation of sexual identity. They have raised questions regarding the conventional beliefs about the issue of sexual identity, which are deeply rooted in our society. So instead of placing the female character in extremely difficult situations and portraying them as anti-male or in order to address the issue of female oppression, they have subtly or directly challenged the age-old beliefs regarding gender identities. So we don't see always that there is a clash as per se between the male and the female. Rather, it has a social reality which talks about the situations which we as female had to go through, especially under different social circumstances. The paper tries to analyze to what extent the stories have subverted the stereotypical beliefs. They explained that gender should not be shown in opposition to each other, but in juxtaposition to each other. So how this female and male, they come together and form an identity, or how are they different? That should be the approach. They have linked the ideas of community violence, nationality, religion, and class with sexual inequality, um, marital equation, and intergender relations to show how patriarchy works in every aspect of life. So first, let's talk about, I have just taken some of the works of Sidhwa and Roy, like The God of Small Things, Ice Candy Man, The Pakistani Wife, and I have tried to analyze them under the gaze of feminism. So Sedhwa and Roy both have embedded their independent women character in self-expression, individuality, and independence. And they have curved their protagonists often as lost and confused, which made them look human. So it is not that women are flawless, like they can be like a goddess or something. Rather, these women are with flaws, with confusion, with errors, just like any human being should be. So Sidhwa's book, like Ice Candy Man, shows a plethora of women character. They might be promiscuous or virtuous. These women help each other to subvert patriarchy. On the other hand, Roy's book, God of Small Things, shows often it can show jealousy between two women. Thus, there is no fixed notion of women being savior of women or women tearing down each other. Identity is formed by individual uniqueness and not by societal norms of gendered behavior. So there are a lot of presumptions that if you are women, you should support women, or if you are women, you should always tear down women. So there is no such fixed concepts of gendered behavior. Rather, it depends on the individual. So in characters like Zaitoon in The Pakistani Wife or Bride and Sirloin Water, Sidhwa shows how domestic sphere as well as the social religious norms exploit female liberty. Roy, in her book, like Ministry of Atmos Happiness, portrayed a transgender person, evoking an idea that sexual identity can be formed by choice. Both of these writers, in their own ways, portrayed the journey of women character towards their liberation. So let's talk about solidarity of women amidst crisis in Ice Candy Man. So Sidhwa is one of the most celebrated work, Ice Candy Man. It explores the civil war that occurred during the partition of India in 1947. So it is told from the first person perspective of Lenny Sethi, a Percy child of about 4-year-old. So what Sidhwa tried here is to show, she wanted to show solidarity in the experiences of women through different ages and different ethnic identity. Lenny and her family attempt to hide in plain sight as the two main ethnic identities, I mean here religious, more like religious identities, Hindu and Muslims, enter into the head-on collision. We find instances of violence against women through the character of Aya, Lenny's nurse. The issue of subjugation of women comes to the surface as the Ice Candy Man, who once had a cordial relationship with Aya, perpetrates violence on her to conform to his rational identity. I mean, here it is shown how Aya underscores how act of abduction and rape use women's sexuality as a tool to articulate religious national enmity. Like Aya's abduction can be read as a punishment for her lack of adherence to cultural norms. Then again, it highlights how women's bodies were under patriarchal surveillance and regulation, and those who fail to abide by social rules will inevitably be discarded. So that is the point. Now, women of Lahore come together to save Aya despite individuality. It's organized violence against their sex that unites them all. So we have seen that there are different ethnic groups like Parsi community, but what happens? We see that at last Lenny's mother, she like starts working some illegal activities just to save her fellow women from the clutches of the criminals. So it is not their being women that brought them together, but it is the atrocities that being women they had to face as a unified all, which brought them together. So here my point is that we women share a experience of being marginalized as a whole, and it comes to the surface especially during the times of crisis, social crisis. So now let's talk about breaking of stereotypes regarding female sexuality in Roy's God of Small Things. So here the story revolves around the love laws that existed in 1960s Kerala. While in Sidhwa, we saw women standing in solidarity due to their experiences. In this novel, we find women tearing each other apart due to their own experiences. So see, there is no fixed pattern. There is no norm of behavior, of gender behavior. It depends on individuals. For some, their experiences, our experiences shape our perception. So, however, the fact that their own will always come subservient to the patriarchal overarching influence in socio-cultural scenario is quite clear. So, they doesn't matter if they support each other or they tear each other down. The fact that all the characters here had to face some kind of patriarchal domination is what brings them together again. Roy has made a parallel between the Dalit Velutha and the women character of the novel to indicate their shared experience at the marginalized class devoid of any practical power to take decision. So just like Subaltern, if I can dare to say a point about it, that they have been marginalized, right? So women as the weaker sex has been like treated as the weaker sex, has always faced this, have always faced this marginalization. We find Amu falling in love with Veluta, an untouchable Padavan. However, baby Kochamma's own experience made her adverse to the idea of a romantic relationship. At last, Amu has to give up on her love and Veluta has to die to conform to the social norms of love. A shocking, incestuous encounter takes place between the two twins, Esther and Rahil, at the end of the book. The episode is in juxtaposition to the love of Amu and Veluta, and it attributes a certain autonomy on Rahil, which her mother didn't have. So here, Amu's daughter is Rahil. So where we found that Amu tried, as far as Kochiyamma is concerned, Kochiyamma tried to love someone but failed and never dared to venture out again. In case of Ammu, she fell in love. She left her husband with conviction and with her 2 children and dared to love again. But in case of Rahil, we see that she is sharing her grief in the way that she likes. She is autonomy. She is using her autonomy to exert her power, at least on her own body, if in nowhere else. So female characters are dubbed with all the human qualities like jealousy and pettiness, but shares similar loss of autonomy. So here we see that the characters are neither angel of the house nor femme fatale, rather human. Amu's pursue independence and autonomy while being aware of her own sexuality. So here are some points where we see that Amu is talking about her own body. She is feeling her body, she is touching her breasts, and this again shows her that the notion that women are not sexually aware, they don't need sexuality, is subverted here. No damsel in distress, rather women as maker of destiny, the Pakistani Bride. So now let's focus to another masterpiece, that is the Pakistani Bride. So here Zaitun escapes from the brutal and harsh tribal society of Koshitan into which she had been married. So Zaitun is in fact a child of partition. She was bought by Qazim in Lahore, but soon her marriage was fixed. Miriam, which is evidently Qazim's wife, warns him that the gulf of difference between the life in hills and the city life. Her husband treats his wife as a sex object. Zaitun again proceeds in the cold and malevolent terrain. So she decides to leave her husband when the tortures are no, up to the mark, like she cannot face any more torture. After a week, she reaches the river, almost half dead. Still, she gained hope as her freedom seems to be calling her from the outside of the river. But unfortunately, she is raped by 2 strangers on the banks. So Robert Ross stated that this novel deals specifically about patriarchy and the tradition governing the male-female relationship. What is so special about Pakistani wife? Here we see women redefining boundaries by venturing out on physically challenging journeys. So here we can say, if I dare to say, that Zaitun is somewhere a female Ulysses, right? Because even in case of emotional and moral boundaries, people used to think that women are like strong. Like if it is a mental crisis, women will be there. But here Zaitun proves that in case of physical journey also, she can be a Ulysses. Zaitun's odyssey from the plains to the snow mountains and back to the plain is symbolic of the inner journey of the young women from the fantasy world of love, romance, and heroes to the harsh and hostile realities of life, where man is the hunter and exploiter, cruel and inhuman, treating women like animals. Indira Bhatt said this about this beautiful work, The Pakistani Bride. Now, I have already came to the last part of my work, that is redefining gender roles in Ministry of Utmost Happiness. So this is one of the most striking work that questioned patriarchy like more than anything else. Pardon me. More than anything else. The story begins with Anjum, a Muslim transgender woman who was born intersex and named Aftaf. He was initially raised as a boy. Once Aftaf enters adolescence, however, he rejects his male identity and joins the Khawak, or House of Dreams, a local community of Hijras, taking the name Anjum. So Anjum claims for identity of an ordinary woman and not that of a mere entertainer or sex worker. Her dream of becoming a woman manifests itself as she embraces her motherhood, adopting an abandoned toddler named Zainab. Along with her being ostracized for not adhering to a particular gender, she also fell victim to the violent attacks of a rioting Hindu nationalist group in Gujarat. The experience leaves her traumatized all through her life, yet she always asserted her identity as a woman and did her best to achieve that. So here, what is the speciality here? Here, motherhood, not essentially a biological construction, but rather a matter of choice. This is what we can come up with. So redefining motherhood. In the one hand, we find a character who is biologically incapable to conceive, becoming a mother, while another woman, Tilo,
here we have another part where Tilo as a character is introduced. She decides to give up on her child, I mean abort her child, as she was unwilling to become a mother despite being biologically able to conceive. Thus, the writer has portrayed portrayed characters that subverted the gender rules and asserted that women themselves can only decide which role they want to take on in a particular social structure. So it is not always essential that just because you are biologically female, you have to adhere to your gender role, you have to be a mother. Similarly, just because you lack the biological needs which is needed to conceive, then you cannot be a mother. Gender is fluid, and one can, it's a social construct. So you can change your construct according to your own preference or how you feel, simply feel. So in conclusion, I can say that gender roles can be subverted and redefined. There is no gender identity behind the expression of gender identity. Is performatively constituted by the very expressions that are said to be its result, as butlers say. And then again, the story shows nuances of sexuality, and the stories justifies the idea that women are treated as the other, which Simone de Beauvoir attributed on the female gender. She said, we can always see that here most of the time in Pakistani wife, or also women are treated as like property. Like in Pakistani wife, we see that her father, the protagonist father, is considering like is finding someone to sell her daughter because of money, as if they own their daughter, as if it is property to be bought and sold. The work also shows how women in solidarity or in enmity shares the similar experiences as they
are bought in the gym.
Yes, ma'am. Sure. So Sidhva and Arundhati Rai, the juxtaposition is not, it does not depend on similarity, or it does not depend on opposition. I think the key here is to see how the characters, female characters, connect. So in Sidhva, we see that she is more entitled to show women who are in socially adverse conditions, right? But in Roy, we see women who are more like takes control at last, or tries to take control of their destiny. But what connects them is both of them, maybe in enmity or in friendliness, they share the similar experience of being denied the autonomy to take any decision. So that's what connects the characters. Thank you, ma'am.
Is good. So being a different ethnic group, even women will come together to save their fellow people, but still they have an individuality, as you say. Am I correct?
Exactly, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. That's my point.
That's the right
Thank
point.
you so
we
much,
should
ma'am.
have known. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
And one more question I just want to ask you, on what aspect you are basing this with the social, religion, female, cultural, that is related to the present scenario. Can you tell anything?
Sure, ma'am. Sure. So, ma'am, I am from a remote place of West Bengal, which is quite near to the border of Bhutan. So, what I have seen here, we have like 6 to 7 tribes, and I have personally visited many of them. So, what I came up with, that women there are still devoid of the autonomy, like they ask permission before talking to us. That made me realize that being from a privileged position of a scholar in a established university, should understand that women are still denied the autonomy, and it is important to address that they are as subaltern as maybe many other races, and we need to do something about it.
Good.
Ma'am, I would like to thank my co-author and my guide, Ms. Gyanvati ma'am, who is also here. Thank you, ma'am, for guiding me during the paper.
Anyhow, your view is very good, and we can be the role model for the society on projecting our thesis in connection to the society, especially to the women folk who are facing today all these situations. I hope so. And
Yes, ma'am.
something we can do today to our society. This is an opportunity which through our literacy we can project all this good work. Wish you all the success. as a
Thank you,
scholar.
ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Then shall we move to the second participant, ma'am?
Mahalakshmi.
I would like to invite Ms. Soumya Mary Thomas to take over the session.
భూటాన్లో ఉండ
Yes, Soumya ma'am is not here. Shall we call the next presenter, ma'am?
Yes, Dr. Mahalakshmi can proceed with the third one. I think
Yes.
this is the third caller.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Suma Lalit. Ma'am, you
Yes.
can present your paper now.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Suma Lalit, and I'm a research scholar in Elphinstone College, Mumbai, and my research guide is Dr. Savita Patil from Elphinstone College, Mumbai. Give me a moment to share my screen. Can you all see my screen? Is my screen visible?
No, ma'am, it's not
No,
visible.
not visible. One second.
Just అర్థం ఖర్చు ప్రశ్న.
I hope it is visible now.
It's visible.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, my title for today's presentation is Voices of Voiceless in Eco-Womanism, African American Women and Earth Honoring Fates of Melanie L. Harris. Eco-womanism is a theory of African American women thinkers, researchers, and activists which connects social justice with earth justice. As defined by Melanie L. Harris, eco-womanist approaches can be described as reflective and contemplative study of eco-wisdom that is theorized, constructed, and practiced by the women of African descent. The discourse validates their lives, spiritual values, and activism as important epistemologies in eco-womanism. Dr. Melanie L. Harris is a professor of Black womanist thought and also womanist theology at Wake Forest University. Dr. Harris has manifested the theory of eco-womanism in her book, Eco-Womanism, African American Women and Earth Honoring Faiths in 2017, which we are going to discuss today. In this book, Dr. Harris discusses the theoretical frameworks of eco-womanism and gives methodological steps for practicing eco-womanism. She proposes 7 steps of eco-womanistic approach, and they are the first one, honoring experience and mining eco-memory. That is, this speaks about recalling and retelling the eco stories of Black American people and working on them. and exposing the truths and debunking the myths and stereotypes against the Black communities and Afro-American women. And also they use critical, deconstructive, and constructive approaches to dismantle the oppressive system and to promote eco-humanism. Step 2 is critical reflection on experience and eco-memory. This speaks about the colonization of African people and also the ecological colonization. And here we can also see how she discusses women and the earth is being objectified, the similarities between the objectification of women and the earth, and also the examination of the structural oppression in all shared experiences. The third step is womanist intersectional analysis. It uses race, class, gender, and intersectional analysis to highlight strategies of earth justice. It also criticizes any kind of systemic oppression. Through the multi-dimensional lens, it uncovers racial, economic, gender, sexual, and environmental injustice. Step 4 is critically examining African and African American history and tradition. In this, it explores the themes of parallel oppression, history of colonization, and power in the world bound to earth. It speaks about the beauty to burden paradox. Step 5, engaging transformation. Okay, it speaks about the structural evil, and it says that structural evil should be exposed, and it also speaks about the needed commitment to social justice, human rights, and earth justice. And step 6 is sharing dialogue, sharing the dialogue of with interfaith or interreligious among the eco-humanists, and it's important to share the dialogue or information across the religion and across the faith. And it is one step of eco-humanism. And this step 7 speaks about taking action for earth justice. Okay, it is all about teaching eco-humanism and practicing eco-humanism for a best result against oppression. So here in my presentation, I have pointed out 3 kind of marginalization or giving voices to 3 sections. The first one is voices of communities of color. Dr. Harris, in this constructing in this theory of eco-humanism, she gives voices to the communities of Black people or communities of color. Harris in this advocates the inclusion, or she advocates for inclusion of Black tradition, culture, and experiences in the environmental approaches. And she says that in the traditional environmental history, the experiences or the best practices of Afro-Americans are not included. Harris begins her work with her own history of eco-journey. She describes how her family migrated during the period of America's Great Migration due to the terror of Jim Crow. Her individual and shared memories of agriculture and connections with the nature is presented as representation of a common Black family and also Black community as a whole. She speaks about the environmental awareness of Black people and voices against not including Black environmental work in the mainstream environmental history. She also elaborates on eco-wisdom and African cosmology, which is source of knowledge. And the second point that I would like to make, the African American female voices being included in this theory. Dr. Harris also voices the experience of African American women. Harris builds her theory on the basis of womanism formulated by Alice Walker. She connects the social justice like class, race, and gender oppressions with the exploitation of earth. Eco-memories and critical reflection on experience of women, Harris gives a call to the researchers to reflect on Black women experiences. As an example, she takes up the experience of Alice Walker's mother's experience of hardship, how she worked so hard being carrying mother and having to take care of her children, younger ones, and also had to work in large field as a sharecropper family, a female in the family. and critically examining this experience of a Black mother. The third point, voices of earth justice. Ecohumanism also speaks for earth justice. Women experience and the treatment of earth by the humans are compared, and the similarities and interconnectedness are identified. As per Black ethnic ethics, earth is worshipped and not exploited. They have a mutually enriching relationship with nature. Eco-memory as a counter-memory is reconstitution of history to include the voices, perspectives, and experiences of Black people. Eco-humanism applying interdisciplinary approach makes a strong claim for new environmental history wherein everybody's experiences are included. In conclusion, this eco-humanism is an approach for social justice and also earth justice, and it is universally applicable. It's not only for Afro-Americans and people of America. For example, in India, Kiran Bedi has applied it to reformed the conditions of the hard jail, or we also have the example of Majora Carter applying it in South Bronx to transform the land which is filled with filth and where the Black people were living. And there are many more such examples. And this approach can be used by all the marginalized communities to fight against marginalization. And it also speaks about the voices of Afro-Americans, Afro-American women, and also the voices of earth, or it speaks for earth justice. Okay, these are my references. Thank you.
Yes, it's a very interesting, different title which you have taken. And voices of the voiceless between this Afro-American on that aspect.
Yes.
I just want to know how do you relate the social justice with justice? You have told that 7 steps you have brought in your work, and that is especially you have related to women experience, retelling. Does it relate to any myth or any other geographical features?
This method could be applied anywhere to any marginalized community. She has given some steps wherein we have to think about or we have to take inspiration from our past or history, our own tradition. So she extensively goes back and studies all the work or their tradition, culture, and their ethics that they used to follow, their commitment to earth, that they, the practices that they had in Afro-American cosmology. And the similar thing can be done even in the case of India. Maybe if we can take the example of going back to our own scriptures and taking the inspiration, let me give one example, the step that education system has taken, that including so many Indian education, knowledge system in Indian education systems in Education Policy 2020. Is also can be one example wherein we can develop our own methods and which can be used as a tool.
Good. This is an innovative work, what I feel. Anyhow, it's good and appreciative. And do you bring any spiritual, you have brought one transformation needed commitment, that is religious dialogue. On that aspect, have you any religious concept for the transformation?
Yes. It is interdisciplinary. The religious aspects are also included in the method.
Well,
yes,
so it can be secondary sources also. It will help for you to go both for your research work.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And thank you for the opportunity.
And finally, what is the justification on bringing related to this findings with the theories? Can you tell me? You are because you are not concluded with your work, but still, what is your idea? What's your conception? That is, what's your concept to bring? Finally, related to some theories you are applying.
Eco-humanism in literature. How eco-humanism is being portrayed in literature and how it is effective for social justice and also earth justice, because environmental issues is one of the burning issues that we are facing, and how it could be incorporated in literature and also for social justice as well as earth justice.
So good that finally you can bring it to you, as you pointed to the voices of earth justice. Also, you can bring all the relationship which you are facing in the present scenario. Good.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The final participant, Zomani Singh. You can present now.
Yes, hello. My name is Zomwan Sangi, and I'll start presenting now. I also apologize because it seems like I cannot turn on my video. So let me just start sharing my screen.
No problem, you can proceed.
All right. So let me. Okay, so the topic of my paper is literary accounts of the subaltern COVID-19 pandemic experience in India. And as I've introduced myself, my name is Zomwan Sangi, a research scholar from the Department of English and Culture Studies in Mizoram University, Aizawl, Mizoram, India. From the start of COVID-19, although the wealthier members of society have been enjoying their free time in the luxury of their homes, there has been a sizable population who are famished and travel great distances in the hope of returning to their place of origin. For the lower class of humanity, life has always been harder, and in the time of COVID, it got even worse. If we look at their history, it is evident that they have always fought for their fundamental rights, identity, and to avoid becoming destitute, alienated, or exploited. A huge bulk of literary works have emerged with intensive interest in the voice of these subalterns. Another emerging genre of literature that is produced as an outcome of the pandemic is the lockdown literature. It has been stated that for many people, the fear of containment of restrictions being imposed upon is much more prevalent than the fear of contagion itself. Amitav Ghosh stated in an interview that he suspected there will be a huge wave of novels about the pandemic. True to his words, literature, in his view, they always explains how the world is changing, and a paradigm shift in world literature will undoubtedly be sparked by the current epidemic. The author of A Time Outside This Time, Amitava Kumar, also addresses how the word novel, as in both fiction and science, comes from a Latin word meaning new. So the idea of a novel, the idea of the novel coronavirus, and the news, they all related to the overwhelming changes it brought about. With the emergence of pandemic narratives or works that have pandemic settings in the field of literature, the subaltern experience of the let me just hide this one. Okay, of the othering and stigmatization that happened along with the outbreaks are brought to light in an endeavor to assess and situate the notion of bigotry and paranoia meted towards these subaltern sections of society. Some literary works, along with their authors, they will be briefly introduced by positing them within the framework of a literary paradigm. These novels, they shed light on the perils of the domestic workers, weaker class, especially the migrants, their loss of security, their sense of belonging, and the need to go home when the COVID-19 abruptly breaches their lives and livelihood. The authors, in their depiction of the stigmatization, racial subjugation, the bigotry and paranoia towards these communities, revealed the discourse of subalternity that has permeated the domain of culture, power, and knowledge in almost every epidemic outbreak. In order to look at the condition of humanity in the face of sickness and death, we may place our faith in the act of writing, using language as a landscape that can help us to explore, understand, and exercise skepticism against against the legitimacy, the denial, and unpreparedness of the state machinery. Through the observations made in locating this manifestation of suffering meted towards them, it can be surmised that the loss of trust and vicious cycle of these hate crimes, they will have much more lasting consequences rather than the disease itself. It is hoped that this study, the study of these narratives, they will shed some light on the truth and reality of what transpires during a pandemic. And before I go to the books, during the lockdown, we know how they had no access to transportation or housing, which resulted in significant losses for the foodless labor during the reverse migration. Also, this was one of the factors that prevented the lockdown in India from succeeding as anticipated and contributed to the negative effects it had on the migratory community, particularly the interstate migrants. We must always keep in mind that the subaltern section is nothing less than an essential component of society. And also, something worth pointing out is that gender-based violence has significantly risen as a result of the pandemic's increasing social and financial strain, social isolation, and mobility restrictions. In a statement made by the executive director of UN Women, she referred to violence against women and girls as a shadow pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in a shadow pandemic of violence against these women, according to a new data from UN Women Study. So, as I said, in order to assess and situate the notion of the sufferings meted by the migrants or meted by the subaltern sections of humanity, the first one is Homebound. It is a novel written by an award-winning journalist, Pooja Changoiwala, and the novel shed light on the perils of the migrants, and the protagonist is a 15-year-old girl identified as Meher, who had moved to the slums of Dharavi, Mumbai from their small village Balhar, which is in Rajasthan, in order to lead a better life. So the epistolary novel started with a letter dated on April 16, 2020, where she recalled the accounts of what transpired on the eve of a national lockdown. And next, we have Jamlo Walk, which is it is a picture. It's like a graphic novel. It's a very short children's book. And here, Samina Mishra, who is the author of Jamlo Walks, and also Tariq Aziz is the illustrator. The 12-year-old Jamlo Makdan is a migrant worker who began the treacherous trek back to her home in Bastar, Chhattisgarh from the chili fields in Telangana. And this is the subject of so this subject is the, it's actually a real story. It's based on a real incidents. And regrettably, she never returned. The picture book beautifully and tenderly depicts the young girl's journey. She walks home with a spark of optimism in her eyes, and the chilies she receives as pay in her bag. The author also created a 37, page children's book that offers two simultaneous stories while illustrating several lockdown scenarios. She relates the story of Rahul and Tara, who live with their parents and take online lessons, in addition to the account of Jamala's journey. So it's like she juxtaposes between the different sections of the children. And then next we have 1,232 kilometer, The Long Journey Home. And it is written by a journalist, filmmaker, Vinod Capri, which chronicles the terrifying experience of 7 laborers who bicycle from Ghaziabad, which is close to Delhi, to Madhepur in Bihar, covering a distance of more than 1,200 kilometers within 7 days and nights. And Capri, he actually set out to make a documentary film on this biggest migrant exodus in India after partition. And this book details the physical and mental harm suffered by the 7 characters. In this nonfiction, poignant incidences were turned into pages. Capri observed the migrants enduring the brunt of police abuse and humiliation with fortitude and reviving themselves with unanticipated support from nice strangers. Outstretched hope triumphed over the pain of sadness, which is why these stories, they will endure for a long time. And the next one is Essential Items, Stories from a Land in Lockdown by Udayan Mukherjee, who is an Indian journalist and an economist at the pinnacle of his profession. He tries to investigate the current precariousness of existences during the lockdown, and they are insightful and introspective, written in a clear and concise style with the intention of resonating not only with the psyche of the average person but also with everyone who reads these profound passages. Conclusion: a paradigm shift in the current epistemology is primarily sparked by humanist perspective on the changes in human history and civilization, as well as an author's desire to speak out against social injustice, moral crisis, and the voicelessness of his fellow humans. Literature cannot but respond to the time and context in which it is produced, and thus it goes through the historicity of text and the textuality of history. In order to accommodate a subjective as well as objective account and analysis, a new space of negotiation, parallel reading, and juxtaposition between history and literature, a text and in its context is most effective. Fictional narratives and stories, they offer both subjective and objective accounts. They allow first-hand experience that could be felt through the characters, but also tend to distance themselves from the reality on the basis of them being works of fiction. Amidst the apprehensive atmosphere, the circulation of conspiracy theories and fake news, the many incomprehensible and futile attempts to try and make sense of everything, one may turn towards the writing, reading, and study of pandemic literature, for it is where the underlying truths may be disclosed and where we may rediscover the true essence of humanity. Thank you.
It's a good presentation, Sumaki. And you have brought all the experiences of the society which we have seen. This is the fundamental ideas and of the humanities. And do you like to project particularly any aspect which could transform the society related to your work?
Yes, ma'am. I was actually like when I was choosing the particular works, I was choosing works that represent especially the subaltern, the domestic workers, the subaltern sections of society, like the domestic workers, the weaker sections like the women, children, and the migrant laborers. So I was focusing on that so that their voices could be heard, their experiences, like we could feel and share, witness their stories through, especially through literary representation. So I hope that, like, maybe during the, especially during the lockdown, the first, second lockdown, we kind of see them as, statistics, as mere people, so it doesn't affect us that much. But when they are represented through literature, we could hear their stories, we could hear their backgrounds, their voices. So I think it's really important.
It's good. It's very true, which we all have experienced, and it's very appreciable that you have brought all the present scenario with the experience to the reality through our literary work. Keep it up, and wish you all success for your proceedings, for your work to complete also, because it will be a situation which is unforgettable for